the world through rose-colored glasses. Try the new and delicious True Shake Strawberry.
RallyX is presented by Nova Motorsport, First Corner, True Shake, and Proven.
From Montalegre in Portugal. We're at the top of a mountain. The weather is absolutely beautiful. We're here for day one of RallyX 2025. My name's Andrew Coley. This is the legendary Hal Ridge.
Hello,
Mr.
mate.
Ridge, how's it going?
Oh, I've seen you for a while. It's been a while since the last RallyX race, and what a place to come. I can't wait to get started this weekend. A proper old school rallycross venue in an amazing location up here in the mountains. There's no snow yet, but we saw some snow driving up this morning, and literally anything can happen.
I've been sunburnt up here, and it snowed an inch last time I was over. Now I haven't been here since 2018 with the World Rallycross Championship. Hal, you've been back with World RX since then. It's the first time for RallyX here. We're using the old circuit layout today. We're using the new circuit layout tomorrow. We've got tons of new drivers and people who've moved classes, and we're just going to try in a very brief show. Don't get run over, Peter. Don't get run over. That's going to ruin the feature. There he is. There's his arm looking. Yes. So the season begins. So we're going. No, you're good, lads. Don't worry. You're fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Right, Peter. Turn around. We need to see these lovely cars here on the way through. So, brilliant fan base for motorsport in Portugal. Hal, this is real rally country, isn't it? The road up here even was like a rally stage. It was wonderful.
Yeah, and you see that by the amount of fans that are out here on Saturday morning for a double-header weekend.
Motorhomes, barbecues.
Massive passion.
Yeah.
And we're so close to the Spanish border. There's so much motorsport passion in Spain as well. You can really feel it, can't you? And yesterday it was free practice. Thursday was an open test ahead of the season, and they allowed the fans to come in for free. Of course, they have to pay to come in at the weekend, but a real feel-good atmosphere here this weekend.
Absolutely brilliant. So these cars, they look like Group B rally cars. They're actually not. They're space frame cars with a body shell over the top, made to look like them, but I'm here for it. They look cool, don't they? They do look cool. So we've got a 205 T16, we've got a Metro 6R4, there's a Lancia here as well. Hal, they're all replicas, aren't they? We had a look last night, but they're very cool.
They are cool, yeah. There's you can never take anything away from an iconic-looking rally car. Of course, I prefer the real thing, but
yeah, of course. But I mean, still, replica Stratos. I'll take it over no Stratos.
No, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, nice Evo. We're heading into the paddock, so we're up at the very top part of the paddock. The studio is over here. Q1 has happened already. You'll see the highlights of that in a minute. We've got all our various classes here. Nova, our tyre supplier, at some point this year you're going to see a little feature on tyres. You might even see it this weekend if we get it ready in time. But they've bought with them 1,200 tyres for this weekend, 700 for the following weekends, and that's to do with how many tyres you're allowed per weekend. Everyone's limited on sets, aren't they?
Yeah, so basically in open four-wheel drive you get 8 tyres a day. So you get 8 new tyres for today in open four-wheel drive, then you can carry over 4 new for the second day tomorrow on Sunday, and you get 4 new for tomorrow, and you carry over 4 of the ones you've already used.
Yeah, and then through the season, that's how it works, isn't it? 4 new, 4 used, blah blah, through the course of the thing. So FC1 here, no, not using that in the racing, but Tanner Faust is here from America. We'll run through some of our superstar drivers in a minute. He's given some rides to VIPs. That thing on Montalegre Straight, which is one of the fastest start straights, we've both been out in it, haven't we? And not to drive yet, Andreas. We're waiting for the invite. You're going to be scared if you're a guest.
Yeah, and the braking into the first corner will be absolutely phenomenal. And just in the background, I don't know if you caught a glimpse of one of the hardest working people in the entire sport, Kevin Eriksson, who is not only helping to run the championship, run OMSC as well, and checking the wheel nuts on Tanner Faust's car ahead of the
Kevin,
demo runs.
Come here, please. Have you got time for a very quick chat?
always a time for you guys.
Mate, so good to be back this season. Look, it's absolutely beautiful here at Montalegre. Getting Tanner's car ready. How's it going?
Good. Yeah, I mean, Tanner will scare some passengers here soon on track, so I think the FC1 is a perfect toy to do that. So, but like you say, perfect weather, great atmosphere. I haven't been here since 2018 when I did World RX here last time, and I'm just so happy to be back and meet all the fans and the organization. So happy to be back.
Yeah, we are too. Go on, mate.
Yeah.
Leave him to. I hope he remembers which wheels he's checked and which ones he hasn't. Here's our studio. We've got some lovely upgrades to the studio. We've got this nice hospitality area for guests. RallyX is trying to up its game, isn't it, Hal? And I think that's evident from everything that's in the paddock this weekend. Look, the first corner part store is here. With the FC5 parked out the front of it. Now, what's an FC5, I hear you ask? Well, you know they make the FC1, hey guys, FC1, FC2 and so on. This is the FC5 over here, so that is...
Which is fundamentally a cross car, as per the cross car rules here, with a view to using it in America in the future as part of RallyX.
So talking cross cars, we should probably get into the classes a little bit. We'll give you a full guide later on, but how we've got the same as we've had in previous years, junior cross car and cross car to start us off.
Yeah, junior cross car, the entry level for the young drivers, cross car, wildly fast single-seater machines. We move forward to open two-wheel drive, which, as we explain in the class structure piece you'll see later, is a bit of a wild child in motorsport overall in the rallycross discipline. It doesn't really fit into the structure, but it's my favourite class personally. And then you go into the four-wheel drive classes, supercar lights, open four-wheel drive, and open four-wheel drive has really expanded this year to include lots of different cars.
Go for it, you can walk through it, everything's fine. This is what happens when you do this live in the paddock. So last year you remember the FC2, the two bright green cars, they were being developed by the Ericssons for use over in Nitrocross. This year we've got about 10 of those and they make up probably half the field in the open four-wheel drive category. We've got a debutant this weekend and I think it's a pretty big deal. It's the European Rallycross champion, it's Patrick O'Donovan, who is going to be taking part in this car. Just there's his dad, Ollie. Look, he's trying to hide around the corner. We're going to get you. We're going to get you later, Ollie, on the TV. But great, Patrick. Actually, come and have a word. Hal has commentated all of last year on the European Rallycross Championship, and here is our champion. Great to have you with us, mate.
Nice to be here. It's great to be here in the sun. I love this track, so it's a new car to be in. So no complaints from me.
Slightly less stressful circumstances than the last time we were up here in Montalegre. It was a tough weekend last time for the final round of the European Championship. New car to you, as you say, but an opportunity to enjoy driving and to experience it in a different way.
Yeah, last time I was here, I think I was more crabbish than anything. I was just a bit snappy with everybody, a bit of a pain in the arse to be with. But to be honest, I think out of anything, I think my dad was more nervous than I was. He looked like he was going to get sick walking around during the day.
Hal was telling me on the way up yesterday that Ollie didn't sleep at all during the entire of the championship weekend because he was so worried about what the outcome was going to be.
I could see the sweat coming down. He looked clammy and everything. I was like, Dad, chill out. It'll be what it will be.
Well, you got it done. You're the European champion. It's great to have you here. But also now you're getting to mix it with people like, I know you raced in Nitrocross, but you got Tanner Faust is here, Ericsson. We've got Fraser McConnell. Svensson stepped up from cross car. I think it's pretty stacked field.
Yeah, I mean, using your own words, it's mega. It's amazing to be here, and I mean, like to have Tanner. I still remember. I think it was Liddon Hill. It was like 2017 or 16, maybe 18. Around that time, I was a little kid. I went and got his autograph, and I hung it up in my college room when I was at 16, going to Loughborough, and just him with the signature and the Beetle and stuff. So amazing to be on the same track as him, and so many like cool names out there. And yeah, it's a really tough field, but you know, I drive better when there's no pressure, and there's definitely no pressure this weekend. Just having fun, getting the back end out, sending it.
Enjoy it, mate.
Good luck, Patrick.
He did well in Q1. We won't spoil it because we'll show you the highlights in a minute. So, Hal, we've mentioned a couple of the names already, but I love that. It's Belo Alonso, by the way. I don't know if he's related or not, but we've got some Spanish and Portuguese drivers here as well.
So this is a Portuguese Championship car that's actually running within the Supercar Lights category this weekend. There's a massive entry of local drivers across every single category, and it's brilliant that the regulations are adaptive enough to allow, in my opinion, to allow a car like this to come and participate. No, it wouldn't be competitive in open four-wheel drive, so they've made provision for it to run with Supercar Lights. Supercar Lights drivers are fine with that, and great to have more cars on the grid.
It is. I'm sunglasses on, sunglasses off. It really is. It's lovely, isn't it? It gets cold in the evening. Peter was telling us that it's hot during the day. We arrived sort of late yesterday. So, okay, where do we go? Anderson, okay, let's go here. So we've kind of covered cross-car junior and cross-car. Say we've got some returning drivers in both, and I think we'll see a lot more back. Obviously, we're fairly south here when we head back up to Northern Europe. Anderson's back in Supercar Lights, third season, Hal.
Yeah, stepped up really young, didn't he? He was 15 years old.
And was brilliant.
One of the youngest drivers ever to step up. We made all those comparisons with Oliver Solberg at that time, and the skill level is absolutely there. What Lucas didn't have and is gaining all the time is the experience. And you can't buy that, and you can't learn it in research or homework in the off-season. You have to be in every single racing scenario to learn what's going to happen next, don't you? And
it's pressure.
That's the process he's going through.
Yeah.
Such a mental game, motorsport, isn't it?
It's so much is in your head.
He's been in that title fight. He hasn't come out on top, and each of those scenarios you learn from, don't you?
Yeah.
And I'm expecting a super strong year from Lucas. But look at the competition. The Darbacks were quick last year.
Yeah.
Julian Mounier's back, having made his debut last season. So Supercar Lights is going to be really, really strong at the front.
So we've only got a few minutes left because we need to go racing fairly soon. So let's turn around and take a look at the FC2 field. Now, these guys run in open four-wheel drive. So there's supercars in there. There's a space frame car in there, which I don't know we're going to get down to see. But so it's quite an open category, but they've got their own final. And I'm excited about that because, let's be honest, of the categories, it's the one with the most names that you guys at home will recognise if you're big rallycross fans. Hal, we can start at this end. It's not Uncle Sal driving, but you'll know who that is. It's Fraser McConnell, one of the superstars of Nitrocross and someone who's come up amazingly in the sport through RallyX, of course, in open four drive with that first win in Denmark a couple of years ago. Brilliant.
Yeah, and all the field is stacked with event victors and champions. Ollie Eriksson, a former champion.
Come down the line.
Kasper Janssen, an NRX next champion. Elias Svensson, a cross-car champion.
The current cross-car champion.
Tanner Faust,
with the current European champion.
American champion.
Yeah.
Simon Olofsson, the Lights champion. Lane Vicala, who's achieved brilliant results in America as well. And then Tommy Hellman, who is one of the gods of the Supercar Lights category.
Let's wander down. We've got open two-wheel drive. Yeah,
it's absolutely rammed. But within the open four-wheel drive class, like you say, we've got traditional supercars, which are never going away. They're still here. We've also got the Division 3 Mercedes from France, which is a space frame car. Brilliant that it's so inclusive. And then, of course,
talking of France, sorry, Hal Mounier's back as well. Morning, all. There they are. So Mounier's back, yeah, and the legendary, your favourite class, Hal?
Absolutely, yeah, open two-wheel drive, which is a stacked entry this weekend. It's going to be a stacked entry all season, and the variety is absolutely huge. Could be a big surprise this weekend. I think that the top two-wheel drive Portuguese cars should be right at the front on this circuit. So will we see a first ever front-wheel drive winner in open two-wheel drive? We'll have to wait and see. But the amount of effort that these guys have put in, the returning champions in Team Tiger, Johansson as well coming back, they're always striving to improve. The Irish guys, Towill and McGarry, are back. There's so much effort being put in from the Dutch side. So many Dutch and Belgian drivers come down.
Yeah.
Open two-wheel drive is a total lottery. If you want to know who's going to win, pick up a load of that sand and toss it in the air and catch some, because it's going to be a nightmare to predict.
Absolutely. I think as well, I'm just looking over here because there's a car trying to come through, and you give us 1 minute and we'll be done, I promise. I reckon you could pick any one of 5 drivers to win FC2. It's wide open. It's going to be a brilliant weekend. It is a tricky track. Victor Johansson yesterday ripped a wheel off the car during one of the practice sessions. Me and Hal went out last night and took a closer look.
So we've come down to the first corner on this amazing Montalegre circuit. Rallycross fans will know this for the wild weather changes, Andrew. The snow, the sun, high up in the Villarreal Mountains. It's seen everything. You haven't been here for a few years, and things are a bit different this weekend.
Yeah, 2018 is the last time I was here with the World Championship, and as Hal said, this classic first corner, it's one of the longest starting straights. I think the only other one is probably over in Canada that was as long as this, down to a mega braking zone, because this corner here, if you have a look over here, is really tight. Big curbs, they're bigger later in the lap, but what's key, Hal, is the speed differential between this, the standard lap, and bearing in mind this is only on day 1, and that, the Joker lap. So this is the old layout, the layout that I'm used to, and it's fast, isn't it? And the difference is massive.
190 kilometres an hour into the braking zone in the first corner here in Montalegre, in the headline cars. And you carry so much more speed, as you say, down into the Joker section, which is actually quite tight on the exit. You've got to get the line absolutely perfect on the way in to carry that momentum, and it's a really tight hairpin, as you say here.
And the other thing I remember is seeing people change their mind, which to me here is like the ultimate sin, because if you've braked and you've checked up to go standard lap and then you think, I want to go Joker, you have lost a ton of time.
Oh, you hemorrhage time, don't you? And equally, if you decide to not follow and try and brake late, you can carry too much speed. How many times have we seen someone go over the gravel in the middle because they haven't managed to get stopped for the normal first corner?
Now that's the old layout, that's what we're using on day one, but this is RallyX. We like to mix things up, and things have changed a little bit since I was last here in 2018.
So behind us is the Joker merge for Saturday on the tarmac section where the cars come together towards this curb. We've seen plenty of action there over the years, but this is the new Joker section that was introduced a couple of years ago on gravel compared to the tarmac of the first corner on Saturday. So on Sunday, you use the Joker section from Saturday as the first corner right around the outside, Andrew, and then you come into this super technical gravel section on the way into turn 2, which is unbelievably slippery and tight and all the things that the first Joker section isn't.
So I'm looking at this, and straight away you can see the entry speed, is going to be much higher than coming up and splitting off to the right hand side. It is narrow and it is tight, and the walls are very close on either side here. There's actually some wheel marks on the side. Hal, I think you recognised one of those, didn't you?
I think one might from Ollie O'Donovan, Patrick O'Donovan's father, from the European Championship finale last year. So easy to carry too much speed in here, especially when you're under pressure in the Joker lap battle.
And you want traction and you want exit speed, because the merge up here is equally as tricky as this one was. We'll go and take a look at that in a minute, but this is very different.
And what happens is the thing about rallycross events is you don't do the Joker lap enough. When you're practicing, you have to mix it up a bit to learn the standard lap as well. So you don't get many opportunities to try the Joker, and then when you really need it, you need to execute. So easy to carry too much speed in, outbrake yourself, get the car a bit too over-rotated and just slap the wall there with the rear wheel. We've seen carnage in this section in the last couple of years, and it really brings a different element.
I'm looking forward to it very much, I say, and the fact we've got one on Saturday and one on Sunday means the drivers have even less chance to dial in the Joker lap. Absolutely critical part of rallycross, but it's not just about Joker laps. This place is a brilliant roller coaster with some unbelievable curbs. Let's move on and take a look.
The Montalegre circuit is all about the different elements. In a moment we'll look at these amazing curbs on the sandy section towards the end of the lap. But just here we can see the first of the major elevation changes and the Joker merge for Sunday, where the speed on the standard lap and the lack of speed for the car exiting the Joker come together. We've seen some drama there as well in the last couple of years. And then, Andrew, down this big dip and a massive curb on the inside.
Yeah, you can already see that the drivers who are in the separate sides of the lap won't be able to see each other because of the wall, so it's a massive surprise when you come out into that merge, and as Hal said, into a dip and onto the curbs. And he's at the top, I'm at the bottom. He's a little bit taller than me anyway, but this adds about a foot to him. And it used to be, how much of this did you dare use? There were bollards on the inside back in the day.
And the barrier used to be
many of them,
much further back.
you get a penalty. But they moved the barrier out, Hal, since then. Still though, people are making it all the way to the barrier. There's marks on that, and you will see supercars and FC2s. I'm intrigued to see a cross car up one of these, but it's wild. They're huge.
And here's where we see that the cars in their most dynamic form, I think, as a rallycross car, especially the four-wheel drive cars. Lightly got on two wheels to a lesser or larger extent, depending on how committed you are down the bottom there.
Or the roof.
And then
you get really committed.
Here you need loads of commitment, because you've got to get the rear of the car rotated on the way in to carry the momentum, run the nose of the car, as you say, all along this barrier. But it's about the transition as well. It's the pendulum effect of needing to rotate the car into the next right-hander behind us. And it is really challenging.
You guys can't see, obviously, from that, but like this, there is no straight line through any of this. It's a series of corners, and as with all of corners, it's about exit speed and where you're going. But this one, I tell you what, we'll come round to you, Peter. We'll have a run. Look, we've run out the shot. You can come round and find us.
I'm not running
this
on
side.
camera.
No running, Hal.
Absolutely not, no.
You earn yourself an extra beer. So here, look, you're coming over the crest. It tightens, then you're flicking it off to the right-hand side. But this long right-hander gets tighter and tighter into what is the final right-handed hairpin before a couple of super tight chicanes threading the needle. It's a mega end to the lap.
They've all got individual corner numbers, but they're not really...
Everything's linked.
Multiple corners?
From that Joker merge through, everything's linked. The cars are never straight.
And so turning into this right-hander, in a four-wheel drive car or rear-wheel drive car, if you get the rotation on the car right, you can carry that single transition all the way into the tightest of the corners, as you say, before you climb the hill. And then the latter stages of this lap as well, as you climb back up the elevation through the chicane, where we've seen so many cars go side by side, get forced over the curb before it gets even tighter right at the finish line.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant, and this is somewhere you can try and force an overtake, because people put a lot of rotation on the car. For us as commentators, it's great because it looks like someone's having a go on every lap, when quite often they're not. They're just getting the car sideways and trying to look up the inside. But if you can get door to door, if you can sneak them out and push them up the curbs, you might just be able to nick it before the finish line. This is a brilliant place for a bit of rallycross. Isn't it just? What a place. Beautiful weather here. It's t-shirt weather. Yesterday we had the old coats on in the evening. You know, Brits abroad, bit cold. Came out, have bought some shorts, haven't bought flip-flops. Not feeling quite that optimistic about it. But how it is, you and me have both been up here in all weather conditions. It's random. It changes fast. It is a beautiful day. We have had so many fans here. The tables that were behind us, they were doing autographs.
And it was packed, wasn't it?
It was really packed.
Rammed.
There's motorhomes and stuff all down the road outside. But yeah, the fans come here. I've seen fans sitting in the stands before in sleeping bags up to the neck, you know, with the toggle done up when it's absolutely freezing cold. But not today. It's a great day to go and do some RallyX. So it's good to be back, isn't it, mate?
Brilliant, yeah. And just to extend on what you said, it's such a venue that brings such good feeling towards the discipline, isn't it? And yeah, there's a lot of fans here, even on a Saturday morning, and that's only going to increase through the weekend. And while you talk about the changeable weather, looking at the forecast, although that's not necessarily that accurate, it's looking like a bright, sunny weekend all weekend long, and that's brilliant for the fans.
It is. I love this. It's people. We did the piece that we did a minute ago, which you'll have seen. We're walking through, and people are walking through the camp. Sorry, it's fine. That's what we love about filming live in the paddock, really, isn't it? Is it you're just genuinely amongst it. We just take a camera and we just go. So, is it the most beautifully planned piece of television you've ever seen? No. Is it from the heart with a big grin on our faces because we're so pleased to be back? Yes, it is. So yeah, we're very excited indeed. So the first couple of qualifying sessions have happened already for everybody's done Q1. Crosscar and Crosscar Junior have done Q2. We're about to get going with Q2, which will see us complete open two-wheel drive, supercar lights and open four-wheel drive for that session. Then obviously we go through to semi-finals and finals at the end of today, and then we do it all again tomorrow. So it is going to be a fun weekend. It's going to be full on for us. Printer's working. If you're a regular viewer, you'll know that's one of our major jobs,
and
isn't it?
It's not windy.
No, it's not. Yeah, it's not windy. So Hal isn't running after his paperwork just yet. But yeah, we're excited. We've got some highlights to look at. We've got the highlights ready, lads. We've got some highlights from Crosscar Junior and Crosscar. Should we take a look at those if you've got them? Anyone? There they are. Perfect.
This is possibly my worst moment of the season because we're trying to recognise a range of cross cars with different liveries, which are hard to recognise at the best of times.
So let's just be really honest and say we don't know any of them are just yet, or most of them, because honestly, most of them have.
There's not a massive junior entry here, which is going to play into the hands of the regular front runners. Carl Svedland, who we'll see in a moment there on the inside in the JC Race Technique machine, went fastest in Q1 and then in Q2 as well, using all of that experience ahead of Carl Schnack, who's here for an extended campaign this year. And yeah, this circuit is challenging in any machine, but in these Crosscar Juniors where you have to maintain the momentum, it's pretty tough.
Yeah, and a lot of rev limiter action too, of course, because the straight is so very long. So as Hal said, Carl Svedland won both the sessions, and so is P1. If you are new to Rallycross or RallyX, how it works is if you get the fastest time of all the heats, then you go to the top of the table. So Carl Svedland was fastest in both, so you can see he gets 50 points in both. Carl Schnack was actually P2 in both, which is why he's got 2 of the 45. So if you look down the points, you get a bigger points gap if you win a session. That's to make sure that if you're winning, a bit like if you win a race and you get more points, it gives you a bit more of a gap. So on the right are your intermediate standings, and that's how we qualify people for the semi-finals. Now there's either 2 or 3 semi-finals based on how many entrants are in each class, and then the top drivers in the semi-finals go through to make the finals later on today. So we'll try and keep it simple for you if you're new, and if you're not new, you'll know all that already, and you'll be excited to see the rest of the day. So on to Crosscar. Now Crosscar, these guys don't have the 9,300 RPM rev limit that the juniors have, which means their terminal velocity at the end of the straight, Hal, is rapid here.
Yeah, you'll be right at the extremities of the rev range in these bike engine machines. And they're wild, aren't they, Crosscar? Arguably the most competitive class in RallyX in the however many years we've been doing it since 2020.
Yeah,
we've had some amazing championship battles. Every round is a lottery as to who's going to win, and because the field's so competitive, have one bad time in one of the qualifiers, it puts you right down, and you see a lot of fightbacks. You see a lot of big names struggling through the course of the day.
I think you can see there as well where people are taking several bites of the cherry on the brakes at the end of the straight. The braking zone is absolutely huge down at the bottom here, and you'll see them try a few times to figure out just how they can go. They don't weigh anything. They're so lightweight. You jump on the brakes so incredibly late compared to what you think you're going to do, and it just means that it's exciting, but it's tough to try and judge exactly how late you can go.
The evolution of this category has been extraordinary as well, hasn't it? And now we're seeing lots of multi-car teams. You know, the Finnish guys, Pace Motorsport, of course, JC Race Technic are running a range of cars as well, and it's really moved on from the man and van type running a cross car situation that it was when we first started in this, and that's only increased the competition as well. It's wildly competitive, as you say, and the cars are evolving all the time as well. The new TN11 that came out last year clearly didn't have the ultimate pace as the well-sorted cars, but that came on really strong towards the end, and that's right up there. Martin Ugar was quickest in the opening session with Pace Motorsport, so it's look how close it is in the intermediate standings already.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. We've got some new names in here, of course, as well. You can see some Spanish and Portuguese names in there. Coley Powell's is in there, and Hal, Kobe's someone you've been following very closely over the last few years in the European Rallycross Championship.
Yeah, it's done RX3, won the RX3 title, has been in RX2E. Comes from a really genuine Rallycross family. Remember back here in 2014 when his dad Kun Powers made the final in the first ever World RX event, and he had to change his flight home because he hadn't planned to be here for the final.
That's
so
brilliant,
he's got good family history, and yeah, they're delighted to be back in the paddock this weekend.
So his mum came over earlier on. He raced with Porsche last year. He's now on the Aston Martin Junior program. So not everybody from Rallycross then goes, oh, I'll head up into the higher ranks of Rallycross. He's gone circuit racing. What was really interesting was he was saying that he caught the Porsche a number of times last year due to the skills he learnt in Rallycross. And I actually think some time spent driving on the loose, I've always said, send the driver off, go do ice racing in the winter.
You see that in so many scenarios. You see that with Jan Kristoffersen when he was doing touring cars. You saw a lot of Andrew Jordan when he was...
They'll save stuff that other people won't save.
Andrew Jordan's touring car career was renowned for being on the limit and on the lock stops when able to save a car, and it was always referred back to him being a Rallycross driver. I think the breadth of knowledge you gain from this discipline is useful in every single other discipline in motor racing.
Yeah, absolutely agree. So that is Q1 and 2 done. The standard paperwork shuffle as we get ourselves ready. Tanner Faust has just pulled up next to us in the FC1, so they've been out terrifying guests. That would be very terrifying down the main straight here. It's super quick. I know where to look at it in the open.
I think we can have a look at it in a minute as well. We have a lap with Ulrich Linnemann, I think, coming up.
Yeah, we do, I think. We've got one somewhere. I think we have. Can we see the lap with Ulrich? That would be lovely if we can. We're moving on to open two-wheel drive and open four-wheel drive as well. And lights. Lights entry is a little bit lower here, but I think the FC2 entry is significantly higher as people have moved across. That's my pen there, Hal. How dare you? Thanks very much.
Shuntosaurus Rex?
Yes, it is. Look at that. Look at that. Hoodies are up. Okay, we're not going to see Ulrich's lap right now. Tanner's just walked back in. Thumbs up, mate. He's been having fun. That'll be quite the adjustment for Tanner when it going from the FC1 for rides back to the FC2 in a few minutes when we see them head out. That is stacked, that entry. Yeah, we mentioned Coley Powell's already coming in as previous European champion. We've got Ollie O'Donovan here as the current European champion, along with all those various different top drivers in open four-wheel drive. Really is going to be fun. But we're starting with open two-wheel drive. How this is I want to say a new concept. We've actually been doing it, I think, is it 3 years or 4? Tiger won it.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, Victor won it. Tiger won it. It's definitely 3. It might be 4. Not sure. I can look it up. I'm not going to.
My brain's got a good chug on at the moment. I think it's 21. So
it's 4. Yeah, 4. I think it is 2. Well, look, either way, the point is they wanted to get an opportunity for lots of people who race in two-wheel drive. So we're just switching the lights back on. So yeah, it's the lights take 10 seconds to warm up. So yeah, it'll be dark for a minute. The idea was to get people who are racing in two-wheel drive categories. So there used to be the European touring car category, didn't there, which is all 2-litre rear-wheel drive and various different division classes around.
Ultimately, this is all based on Supernational, whatever region you come from.
Get those people somewhere to race at a higher level.
Absolutely. So in Scandinavia, Supernational has been broken down into engine capacity traditionally, and the rules have been quite different to other areas of Europe. Supernational, super modified, however you call it, in the UK has been a little bit more open. The rules have been fairly more open than other places in Europe. And in Belgium and Holland, it's been really strong for a very long time. The traditional rallycross strongholds, and we're seeing a conglomeration of all of those different regions come together this weekend. We've got Jason Bleasdale here, who has been one of the standouts of the UK scene for the last few years. We've got a lot of drivers from Belgium and Holland, and then of course we've got the regulars from Scandinavia.
Yeah, looking down the list, it's Sweden, Portugal, Ireland, Netherlands, as you say, Jason from the UK. So yeah, lots and some Portuguese as well. Now, Hal, you mentioned very briefly in the preview, could we see a front-wheel drive win here? And we've not seen front-wheel drives win before in open two-wheel drive. They've largely been thrashed on the basis that they can't get off the line quick enough, and that is going to be key here, because obviously there's such a long straight. And
I also think that that we've predominantly been in Scandinavia, and the Tiger team and Victor Johansson know Scandinavian circuits incredibly well. They know how to develop a car for it. This is very different, and front-wheel drive Super 1600 RX3, whatever you want to call it down here, is very, very strong indeed. I think we could have a surprise, certainly from one of the drivers we'll see a little bit later on in this session. Sad to have only a two-car grid to begin this, the cardinal sin really to
that last-minute change of decision, do you think, on direction there?
Yeah, from Tom Geenan, who is a long-time rallycross driver from Belgium, used to compete in the European Championship, and a driver you'd be familiar with, Andrew, in Steve Volder's leading, who did supercar lights for a period while you were doing the World Championship, and they have watered significantly towards the end of the lap. That is not what you want on dry tyres in an open two-wheel drive car. No,
they're finding their way around a little bit, aren't they? Now, we always say this, don't we? The early sessions get a little bit I was going to use a rude word there. They have trouble made for them, Hal. That's the technical term for it, is it? Because the track is
normally
wetted
the poor old
for
juniors,
them. It
isn't
is the juniors normally, yeah. On this occasion it's open two-wheel drive. But one big change, which we mentioned very, very briefly, is we are now going fastest last. So for a number of years,
following much campaigning.
Yeah, me and Hal have mentioned. Did we ever mention this on air at all? We like fastest last. The reason we like fastest last is the track conditions get a bit better, but it's not that. It's about the fact that the quicker drivers then continue to beat that time. Now, when the fastest drivers go first, what happens is someone sets a time and nobody beats it. That's not the most exciting television. So
it does differ, doesn't it? And I do get the concept.
We understood the concept, yeah, which was
that you give everyone an open opportunity, and if someone who maybe doesn't have the pace of the front runners can run later, maybe they get the gain of the track conditions. But ultimately, the cream always rises to the top, doesn't it? And across the course of an event, and use open four drivers as your analogy. Your Ollie Eriksson, your Johan Kristoffersson, your Nicholas Gronholms, whoever's at the front would usually come to the top at the end. But what we lost, as you explained, was the crescendo of the session. And what we like is to start with those that don't necessarily have the ultimate pace, and you build up through it. So come the end of race 4, you're looking at the driver that's looking to beat the faster time of the drivers that have gone so far. The first opportunity to see Vigo's fantastic drone flying for this year, following Steve Volders around on this wonderful sandy section.
That's the Armco, isn't it, where you really have to thread the needle at the end of the lap and over the line for the checker flag. Remember, it's only 3 laps in qualifying in RallyX. So Steve Volders sets the target time, which is a 2:24.1. Now, looking back at previous sessions, the quick guys are up in the 2. Simon Tiger was a 2:16.9 in Q1. So, but don't forget the track's been wetted down as well. Right.
Just trying to sort some small trackside audio issues out, which should be resolved very soon as we get going for race 2.
That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. People on the limiter at the start line. So now we're looking at 3 front-wheel drive cars and 1 rear-wheel drive car. There's the problem for front-wheel drive. How long I said I want to see a 306 Maxi in RallyX, but this is the problem getting off the line. The BMW smashes them off the line because when you boot it in a rear-wheel drive, the rear of the car sits down, you find traction and you go. The front-wheel drive scrabble for a bit until they get it.
Yeah, the age-old problem. We saw that in the UK a lot with Super Modified, Super National as it has become that ultimately the quickest way to get around a circuit is probably with front-wheel drive on a single lap, but you have to have it as a running lap because, like you say, getting off the line, the weight's in the wrong place, you're dragging a load of dead weight at the rear. We've seen all sorts of wonderful interpretations of the rules to try and solve that problem over the years by changing the damping in the rear, but ultimately a rear-wheel drive is the way to go off the line.
So the Citroen Saxo that you can see that's currently sitting in P2, is it, or P3? I need to see in the background. I think it's P3. Yes, it is. That is Rafaela Barbosa, and she is our only female competitor, I believe, this weekend. So I'm told by one of the Portuguese guys. She's 18 years old.
Yeah, absolutely. Daughter of Mario Barbosa, who you may remember from racing in Super 1600 and later in Supercars, certainly here in Portugal, did a few Euro RX rounds. That car has around 120-ish brake horsepower or something, and an absolutely fantastic opportunity for her to come and be part of a massive event in her home country. And as she said pre-event, this is all about a learning experience.
Yes, absolutely brilliant, isn't it?
But imagine lining up next to Simon Tiger or something in a later heat if he has a problem. It's the sort of thing that Rallycross enables you to do that no other discipline does. If a world champion was in this class, you could line up next to a Johan Kristoffersson, for example, or a Timmy Hansen.
Yeah.
And for me, that's why Rallycross is so amazing, because you can put yourself against the best of the best, regardless of your equipment, in the same category.
Yeah, you can't go into an F1 race, can you? She's going to get overtaken here, so I thought it was a dive up the inside. She's gone Joker. How do you see how dirty her screen is? So I don't know if there's a wiper problem. There is also a point at which you don't use the wipers because you're not going to get it quite clean enough.
Yeah, I'm always wary myself of switching the wipers on too early, because if you get the smearing, then it makes it even worse.
And especially when it's sunny.
And a lot of the time, you're looking through the dirt, and I know that sounds really silly, because on the road at home, the moment it starts to drizzle, we would flick on the wipers, but you're not looking directly at the screen, you're looking at the next apex, the next corner. Bart Bell out front. Bart Bell, who competed in selected events the last couple of years, is back for more this season. Actually owns a supercar now as well, does Bart, who is kindly lending it to somebody else that we'll see in a little while. But that is a good run for the Dutch driver, 2:22.0, significantly quicker than Volders, who will be used to racing against, who did a 2:24.1.
And that would suggest as well the times are getting closer to what they were, because Bart Bell did a 2:21.0, didn't he, in the first one?
It's still not as quick, I don't think.
No, it's only a second off though, whereas the first one was a little way. Fastest last, Hal?
As you know, I'm not a fan of comparing session to session, because the tracks evolve so much. It'd be like trying to compare a rally stage to a rally stage 12 months ago. It's just not the same thing.
No,
but
changes.
Statistically, or
comparatively. You mean from year to year?
Or even round to round.
Session
we can compare
session,
here.
yeah.
Session, sorry.
It's a nice benchmark.
It is, yeah. It's something to reference, but I don't think it's wholly accurate.
Here we go. So good mix on the grid here. Jason Bleasdale, Andre Monteiro, Peter McGarry, Arnaud de Ferrier and Mervyn Klassen on the outside. Arnaud de Ferrier unfortunately has jumped the start there in the Citroen C2. So Hal, Jason and Peter are familiar from our shores. British and Irish Rallycross.
That's a bit much, isn't it? Peter does live over the water.
Yeah, shores.
I don't know if I want Peter.
British and Irish, I said.
I don't want to own Peter. No, you're absolutely right. Peter McGarry is a massive, massive advocate of Rallycross in the UK and Ireland. Been at it a long time, can never decide what car he's going to drive. So more recently he's in a Volkswagen Polo and did a couple of events at the end of last year. Had an engine failure actually, so missed the first couple of Irish Championship rounds this season. This is his first proper event. Remember, he drove his old Volvo C30 in the final round of RallyX at Estering last season, and yeah, just enjoying the ride, enjoying being part of this fantastic event this weekend. And Jason Bleasdale, who is absolutely rapid in the UK, it'd be so interesting to see how he gets on this weekend in the VX220.
A lot of smoke there from somebody. It's in the middle. I think it's McGarry in the middle of the grid. Bleasdale's got an absolute banger of a start, just disappears off into the distance. So let's talk Joker Lap tactics a little bit, especially for those of you that might be new to the sport. If you're the leader, as a general rule, Hal, you'll try and joker late in the race, won't you?
Yeah, the general concept is that if you're at the front, you run away out front for as long as possible, try and build the gap and then take it at the end. If you're at the back, you take it early, then trying to catch that gap back up. As Rallycross has evolved over the years, the Joker Lap was introduced in 1998, and of course that's a long time ago now, so the tactics have increased astronomically, and there is a big career to be made in being a very good spotter. So yeah, there's a massive element to that now in Rallycross at every level. Look at Bleasdale getting eaten up here on the loose surface section by the local driver. Now Jason can get the hammer down in the VX220, and this is what open two-wheel drive allows, because you could question whether the VX220 was ever a supernational car. Now, it is in the UK by the definition of the rules. In Scandinavia, it's more of a sports car, doesn't fit into the parameters of being a saloon or whatever, but what open two-wheel drive is allowing is every ASN's rule set to come together. So you're allowed it in the Motorsport UK regulations in the UK, so they're allowing it here in Rallycross as well. And Jason's under massive pressure here.
Yeah, Montiero in the Saxo has found enormous pace in the gravel section, and he's all over the back of it. Can he find a way through or not? Hasn't. Neither of them's jokered. So the Saxo was very late on the brakes at the end of the straight last time around. Look at the gap that Bleasdale makes, and then the Saxo moving around this time. So Bleasdale's going joker this time. So has Montiero not jokered at all, Hal, or has his marker not come up?
I don't think he's jokered at all.
In which case he's cardinal sin, isn't
and
it?
And it is hard with only
3 laps.
Because 3 isn't the normal number of a Rallycross race outside of RallyX. So.
Yeah, so that might be the spot of getting used to the regulations. Having said that, they've already done Q1, so really
it can be on the driver as well. Ultimately, you need to know what lap you're on, and as a driver myself, I never know what lap I'm on, so I'll never take the blame.
I'm always thinking to myself, is there 1 to go or 2 to go? And people think that's mad when you're only doing 6 laps, but there's a lot going on in the car, isn't there?
Yeah, and I'm just stupid, to be honest, but...
counting.
Let's have a look. The joker wasn't taken now on the timing screen.
That's a bummer.
Bleasdale, though, does a 2:18.1, so that is substantially quicker than Bart Bell went in the previous race with just 1 to go.
Citroen Saxo kit car, who springs to mind immediately?
Sebastian Loeb.
Yeah. And if you're from Ireland and the UK, Niall McShay back in the day was very Jean Ragnotti-esque in that car, wasn't he? That was in the days when you had to drive cars properly, and by that I mean none of this awful, keep it tidy, keep it straight. It was more how many times you can use the handbrake to make the car turn in, at least 3 with any luck. But yeah, we saw the Saxo getting backed in a couple of times there, which made me very happy indeed. Montalegre is looking absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Hal, have you ever used that middle tarmac bit? I want to have a go on it. It's stripped to the right.
I had a go on it on dirt, I think, but then got reset.
I'd like to. Should we take the hire car out later? It's already missing a few bits. Not up by us, by the way.
Andreas is looking.
Andreas
oh, he's looking happy. Yes, so that's a yes.
That's because I mentioned the rental car that's got bits missing from it. They were missing when we picked it up. We've got open two-wheel drive. We're all good, thanks, Andreas. All going well. Come and join us later. We'd love a chat with you. So Simon Tiger on the inside. There's Andre Souza, Brendan Stone, Victor Johansson, and Thiago Ferreira. So Johansson getting away, Brendan Stone in Derek Tohill's car, got a good start as well. Brendan goes out wide, Johansson's got a great start. Tiger goes joker, looking to get to the inside, and Jason locks it up, almost contact between them, but just manages not to collect him on the way in. Sorry, Brendan, it was the nearly collected. Derek's otherwise engaged today, isn't he, Hal?
Yeah, so he's got family commitments and as a very, very long time rallycross competitor, I was like, well, no, you miss a lot of family commitments, and there's just some you simply can't be away from. But Derek, being the advocate of this discipline that he is, that he came for the pre-season test on Thursday, he's gone in for today, and he's coming back tonight ahead of tomorrow.
I love that.
It's all about developing his old touring car that he's had so much success with in the European Championship, especially here, where he debuted this car here back in 2010 in a very different guise. Brendan under massive pressure from the reigning champion. What a debut to make in RallyX.
Isn't it just? And Simon Tiger, I'll tell you what, it's got some legs on it, hasn't it? Tohill's car is going well down the straight.
Clearly worked hard on the development of that. Brendan Stone, his Stone Motorsport team has been working hard on the development with Derek, and
gotcha.
Clearly that's coming. So Brendan's done drifting, rallying, he's won time attack titles. He's well versed in driving, but to jump into someone else's car is quite an ask, isn't it? Now, what we were talking about earlier, Andrew, in the pre-show is the potential for a two-wheel drive car to win this weekend, and what we're seeing at the back, front-wheel drive, sorry. Yeah. And what we're seeing at the back there is Andre Sosa getting terribly held up behind the 2 rear-wheel drive cars ahead. They've all jokered, but it's that car, I think, that really has the opportunity to put a cat among the pigeons.
Oh, up the inside, that could not have been closer at the merge, but tidily done by everyone. Simon Tiger gets himself up into P3, but then immediately loses that. I think was it Ferreira that went through at the merge?
It was indeed. I think.
But Victor Johansson leads, so Victor Johansson, no, is it or not? No, it's not. It is.
It is Ferrari, it's just down in the wrong car.
Yes, it's saying there's a Peugeot 208, which he's not in, is he?
No, the Fiesta that we've seen him in the past in European Championship races.
Johansson over the line with a 218.8 is enough to go quickest in the session. Jason Bleasdale's previous time of a 220.2 will see him third overall. So Bleasdale stays in the top 3, having put in that good run in the previous race. But it's Victor Johansson who goes to the top of the table. Who won Q1? Let me have a look. It was Simon Tiger, and Johansson was 4th. How we saw Johansson yesterday in a long recovery, tore a whole corner off the car. We were so busy filming, we didn't get down to see exactly how bad the damage was. But when you need to go on the back of a tow truck and all your suspension's in the road, you don't need a huge amount of explaining, do you?
No, and the other issue for him is that he's taken the liberty of using the Olsberg's MSC first corner opportunity to travel down here without his own logistics. It's a long way from the north of Sweden, so MSC have put on one of their trucks to bring a lot of cars down, and of course Victor then doesn't have all of his own infrastructure that he would normally have, so Derek Toll's guys were helping him weld up the damper. There's a lot of camaraderie in this paddock, and it makes it all the more
important.
Oh, you told me to stop.
Tricky. Here we go. On to Supercar Lights, Tobias Darbach, Julian Munier, Sergio Bello Alonso, Lucas Anderson and Kevin Darbach. So Darbach's either side of the grid. Anderson in slot number 4 really needs to win the title this year. He's had 2 attempts at it and been right there. Look at that, that's interesting off the line. The Skoda Fabio, how you can explain what that's all about in a minute. Didn't get the best launch, but then just drives away from everyone, and we almost saw all 4 down into the Joker. Anderson being overtaken by one of the Darbachs, shuts the door, squeezes it. Now he's got the left-hand side, and he'll try and hold on, and he does.
That Joker exit's so much more open, isn't it, compared to the old World Championship days where the bollards were on the inside that really narrowed the exit section. So you're able to go two abreast there now. This is the best place to watch the drone. Look at this long corner we look at it in the track guide.
Talk to me about the Skoda. So we've seen with the Supercar Lights. I know we mentioned it briefly in the walkthrough.
He's dropped it in the wall in the final corner on the opening lap, and actually in quite a good position not to get collected and not cost the other drivers too much time. Doesn't really matter on the time thing because there's only one race of lights this weekend. Anderson though is under huge pressure from Darbach. I'm afraid I haven't worked out which livery is which yet on the
Kevin
Darbachs.
is leading. Kevin Darbach's leading, so he's 193 and his brother Tobias is 93. So if it's got the 3 numbers on it, 193 is Kevin.
They were different at the front last year.
I think they are. It's yellow or red grille or something, isn't it? These are commentator problems. This is day 1 of the season, and we're like, okay, who's done what? We will or we will not get it figured out, Hal, because sometimes at the end of the season we're still like, oh good, 8 white cross cars, what a result. But yeah, here we go.
So that's Kevin with the yellow strips and the yellow grille.
Gap's 2.1, I don't think that's going to be enough personally. Anderson is coming into the apex of the standard lap now.
They're identical.
And it's not. Yeah. Are they identical?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I think so.
Well, let's go and have a word with them after this session
then.
then.
What a move up the inside on Munier. Munier must have a problem because the closing speed there was absolutely massive. Munier goes around the outside.
Or to the inside and hits the barrier with the rear over the curbs and now collects Darbach on the way off the curb. Wow.
Clumsy from the pair of them, but I don't think there was any militia there. It was just that they were getting a bit caught up in the battle. I thought Munier had a problem. Maybe he missed a gear or something out of the first corner because just didn't have the momentum. Meanwhile, Anderson has set the purples and done the fastest lap of the race on the very last lap, a 2:13.4. How does that compare to his Q1 time? Just having a look. It was a 2:13.2 for Tobias Darbach in the first session, so very, very close on time. And of course we just have one session for Supercar Lights here this weekend. Lucas Anderson, Tobias Darbach, Julian Munier, Kevin Darbach, and Alonso doesn't make the finish.
Okay, so changing class again, so we've got a little bit of time to explain to you the difference. This is now onto open four-wheel drive. So open four-wheel drive includes the old supercars, and it includes the FC2s. There are going to be 3 four-wheel drive finals. There'll be Supercar AM and Supercar Pro, open four-wheel drive AM and open four-wheel drive Pro, and an FC2 final. So all of the cars can end up in the Pro or the AM final, but obviously only the FC2s can take part in the FC2 final. So we should see, I reckon, Ulrich Linnemann and maybe one of the French cars in the Supercar Pro final. Hal, I think the FC2s, if I remember correctly, certainly all the Superstar drivers are classified in the Pro category anyway, aren't they? So they can't make the AM final, but they could make both FC2 and Open 4-Wheel Drive Pro.
Yeah, the way I'm choosing to think about that is it being the final and then the Super Final, as if you're part of old school Rallycross.
I like that.
Otherwise, I get really confused.
So basically, the FC2s you'll see in their own final, and then you'll see them again in the Supercar final after that, the Open 4-Wheel Drive final. All right, let's see the difference between FC2s and a Supercar off the line. Great launch from the FC2s, and actually there's not a lot in it. We were standing up on the tower early on. Oliver Eriksson on the outside lane, Michaela going with him towards the joke lap. Tanner Faust up the inside of the Supercar on the inside line, so Tanner gets through underneath Pascal Lambeck. It's a great move by Tanner, had a puncture in the first qualifying session. That's why he's in that first race.
Had a few punctures, hasn't he, this weekend so far? Tanner Faust had one yesterday. He was explaining to you, wasn't he, that it's these ruts towards the end of the lap, which won't be quite such an issue now because we haven't had the cross cars, but with there being so many different classes, you've got lots of different lines, and the FC2 just bouncing out of the ruts. Oh, brilliant move there. Molly Eriksson up the inside of Lambeck, such an experienced French driver, Lambeck, who has switched to a Peugeot 208 for this weekend. Those familiar with the European Championship, as Eriksson runs so close to the wall on the outside. Lambeck raced an ex-GCK Renault Clio last season, but switched to the 208 and is right in the mix with the FC2s here.
So the FC2s, their standard power output is down on what a supercar be. A supercar is roughly 550, 600. The FC2s are more like 450, but they do have a button on the wheel which gives them an extra 100 horsepower. So that puts them up to 550. Where Eriksson ran wide there, Hal, is where he was explaining to us yesterday that just before they come onto the straight, he says a few tenths. So literally, as you come into this corner, you press the button because you want that power all the way onto the straight. So you get the extra power, and this time he keeps it on the island, doesn't run across the dirt and out towards the wall.
Had a hilarious conversation with most of the FC2 drivers yesterday, and none of them really, with the exception of Ollie and his mate Fraz, didn't really understand how the push to pass worked. Was it 10 times for 5 seconds or 5 times for 10 seconds?
They were like, someone said, I think it's unlimited, it just keeps coming.
I just keep pressing the buttons. But really, you don't need all the power, and that's where this is so interesting, because there's no point having an extra 100 brake horsepower in this situation, because it's all about limiting the slip angle. So you want as much traction as possible. You can use it on the tarmac sections.
Eriksson's got Faust at the merge, comes a bit sideways over the line, but he takes it from Tanner Faust with a 207.6. That would have been enough for about P5 in the previous session. As Hal says, particularly here when there's deep gravel on the track, those conditions do change. But Eriksson has been the benchmark, hasn't he, in terms of lap times as well for most of the weekend. Certainly of the FC2 drivers, Linnemann's been in the mix as well with his supercar.
And Howman went quickest this morning in free practice.
Yes, he did.
But Ollie lost out with a puncture in the previous session, and that's why he was in the first race of Q2, and we'll see the drivers that set the faster times later on.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if they get better conditions now. I mean, it's only a few cars in it, but still, each time you have a group of cars out on track, it does make a difference. So we've got 16 cars here. Dare I say, if we only had 15 cars, we'd have 3 races with 5 cars in. But 4 is enough to keep it interesting.
And this is an interesting lineup, Andrew, and this is why Open 4-Wheel Drive is so exciting this season. Within this race, we've got 2 traditional supercars, we've got an FC2, and we've got a Division 3 car from France, from the French Championship. We can talk about them during the race, but they're all totally different concept. We've actually got 2 rear-engine cars here with the Division 3 and the FC2, and 2 traditional supercars. The Mercedes you're seeing in slot 3 is naturally aspirated V6 rear-engine 4-wheel drive, and yeah, bring it on.
Okay, here we go. Bring it on indeed. What's quickest on the run to the first corner? Simon Olofsson, remember, is your reigning Supercar Lights champion from Nordic. He gets away well. Is he going to shut the door on the inside lane? He'd do well to, because if you don't, you leave yourself open to attack. And he looks to the inside line. Olofsson goes late enough, just pops the curb. He might get beaten on the exit. He's got to get him on throttle early in the FC2. He's got a car inside him, but he braves it out round the outside. Olofsson holds on. We spoke to him yesterday, and I've never seen Simon smiling so much, Hal. Not even when he's won the series. He just was really happy to be in a different car. He spent so much time, hasn't he, in Supercar Lights. He gets a little nudge from the rear, and Eric Gordon's bought these cars over here and was like, look, you know what, you drive it.
Oh,
he runs wide.
Mistake. Van der Havel's all over the back of Simon Olofsson. He must have a problem because he's got passed by...
No, he's still there, he's still there, he's still leading the background. There was contact, we missed that. There was the the Merc, I think, getting run wide, wasn't it? I thought he'd ended up in the barriers.
Simon Olofsson, though, back to that first corner, used all of his experience to not slam the door. He just came over enough to show the intent that he was going to shut the door.
Yeah,
didn't shut it too much that he was going to get turned sideways. Brilliant awareness from Simon on his debut in the highest category.
Leading the session is Ollie Eriksson with a 207.6, and he's here immediately. He's in the commentary box with us. Ollie, great to be back, isn't it, mate? It is great to be back.
That's awesome.
So yeah, how's it going?
Yeah, it's been tough. First session I got a puncture first lap, so put me dead last in the qualifying. So now we were heat 1 and they just watered the track, so that's why I'm here. I want to see how the track develops.
Now, I know we saw these cars last year. We then saw them over in the States a bit with using the Yokohama tyres, but we over here are using, of course, the Nova tyre. So how different is the car? And obviously this is a new circuit for the car as well.
Yeah, honestly, I've never driven the car on the Yokohama, so I can't really tell you. I've only been on the Novas because I did on the development here.
The boys who have were they really love the Nova because it's cross-play. You can go a bit more sideways, lean on the car a bit more.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I think some of them did the test just to have some tires in the car before, but yeah, everyone's loving the Nova here. It's a great tire, and yeah, great that we can keep running them.
Olofsson does a 211.6, so he is some 4 seconds off the pace of Oliver Eriksson. So
it was scrappy though,
yeah,
wasn't it?
I really need this one. So that's
you really want, look at him, he really wants to win it. He's only come to the commentary box, Hal, I think, because he knows he can watch here with the timing screen. No, he hasn't come to see us, has he?
Have a look back at the first corner. This is where Olofsson used. We missed it there on the.
Well, he shut the door just in time, didn't he, on the Polo behind to make sure there was no opportunity, but it's here for me.
Yeah, and the composure out of the corner gave the Polo just enough for him. This is the contact between the Mercedes and the Volkswagen. Clumsy from them, but nothing untoward.
To do something.
Yeah, it was close.
We've seen some money spent in that barrier over the years.
Yeah.
Not just on replacing the Armco either.
Well, that's Jacques Villeneuve's gravel as well in the end of the long straight.
One of the bollards. Did he get all of the bollards? Is that a strike? Do we call that when you get all the bollards in one go?
I must say though, this turn 1 is the trickiest turn. Like when you're alone, you can never brake right here. I don't understand.
Why? Because it's so fast and it's just hard to judge, and it's downhill.
And either you brake too early or you end up in a joker lap every single time. Right. It's like, how can you brake on the right spot?
You're supposed to be a professional driver.
Exactly,
but I get it. There's not so many reference points, are there?
No one. And so you just have to go by how far you think it is and then brake then. But
yeah, not send your dad down there with a flag or something.
Yeah, maybe. You'd be up for it.
Go down there tonight and spray a mark on the barrier where you think it should be.
No, then everyone else knows where I'm braking.
Okay, yeah, but you could do it in secret. Okay. Or go down there and paint loads, but no, it's the third X. Just be like, tell everyone I'm braking at the first X, or the fourth one, and just send them off to Porto, down the mountain.
It's all right though, mate, because none of the rest of them know how the push-to-pass works anyway, so you've already got an advantage.
Here we go. So they said they were cleaning the Joker. I was assuming there'd be a big sweeper truck down there, but it's 3 men with brooms. That's hard work in this heat. They've got it done. Oh, Kevin Ericsson's coming. Let me switch it off, then you can talk to him, Ollie. Go for it. You're off. So we switched off Ollie's mic just for a moment. Kevin's come over for a chat. Are you back? We're back. Okay, we go. So you can hear the cars getting clunked into gear on the inside. Fraser McConnell, then it's Jose Oliveira, Elias Svensson and Nathan Opnick. Remember, Svensson is last year's cross-car champion. Fraser McConnell, one of the front runners in Nitro, but also a previous competitor here. And a winner in Supercar, really even start across the grid on the outside. Totting's got a good one. Fraser McConnell on the inside, and a bit of a squeeze between him and Svensson. Contact on 2
Puncture
corners.
for Fraz already as well.
Oh, what an absolute nightmare.
Persia in the gravel.
Well, that's
Svensson
a bit
up the inside.
Bit over carnage, isn't it, in turn 1?
Just unnecessary, isn't it? It's so early in the weekend. You need a bit of self-preservation as well at this stage.
Well, Svensson's got away with it. So Svensson and McConnell were either side, weren't they? We'll see a look back at it hopefully afterwards. Was it Oliveira? It was, wasn't it? Yeah. Oliveira, sorry.
Yeah, and Fraz's collateral damage and all of that. He did nothing wrong there and just ended up being the worst of it.
Yeah, exactly. I think a nose in between 2 cars where there wasn't room for a nose. But we'll see if we can take a look afterwards.
Down the straight in Svensson's first appearance in the FC2. He's been impressive this weekend so far, Ollie.
Very defensive there, which opens the door here in the exit instead. So
he's going to lose out. He does. Otting just out blasts him with the power. Svensson holds on, track dirty on the outside. So,
but you saw the difference in line there. Svensson went very protective early, which opened the door on the exit. So maybe it's a bit, unexperienced.
Mistake from Otting as well. In his debut weekend in a supercar at this level, young driver who's been given this opportunity by Bart Bell, who owns the car, to do these RallyX events. amazing for these young drivers to get these opportunities and absolutely making the most of it. And of course, mistakes like that are going to come, but it's all about getting that experience under your belt to eradicate them, isn't it?
But you look at Svensson now, you really see it's his first outing in not a cross car, isn't it? You see, he's still throwing it about like it is a cross car.
Yeah, and he was wild in a cross car, wasn't he? I remember the first time we saw him test a Polo. Where was that? Up in Strangnas, and he was backing it in everywhere. You can't do that with the FC2 so much. You have to be a bit more clinical, neat and tidy, don't you?
Yeah, since we have the mid-engine, we have a lot of weight in the rear, which we have to manage driving-wise. So you can see sometimes that it's a bit hangy, and that's because you overloaded the rear then. So we have to manage that, but it's a quick car when you get the grips of that.
Svensson coming round and going through that narrow Armco section. What's the time going to be? Ollie's is 2:07.6, and it is a 2:09.8, so still 1.2 off. You're still there, mate?
Yes. That was a good run from Elias. He got the run clean there. Unfortunately for Fras, of course.
Did Fras get round, or is he a DNF?
No, it's a DNF.
Yeah,
no, he's around.
He's still going round.
He had a puncture, didn't he?
So Oliveira didn't get round. So is Fraser still on track? Yes, he is. There he is. So he's coming around the final section. Is it front left puncture, was it? Or rear?
Yeah.
No, rear left.
Yeah.
Rear left. I think he's got rear. He's got front left suspension damage as well, or something, hasn't he? It doesn't look like it's completely square.
That's frustrating.
Couple big hits there.
Yeah. Well, it got tagged, didn't it? It went twice. We're going to try and take a look at it in a minute once he's crossed the line. Here comes Fraser. Unfortunately, that's going to be towards the bottom. Of course, Oliveira with the DNF. There's the other car. So we'll get that recovered. And while we're getting it recovered, hopefully be able to take a look back at the start incident.
Well, that's coming.
He's on his phone, isn't it?
Huh?
He's on his phone, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, do you not take your phone in the car?
No.
No?
Maybe I should.
Yeah, definitely. Then you can ring back and say what's broken.
Post on Instagram.
I want to finish my races though. I don't plan on.
Yeah, okay, I like that. So you don't.
Let's have a look back at it. So McConnell's on the inside, minding his own business. The pack's coming across here, isn't
the
it?
whole pack is coming across.
But he's still got lots of space at this stage, and then
Oliveira didn't have anywhere to go because Spencer's coming in. But there is a point at which you have to back out of it.
Exactly. He's already beaten by all cars pretty much, and he's still in it.
I think he's just unsighted. I don't think the Peugeot's got necessarily squeezed there. He's been focusing on the car on the outside, and that's a genuine mistake, I think, just to collect the rear of Fras.
And of course, Fras, he's on the inside. He has to brake. He's the first car to brake. Everyone tries to outbrake him, and he's just in the back there. And he just ran straight.
Oliveira's just been caught out there, I think.
Yeah. Do you think he was intending to go Joker, or do you think he was just ended up there? I mean, it's a bit. If you knew that Fras was going to go standard lap, you know the whole shot guy is going to go tight. You know, check up and drop in behind. You know you'll be P2. But
I think we also have to take into account at this level that a national driver like that, okay, he's racing the World Championship events and European events here, but you're racing against some of the best drivers in the world in Fraser McConnell. There's a degree of having to step up to the plate, isn't there, against these drivers, and these things accelerate. I cannot explain to you how quickly these things accelerate. And when you're in that braking area, when the cars are so close together, there is so much going on. When you don't have the experience of an Ericsson or an O'Donovan or a McConnell, then it's very easy to make. That is a fraction of a second error, a misjudgment of a few centimetres that's caused a lot of damage, and it's really easy for us to go, oh, he's made a massive error.
It's a tiny error.
The margins are minute here.
Magnified by the speed.
The results, the consequences are huge, but actually the mistake that he made, in my eyes, wasn't enormous.
Agreed.
I can say, like, as an nowadays experienced driver, I guess.
I suppose you are.
What we experienced guys might do in that situation, at least what I do, is if I know I'm beaten and I know he's gonna brake on the inside, and my braking will always be a reaction of his. I don't have my own reference at that point.
Yeah, sure.
You only brake out of the car you're racing with, but then you always put a foot on the brakes. You always have some pressure, so you're in a mode where you're ready for anything. So you keep your throttle in, but put some pressure on the brake, just so you can react as quick as possible. Instantly. And yeah, I can't speak for him if that was the case, but
there's so much experience you're talking about. How many first corners in rallycross have you done? It is, and how many times have you fallen over someone? It's all of it. This is what we talked about in junior cross car, because I look at Lucas Anderson, for example. He stepped up from junior to lights. Amazing pace, clearly has epic talent, but doesn't have all of those first corner scenarios to get your head around to execute perfectly every time.
When he wins the start. That's one of the things, is when you win the start and you're in control and you get to decide where to brake and whether to go Joker or not, it's when you don't win the start.
Yeah.
And I often think those decisions, You know what they say about championships are won on the bad days. You know, races, you don't lose the race with a bad decision in turn one. Go, okay, I've lost the start. How do I salvage the best result from this bad start?
And not end up in the gravel in turn one.
Exactly, with a DNF. But you know, we sound like we're being really harsh here. We're not. We've just got a couple of minutes to fill. So they drag a car
and that's
off the
where
track.
you see a guy like Simon Olofsson, who's done his years now. He's built experience. You know, he can be beaten by a couple, you know, youngsters on pace, but he will get the corner right, the first corner right. He won't do the mistake there.
Yeah, well,
and then
he
just gathered points, and then in the end, last year he was the champion.
Yeah,
you know?
well, and also we saw in the FC2, didn't we? What do I do? The start hasn't gone perfectly. He's still there. I'll keep my foot in. I'll give him enough room so that he doesn't tag me. I'll be braver than he is, and yet, lo and behold, the less experienced guy backs out. So but it's thinking of that when you're trying to drive on the limit and
it's tough.
It's really tough, and that's what we always used to say about you guys, the top guys, is the spare capacity. So whenever I'm lucky enough to go compete, I always think afterwards, well, I should have done that. But that's because I'm not good enough at the time to think of what I should have been doing. Whereas when you take you top guys, the driving on the car on the limit is 90% of their brain. For me, it's 110%, and it's still not that great. So you've got a spare 10% to make the decision. So it's experience, isn't it? And it's outright pace and just being a comfortable driving the car on the limit.
Two elements to that as well. Firstly, it's his home round on a big stage against these amazing drivers. So you're putting yourself under pressure.
His pace here is impressive as well.
Yeah.
But you're putting yourself under big pressure to do well in front of your fans. And then the other side of it is these cars are, compared to a cross car, for example, a supercar, an FC2 car is relatively easy to drive to a point. Anyone can drive one to 80-90%, but extracting that last bit is where the skill comes in, and that's what makes the difference between someone that's average, good and amazing is that those small margins at the end.
1000%.
Here we go then, final race of Q2. On the inside, Ulrich Linnemann in the supercar. Then it's Tommy Howman, the European Rallycross champion, Patrick O'Donovan, and on the outside, Casper Janssen. So some serious talent in this. We know how good Janssen and Howman were in Nitrocross, and of course, Howman in every car he's ever sat in. Janssen winning championships over here, over in America. Very, very even start. Linnemann's got it. Look at the space they've all given each other on the run down to the first corner. O'Donovan in between the three FC2s all go down to the Joker. O'Donovan's going to hold on to that. Howman gets squeezed out, ends up over the curbs, guns it over the grass. O'Donovan side by side as they go around. Oh, still Casper Janssen there. O'Donovan fires it over the curbs, puts the rear wheels into the dirt, but just manages to hold on the clean line. So O'Donovan ends up with the whole shot from Casper Janssen. That's three very quick drivers, and Linnemann, of course, is out in the lead, having not gone Joker. So those three drivers behind have they held each other up too much?
Janssen just hit a little bit of a bump there. He was going to go for the setup on O'Donovan into the tightest of those right-handers, but the car just got unsettled and stopped that momentum. But there we saw, Andrew, in the first corner, the difference between a group of inexperienced drivers and a group of really experienced drivers. They gave each other room. O'Donovan came over hard on Howman, having made that track position by getting the nose in front in the Joker. But down into turn one, they all gave each other plenty of room.
Howman is onto the back of these guys already, and when you consider he had a trip across the grass in the Joker lap, that's
how fast did that thing pick up out of the gravel? The FC2 absolutely launched him out of trouble.
We're trying to get you to sit in one, Hal. It's difficult here with the schedule, isn't it? I know we were going to try and get you out in one last night, and unfortunately the sunlight beat us. So Howman is right up behind Janssen, looks to the inside line, up over the curb, but not quite enough room, and he'll lose a bit of time on the exit. What's the gap to Linnemann? It's 3.0.
The closing speed Howman had there on Casper Janssen was absolutely extraordinary, but had the momentum shot by Janssen coming across and absolutely lost out.
Linnemann's in the Joker. Watch to the inside line now. Patrick O'Donovan coming through. Where's Linnemann? Linnemann just gets there. So Linnemann in front and beats O'Donovan to the merge. So Linnemann was the winner of the first session with a 2:04.9. He's had a clean run. I'd say the other guys almost with a little bit of contact behind. Be slightly hampered by that.
And I don't want to take anything away from the other supercar drivers here, or drivers driving supercars, but Linnemann is the benchmark, really, isn't he? He's the cream of the crop in the traditional supercar machines.
Here he comes, Linnemann over the line. Is he going to take the second session as well? 2:06.0, yes he does. Patrick O'Donovan just edges out our friend Oliver Eriksson as well, 2:07.6. Ollie, P3, I know you wanted to win the session. 4, you think? Yeah. Is it 4? Oh, Svensson got it too. No? Who else? Janssen. By how much? A tenth?
Yeah.
Oh, that's annoying, isn't it?
Talk us through this first corner, Ollie, while you're...
Yeah, it looked like Casper got the best of it, but obviously being on the outside and everyone's braking super late. I don't know, and no one wanted to challenge Ulrich for some reason. I don't know why, but then
We've
it's
seen
just
a lot
good
of that
racing.
today, haven't we?
Yeah.
Everyone going into the Joker rather than the first corner.
I think someone's spreading a rumor that it's faster to go lap 1 into the Joker.
Have you looked at the data?
I don't know. I think a clean Joker is always good.
I'd argue against that, because if 3 of you go in, then you've hemorrhaged the time anyway.
Exactly, that's what I mean.
I'm going to go and get Mansfield in a minute, because he was the one who was used to do
he's
stuff
the one
like
started
that.
it.
Yeah, exactly. It sounds like misery.
He's the rumour spreader.
Yes, he is, but he's also the guy who explained to us a few years back about the Estering Joker on the first lap or the last lap and where the gain is comparatively. So that, you know, these spotters do some clever stuff. We'll try and find out, but I think if 3 FC2s go in there, it's not going to be quicker, and that was proven this time. So Linneman wins the session with a 2:06.0 from Patrick O'Donovan and Casper Janssen, who go 1, 2, 3. Ollie Eriksson moves up into 4th place.
Still kind of happy with that, you know. They watered the track before this run, and
good stuff. That was a decent way to start off RallyX in 2025. I had fun. Ollie, did you have fun?
yeah, it was good.
How much fun was it? I know that the fun is dependent on the position, the finishing position.
It's
So
our
if you
position.
finished P1, how much fun would it have
then
been?
it's 150.
Okay,
Out of what?
100.
Yeah.
Okay, and finishing P4, where is it out of 100?
It's down 50. It's down 100 spots.
It's only
That's
100.
a massive drop, isn't
It
it?
is, yeah, but that's how these guys
Hate losing.
operate. How they operate at that level.
So where does the puncture come into that? You have in Q1?
That's bottom.
how many out of 100?
So punk-
Thousands. Or minus.
Minus what?
Oh, it's terrible.
200?
I hate punctures.
So minus 400.
But what about a worst case scenario?
This
Where
turned
does-
out weird, didn't it?
I
What are we
like
talking
it,
about?
because I'm already thinking of the guys making a graphic here, which is Ollie Eriksson's level of satisfaction
But
graphic.
I'm wondering
yeah?
where the roll comes in. If the puncture's minus, like you've got a
that's
long way
what
to go for its ultimate disaster.
Minus 200, you know, is like the puncture. Then a roll would be even lower. What did you say it was like? I think he said 50 off.
If you listen to my dad's stories, a roll isn't that bad.
That's so
Depends
Depends who
bad,
it
isn't
was.
Yeah, depends on who it was.
It's just a flesh wound. It's
Yeah.
fine. It's fine.
He says if it's not over 1 lap, it's just a flip.
Okay. Oh right. Okay.
My favourite picture in rallycross history might be smouldering Mark 7 Fiesta in turn 2 in Julius, and Andreas. I think it's in the book we did. Andreas walking away, and the picture's him just going.
Brilliant. Can we find a picture
I
for the
can't
next
say,
show?
but it's just like. Ugh.
Yeah. So
Looking
basically,
back at this car that's all steaming
the
and
universal
smoking.
sign language for a word
Oh
which you
dear.
mustn't use on television. Yeah, oh dear. That was a great first session. We will be back at 14:05 local time, so that's Portuguese time, which is the same as UK time, but we're an hour behind the rest of Europe. So 14:05 local. What's the time now? That's your best bet. It's 13:43. So you've got 22 minutes. Go. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to Montalegre in northern Portugal. We're about 2 hours from Porto. It is a beautiful day. We are up a mountain. How we never spoke about altitude, did we? It is actually, the altitude can affect engine performance here, can't it?
Can, yeah. 1,400 metres Montalegre is.
Saw some snow on the way in. I said to Hal, let's not go, let's go skiing for the day, but I don't remember there being any Portuguese ski resorts. There might be, so if there are, let me know, because it looks like it's within driving distance. You up for that?
No.
I try so hard. It's not even windy, look. And he's lost his paperwork. Go on, Hal. Get your paperwork. There it is. He's back. He's back. Right, we're getting ourselves ready for Q3. Going to see all the classes in Q3, starting with Cross Car Junior. But ahead of that, we thought you'd love to see a lap of this brilliant track on board. So we had Ulrich Linnemann with a brilliant visor cam. Last year, he had a chin cam, which was cool, but we saw a lot of the steering wheel and not enough of the track. This year, we got a visor cam. So have a look at this, and me and Hal will talk you around this wonderful circuit of Montalegre. So first gear for the launch, Hal. You've driven a supercar, look at this.
No better feeling in the world than launching a rallycross supercar. I've never ever seen anyone get out of a supercar without a smile on their face, certainly after a launch. Ulrich's going for the longer lap. This is the Joker today. It'll be the standard first corner tomorrow. Listen to the anti-lag as he's on the throttle out of the first corner.
That braking zone as well is the one that Ollie was referring to as being so hard, but look at this. This we said in the track guide yesterday, there is nowhere where the car is straight, and that's correct.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at the inputs he's making all the time. For those at home who haven't seen a supercar before, anti-lag is the system that keeps the turbos spooled, so when you're off the throttle, the anti-lag system is keeping the engine spooled up, so the moment you touch the throttle on the exit, you've got everything you want, and that's when you need it, when you're fighting the car in those narrow sections. So narrow towards the end of the lap there, Andrew. This is a brilliant example of a driver's eye view and not something you see very often. Now, this is a standard lap for today. Little nip of the handbrake right at the apex there just to get the rear of the car round. Listen to the patience. It's all about not jumping on the throttle and letting the rear get too far away from you. And then the pendulum effect of the car as we come into the left-hander here. The car's going left because you've clipped the curb on the right-hand side, and then you've got to get it nicely braked in a straight line to get into the left-hander. It's yeah, what a track to drive around, and what an experience. Maybe we can see more of that this weekend on Ulrich's onboard, because that is a unique perspective of seeing a supercar.
And seeing the ruts in the second to last corner before you come back onto the tarmac, you get an idea of how the track develops, and that first big braking zone. I mean, just wonderful stuff. It's very, very quick down at turn 1. Carl Svedland leads this from Carl Schnack. That's the standings for Cross Car Junior. Cross Car Junior, remember, you can be as young as in your 12th year, meaning you can compete in this at 11 years old. It does depend a little bit on the country in which you're competing, what their regulations are. Alex Antila is on the pole from Sigurd Stuberup Fredriksson, Manuel Bermudez Barbietto, and on the outside it's Martin Enrique.
From memory, Antila didn't get on the podium last year, did he? But was close a few times. I can't remember the events specifically off the top of my head.
Alex Antila is, you're correct, was 4th twice.
Yeah, so
once at Alpsbeen and once in Tierp.
So was there or thereabouts, and this is a great opportunity to score a strong result this weekend. Antila goes to the outside, looks to go to the Joker, then cuts back in. Whoa, that was reasonably risky, with number 4 steaming down into the Joker section.
It was Antila who managed to get the lead back in the first corner from Barbietto. Barbietto ran a little bit wide, and Antila snuck up the inside after not winning the start. And how the straight looks a bit longer in a junior cross car, doesn't it? I think what Ollie was saying fascinated me about how someone as good as Ollie is I still can't get the braking right. It's very fast with very few reference points.
I don't think he's going to make a circuit racing driver, is he? Because that's where the circuit racing knowledge of those that have done it. A driver like Koba Powers, who we'll see in senior cross car in a few minutes' time, who's done a lot of circuit racing recently, will be used to finding those markers at the end of long straights with no real reference points, whereas Ollie's a proper rallycross driver and is used to some different ways of finding his braking markers.
Different engine notes in this, can you hear? So they were saying there are different engines which they're able to use. There's a 2-stroke engine which they're able to use, which Kevin was saying yesterday they weren't sure about whether or not to allow it because they didn't know how much better or worse it was going to be. Was it going to be a huge advantage? And you can really hear it.
So you know when you're worried about something in your life, I don't know, work or an argument with a friend or something that keeps you up all night. Kevin Eriksson is kept up by things at night like do we allow
engines in junior cross cars.
These engines or sprockets in junior cross car? That boy's head must be absolutely rammed full of information, and those are the sort of things that they're dealing with in RallyX all the time. They want to get more cars in different regions into these events, so they're opening up the rule set to allow these local variations on the junior cross cars to compete, and for me that's absolutely fantastic. And it brings another element to it. It doesn't make it easier for us to commentate on, because there's so much to know about, and there isn't all the time in the world to go around and find about all the cars and drivers. But yeah, brilliant to have a variety here, and fantastic that in every category we've got some sort of local representation.
And Tila managed to hold on when we got to the Joker. Look how wide they're running when they get in that puddle that's on the inside of the sort of third to last corner. And Tila's going to take this one over the line. Here it is. What's the clock going to stop at? It is he says, waiting for the timing, they're 2:26.295.
His best time of the day so far. Previous best was a 2:27.
It's hard for us to know what conditions they ran in.
Yeah, but they're always first,
yeah,
so they'll always be wet.
There was the break. Yeah, they would have watered them, wouldn't they? Even when the open two-wheel drive came out, and they watered that as well. So this was the start look. And Tila,
juniors, of course, they got to water.
Yeah, Barbiato got the best of the starts look, and then sort of in the first corner just ran a little bit deep, and Antila went up underneath.
Oh, there's some people asking about the Joker lap in the comments. Just glance across quickly. Let's very quickly explain the Joker for anyone new watching. So the Joker lap is an extra route that you have to take once in every single race. It was introduced in 1998. The idea was that there was a lot of stagnant races, lots of cars following nose to tail, not much passing. To increase the opportunity to overtake, there's this extra route, initially called the alternative, or alternative in Swedish, but yeah, the Joker lap you take once in every race. It's an alternative route. In some series it's a shortcut, others it's a longer route. Generally in RallyX it's a longer route, as it is in most European tracks. But yeah, you take it once in every single race, be that a qualifying race, semi or final.
Svedlin, Schnack, Hernandez, Trailer and Lopez. You can hear that two-stroke engine off the line, but it is the best start for Carl Svedlin on the inside in the black car. Coming down, so let's see where Svedlin goes. Looks across a couple of times on the run down the straight. Checks up nice and early and heads off into the standard lap. A little bit deep, but holds the whole shot. Wow, that two-stroke is loud, isn't it?
Definitely got some trackside microphones working now.
Yes, we have.
If previous form was an indication to expected success, then Carl Svedlin should really be the class of the field here. Really progressed with the JC Race Techniques squad last year. Won a round, didn't he? I'm just trying to remember where he won. Did he win at the end of the season? Messering, I think, maybe on the first day.
TQ with won a session and won, and then was P3 on the second day.
He was absolutely dominant in that final round in terms of pace.
Alfbin as well had a P2 and a P3.
So progressed through the year,
which really clicked.
And now he's using what he gained last year to move forward, and so far today has been the dominant force.
Going to be tight. Look at the exit speed there. That looked like that was game over and definitely position lost, but with the extra exit speed from the Joker lap, you were away. So Hal, you mentioned the Joker earlier. I always like to explain to people who don't understand it, is if they're F1 fans, for instance, which a lot of people are now, is it's basically like your pit stop. When do you take it? Do you take it because you're in traffic, or do you take it because you've lost out at the start? Sometimes it's also important to note these guys don't have a spotter. So the juniors are not allowed a spotter who tells them when to take it. And you'll see there, where is... they're on to the last lap. Here he is, Svedlin going into the Joker. Yeah, this should be clearly enough when you look at the speed differential on the exit. Nicely done.
Schnack's done a good job though, another of the regulars from the last couple of years to be up there. That's where you see the limitation on the RPM, isn't it, on the junior cars, just on the exit of that first corner, because it's quite an incline. You can't see that at all. The classic television scenario of it flattening out all the undulations. There's actually some big crests there, but you can't really see them. Out of the first corner, it's a long uphill run, and that's where you really get the momentum killed. Still wet down the bottom there still, because there's not that many cars in the class to be drawing up the line.
But really, in the background there, going to be a pass. I think it's Hernandez who are side by side. Looks to the inside line, but it's taken by Svedlin, who I have to say got that right-hander in the wet absolutely bang on, and goes 2 seconds quicker than the previous fastest time. Antilla's was a 2:26.2. This is a 2:24.8. Okay, 1.4, close enough. Live maths. 2 + 2 is 4. Quick maths. Is that how it goes, Hal?
6. 9.
This is the video that I made you watch last year on the plane on the way home. Remember? Man's not hot, never hot. We are hot, actually.
My legs are hot.
Old jokes coming through. If you're a regular, I hope you enjoy the old jokes. If you don't, that's a great shame, isn't it? Because you're still going to get them. Yeah, man is hot. I'm considering putting shorts on tomorrow and tanning
I've got shorts
the back
in my
of
bag.
calf. Yes, so have I. But have you got any? I've got factor 30 with me. Oh, I might have left it in the room. Is that going to be enough? We're pretty fly for a white guy right now. Another song reference.
I did have some sun cream taped to the desk last year, but
has somebody untaped it?
I think that might be Ninisham now.
I reckon Kevin Eriksson's using that.
Yeah, well, they need the sun cream, don't they, the Swedes?
They don't get to go outside very much the way Andreas works them, do they? They're always inside. What was it? We texted Kevin the other day to arrange some travel for one of the later rounds. He was like, how are you getting on, mate? So, yeah, I've done one truck, I've got 2 to go. And he was describing it in metres, wasn't he? I think he'd done 50 square metres of wrapping or something. They had 100 to go. Right. Cross car. On the inside, Patrick Kong, there's Julio Pereira, Sergio Mireles and Vettel 3 on the outside. Oh, great start by Vettel 3, absolutely nails it on off the line, can move from outside and slot forward to the inside line. Where's Kenneth Kong going to go in the 724, the orange car in the background, dives on the brakes and thinks better of going Joker. That was an incredible start from the outside by 3.
So equal, isn't it, across the breadth of the start area here. The grip's identical because there's no dirt being washed onto it, and you can really make the most of what would normally be a random grip position. So on the outside there, absolutely making the most of it.
Yeah, he killed it. Just brilliant. It's that perfect combo, isn't it, of the RPM's dead right, the traction's dead right, and you just get away from the line nice. Here comes Kong through that section. I love the camera that's low down in between the slots on the arm coat. Kong leaning on the car. Look at the attitude. You saw as well when they go on the brakes. Watch the nose of the cross cars. We often talk about this. There's a perfect example. One brake and you put the nose down, take most of the speed off. No, I've gone too early. So you roll off the brake a bit. You roll back on it, but he's going to lose out. So Kong, can he carry enough exit speed? No, because Pereira has blocked the line. So you saw in the juniors previously, they didn't block the line, and that allowed them to go around the outside. They've got 2 Kongs. Patrick Kong, Kenneth is the senior. Patrick Kong there, not managing to find a way through.
And you can really see the attitude of the car in the...
just saying about how when they dive on the brakes, you see their nose moving around. It's brilliant, isn't it? And the hands in the car.
And the inputs you can make, as you say, but certainly on standing on the throttle in that long corner, you can really change the attitude, whereas in the junior car, you just don't have that momentum or reaction out of the machine to do.
They're very easy to overdrive, aren't they? But having said that,
to the inside,
nicely done on the brakes. That was one decisive move, and he runs a little bit deep and loses it back to Pereira. Side by side, Kong, though, stays in the throttle and holds on to the position.
Great racing.
Oh, good old cross car. Hey? Good to be back, isn't it?
It is
good
fantastic to be back, yeah.
Honestly, it was a lovely atmosphere. When we walked into the paddock yesterday, we sat on a plane at Gatwick Airport for an hour and a half while a bloke came on with a laptop and reset something. Always a bit disconcerting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fixed now.
You're like, okay, mate, yeah.
Kick the computer.
My laptop's fixed, yeah. But it was, and 3 takes it. What's the time? 2:14.0. You want to be about 4 seconds quicker than that to be at the top, but that's still a good drive. So we were delayed by a couple of hours. When we got here, it was just lovely. You walk in, and it's like seeing your old mates that you haven't seen for a few months. Everyone's here. We've got a few new faces. You know, Patrick O'Donovan was here. You're wandering around the paddock, and it was just like, this is going to be wicked. Like, I can't wait to get stuck back into it. It's a great sport. We hope you're enjoying watching. Any more questions, let us know in the comments. Hal checks the comments every now and then on YouTube, and we do our best to answer those questions for you. Keep it clean in the comments, please. We've got kids watching as well, so we don't mind a bit of banter in there, but obviously keep it clean. Just be nice. Be nice is the golden rule in life.
To be fair, there are lots of people being very nice about us. I only read the nice ones anyway, but
bless you. Thank you. Well, thank you.
Thank you so much, because it means a lot.
Comments, so I was only saying that genuinely because there's no need for kids to see that kind of thing, and we're lucky to have a big spread of viewers, aren't we? So
we are, yeah.
It's great to have you all back. Thanks for joining us. I think there were 800 odd people waiting to watch the stream, Hal, weren't there, before it even started?
Yeah, and everyone must like and subscribe, because I cannot tell you what a difference that makes to the algorithm on YouTube, and also for the absolutely minute team that are behind RallyX. It's a nice little boost for them as well when
about 5 of them, isn't it?
When they're up at 3 in the morning
called Ericsson
printing stickers.
Here we go. Tiago Pinto, Romet Cerna, Jonathan Hoffman and Axel Schnack. Jonathan Hoffman that gets the best start with the Swedish flag on the roof, moves across to the inside line. Get that door shut, because if you leave it open, you're asking for it. Oh, jumping on the brakes. I think it was Romet Cerna who jumped on the brakes and then got back out of it again. And then in the end, it looked like Hoffman ran a bit deep. Not sure we go at the inside. They're side by side, out to the Joker and all the way through.
Something must have happened to Cerner in the previous session to be so far down. We haven't seen Crosscast so far. We've been fairly busy filming other stuff. But
look at this. Look at the hands. Look at the work going in.
The TN11 is hooked up now, isn't it? Especially the work that Pace Motorsport have done with the Live Live organisation in Belgium. Pace, of course, the Estonian team that came in with a bang the last couple of years in Crosscar.
They've always got nice food. I haven't found their truck yet.
Sure, you can sniff it out, can't you?
Yeah, probably. They had pizzas, didn't they, in Seattle one time and invited us over. We went immediately. But yeah, interestingly, they were the ones who were campaigning for the two-stroke engine in junior, weren't they? Kevin said that if Yarmos is campaigning for the engine, it's probably faster, so he's not having it, which was great. Yeah, good stuff between them all. Now I'm looking down at...
One of the issues is the supply of engines. The MT-09 is regarded as the best of the engines to use, I believe, but the supply of them is actually really difficult. They're not made anymore necessarily by the OEMs, and none of these programs are strictly manufacturer-backed in terms of engine supplies, so you're using what's available, and that becomes really hard, just as it does in any motorsport discipline.
Listen to that on the brakes at the end. It's wonderful, isn't it? It's akin to the days of proper engines in F1. Down the box, lovely stuff. Through that big dip, there's the Joker. So Hal again has mentioned the Joker. If you missed it, that we put an explainer at the start of the first stream, so you can go back and watch the Q2 stream. It's the first show from today, and there's an explainer just after the intro about the two different Joker laps. So we're running the old Joker lap today, which is the one that I know from back in 2018 with World Rallycross, and tomorrow we run the new Joker lap, which is the one that Hal is way more familiar with than me, because how many times you come in with World? Twice in the last couple of years with the new Joker?
3 times?
3 times, there you go.
2 times?
Yeah, there you go. Robert Cerner takes it 2:13.2. That's weapons fast, is it? No, it's not quite. Maybe it's still a bit wet out there.
I can tell you something from 20 years ago. Asking me how many times I've been somewhere in the last 2 years is tricky.
Yeah. So when the customs go...
With double headers have ruined my head, because it used to remember,
what year is it?
Johan won there, or Timmy won there, or Andreas won there, but now it's like, oh...
My favourite question when I go back into the UK and they go, "Where have you been, sir?" You know, at the passport thing, and I'm like,
The baggage belt's mine, and you're like, where have I come from?
Oh, but genuinely it is, isn't it? They look at you like, you must be smuggling something. It's like, no, I really... Or then you do a really complicated one, like we fly to Norway and drive to Hollius in Sweden. So they go, "Where have you been?" I'm like, "Sweden." Like, there are no Swedish flights today. I said, Norway. Right, come with me, sir. Luckily, we've never got quite that far. But yeah, commentator problems. It's good fun. Cerner, 2:13.2. Benchmark times are more in the region of 2:10, 2:09 in the previous 2 sessions, but it is fastest last this year, so track conditions will improve and faster drivers will come. You do see some quick drivers in the lower heat as a general rule because of issues in the earlier runs.
Someone asking about Marcus Norman in open 2-wheel drive in the comments, and his engine blew up yesterday, so he is looking for a ride home.
Like, what is that? And he's like, "It's Marcus Norman," and that was unfortunately the only time we heard it, wasn't it? And they have had a long drive. Northern Sweden. Pedro Marquez, Ferran Fornell, Dario Calvino Dominguez, Lorito Zalatabera, Meabe and Marcel Arujo in this one. So this is all local drivers. And excuse me if I said that wrong. I do my very best. That is an exceptionally good name.
It is indeed.
It's better than Coley, isn't it? I mean, that is mega, isn't it? Zalotexibala Meabe. Send me a voice note on Instagram if you know how to say that. It's spelled Zalloetxebaria. There we go. So I said Zalotexibara. Zalotexim, yeah, there we go.
Or Jim to his mates.
I'm trying, yes, yeah. Brilliant. 3 Spanish drivers, 2 Portuguese. The 2 Portuguese are on the outside of the grid. Patrick O'Donovan's coming to join us on commentary. We'll just get this start underway and then we'll bring you in, mate. So Marquez, Fornell, Dominguez, Meabe and Araujo on the outside. Jump start already on the inside line, I think, or was it slot 2? Great reaction time from the pole man, Pedro Marquez has got the inside line. Got to go late on the brakes here and keep it tidy. Goes Joker from the whole shot. Interesting, first time we've seen someone do that today. Tactically it can work and it gets it done early, but it's not. Patrick, actually you can tell us that's not traditional.
No, it's definitely not traditional. You never know what could happen. I mean, into the lead into turn 1, there could be a huge pile up, and you just don't know who you're going to get collected by. So it's definitely a risk. But you know, if there's carnage out front and the two who haven't jokered are holding each other off, it could be an excellent move.
Yeah, nice to see someone do something different. Anyway, Hal, you know, Travis used to do things like that. Didn't need to win the whole shot. He'd be like, why has he gone straight to the Joker? Normally for Travis, it was because he wanted to put on a good show, but most people do it because they want to win.
Well, I don't want to inflate David Mansfield's head size anymore, but arguably the greatest bit of spotting in or tactics in World Rallycross history was Andreas Backert in Norway in 2017 when he jokered from pole in semi-final 1 in the Ford Focus RSRX because they knew they didn't have the lap time pace over Pet Solberg. Pet Solberg was on the outside of him on the grid, and they knew that if they could get track position, they had an opportunity. Andreas went on to win the event, and it was largely down to taking that whole shot joker.
Yeah, because they forced Solberg in.
Petr was absolutely livid.
It was terrible. Something like that, isn't it? I was absolutely flat out. His Backert does a good impression of Petr, doesn't he? Hey Petr, if you're watching. He is sometimes.
Patrick, welcome to RallyX. Why don't you have any shoes on?
Why do you do your race suit up when it's 20 degrees? I know your sponsors are on it, but you know, it's are you boiling?
But I'm actually pretty boiling, to be fair. I did just get changed back into my race stuff. Hal texted me if I wanted to come over and join onto the
so come over here. It's a good job it wasn't raining, isn't it, basically, for you to come over here in the wet? Yeah,
I just rushed straight out the toilet and straight into here, so I was changing my way over.
Shoes on in the toilet?
No, definitely had shoes. Well,
I was going to say, these are Portaloos here, man. You have to wear shoes in a
slippery
Portaloo.
slope.
I want to see people go to the loo on the aeroplane without their shoes. I'm like, what are you doing? Right?
Slippers is okay though, right?
Have you ever been in there before? Like, it's just a no-no.
I once saw someone get changed. Well, it wasn't there when they got changed, but they went up the aisle in one set of clothes and came down the aisle in another. I can barely turn around in an aeroplane toilet, so...
I think that might be... I thought it was a quicker time, but there was a bit of lag on the clock, so Dominguez took it. It was a great race from Fornell. 2:14.9, though, not as quick as Cerner, who currently leads. Good to see the variety manufacturers out there. And how Southern Europe is a bit of a hotbed for cross cars. We used to have a ton of them come down to World RX in Spain, but it's for people who don't know.
There's a big Spanish event this weekend as well, which unfortunately clashes. Otherwise, I think it would have been absolutely rammed with difficult to pronounce Spanish names and a whole range of cars that we've never seen before. But yeah, you're right. Cross car is increasing across Europe and across the world. It's just been introduced properly in the UK as a Motorsport UK sanctioned category in the last week, and yeah, in every region it's getting big, and like you say, like Scandinavia, it's been big down here for a long time.
Arajo did a brilliant avoidance job there, just looked to the right and saw they were going to get collected. Great stuff. So Dominguez takes it 2:14.9, and there was, what, 0.9? Is it over the top 4, or is that gaps? Might be gaps. Either way, it's less than 2 over the top 4. Now, this one, I went and did a quick bit of filming in between the two heats, and I went down to Gotherson's 10. Now, Kalle Gotherson in the Bumblebee coloured car is about 6'6". He's about 4 inches taller than me, and he's somehow squeezed himself into that cross car. And he said to me, "I'm trying to have a steady qualifying." He said, "In the past, I get too hot-headed, I make mistakes." His teammate Pasi Penttinen is on the pole. They both think they're the king of the start, and they're in the same heat. So it's Penttinen on the pole versus Gotherson in the Bumblebee car. Then you've also got Eek Merstad, Enriquez, and Yulalami on the outside. Yulalami's got a great start. It looks like Yulalami's going to beat them all down to turn 1. Is he going to shut the door all the way for the whole shot on the standard lap? Goes up the brakes, Penttinen, locked up behind, just avoids the back. Yulalami runs wide, and that's Eek Merstad who goes up the inside line to take the whole shot. So Eek Merstad, no, he doesn't. He gets denied by Yulalami. How did Yulalami get back from that?
This is a group of the A-listers in cross car, isn't it? And there is such talent in this field. Yulalami stepped up to senior cross car last year from being such a weapon in the junior field. Thomas Eek Merstad's been there for a long time. Looks to the inside of Yulalami into the final of the real corners. And Pasi Penttinen is always worth a watch, isn't he? If you see Pasi Penttinen on an entry list, you know it's going to be wild, because he never does the same thing twice, and it's brilliant to watch.
He's so much fun. I was down there earlier on, and he just, yeah, he makes me smile. He really does. Eek Merstad, how was P3 in 2022, P2 in 2023, and then back to P3 in 2024. So it's been on the podium of the championship standings every year for the last 3 years. And with the depth of talent that's in this, that's incredibly tricky.
It is, yeah. Maintaining that consistency is super, super hard. Pasi Penttinen has so much seat time in these cross cars. He told us a brilliant story a couple of years ago, didn't he? there's a ratio of his marital status versus the amount of racing he's able to do, and he actually does loads of racing, so that probably tells you a little bit about his home life as well.
How married he is. You're in trouble now. Yeah, not to me, I'll be getting away with. So Lalami is on the last lap. Gotherson, where's Penton? I think into the joke lap now. Lalami, watch for the merge. Oh, he's run deep. He's run a bit deep. It's not going to make any difference because Lalami's way in front of them anyway. So Lalami gets there in front of Calla Gotherson. There were two Gothersons on the graphic just for a split second, which confused me, but Gotherson is into P2.
Switch up of teams this year for Lalami. He's now running out the JC Race Technique awning, and of course, even if you're not run directly by the team, look at that for a move.
Enrique up the inside. That's a fantastic move. If he can hang on to that, that's the move of the day. That's brilliant. Enrique at the final couple of corners sneaks up the inside and proves you can pass on the dirt. He gets P2 from Lalami. Gotherson is demoted down one position. Wow, that was brilliant.
And with the fastest lap of the day as well in the previous lap. Great run from the local driver.
Get in.
But yeah, Lalami last year showed moments of brilliance, didn't he? But wasn't able to continue that runner form he'd had in junior cross car, and coming to his own this weekend. Yeah,
it was P4, but really came. It was the end of the season. So he started the year, if you remember, how with a P3 and a P2, and we were like, wow, junior straight into senior. Then had a dip, and he missed the final once in Kuvla and once in Alspin. What happened to him in Neeson? Why did he miss the first one in Neeson? Do you remember?
Don't recall.
No, but anyway, then he was P1, P3, P1 at the end of the year, Neeson, Estering. So Lalami finished last year right at the top of the tree. Svensson, of course, he was last year's champion, has moved up to FC2. Ronalds Bowdens has retired, apparently. Ronalds, where are we going to get our Latvia black belts from now, you know? But also, I like having Latvians in the paddock. They're good fun.
So, Patrick, you're here this weekend, first time in an FC2 car. You've got a lot of experience in buggies, not dissimilar to these with the RX 150s. Talk us to, of course, we'll have to do the race start in a moment as well, but talk to us about the FC2 from your first taste of the car this week.
Well, it's been pretty amazing so far. You know, I'm not really used to anything like rear engine, so it's a lot of weight to carry in the rear of the car. It's a bit like a pendulum. In fact, one of the engineers described it as a hammer, and it's like swinging a hammer going around, and it is just because the weight follows the back with it. But it's an absolute pleasure to drive. You know, wherever I want to point the car and put it, it just goes there. And I'm really enjoying driving this car, and you know, such a competitive field. So to be up there and to be fighting with names like that, I'm in.
Having a good time.
Having a great time.
These guys are having a good time as well. Alex Lindqvist, who's currently sitting in the TQ position with this session to go. P2 and a P1 is on the pole from Diego Martinez Gonzalez. Kobe Powell's P3, previous European champion. Powell gets a good start from the middle of the grid. Martin Ugar and Alexander Borges on the outside has got a good start too. But it's Lindqvist on the inside is the only drive. I thought it was going to be the only drive to go Joker. Holds on the standard lap. Bit of a battle going on the exit of the Joker. Tidily done. So Lindqvist very much in the hot seat here to confirm the TQ.
Powell looks to the inside into the left-hander. There just wasn't the room. Using all of his experience, Powell's in the McGale machine. I think he's the only one in a McGale this weekend, and that's another one of the new additions to the cross car field.
I saw him in between the sessions again when I was coming back from Gotherson's 10, and he goes, "Hey," he goes, "it is so good," and he was grinning from ear to ear. He goes, "It's so good to be back in a proper rallycross event." He goes, "At a proper rallycross track." He was racing Porsches last year. He's racing Aston Martins this year. So, but his background is rallycross and junior cross car, and he's just fully stoked to be here. Lovely to see.
Won the European Championship here, of course, in RX3 a couple of years ago. Patrick, you know what that feels like to be up here in Portugal to do that. It's an amazing track, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. You know, it's so challenging. Every single sector is so technical, whether it's heavy braking, trying to get some acceleration. I mean, out to turn 1, you don't really see it, but there's a huge bump as you cross over to where the Joker merges. So it's quite challenging to get the power down there, and obviously the gravel is just, well, it is what it is. I'm absolutely in awe of these cross kart drivers and the Super National drivers going around. I mean, it's hard enough in the FC2 and in a supercar where you've got 4-wheel drive and you've got front wheels to pull you around, but to do it in rear-wheel drive is just absolutely mega.
Yeah, it's wicked, isn't it? What a place, what a place. So Lindqvist holds on. Martinez Gonzalez, was that coming out of the Joker lap? You have to forgive us to say we
down to third hadn't jokered, had they? Or the top two hadn't jokered until the end there.
Borges then sideways and leading according to our graphics on screen. Timing screen says Lindqvist in the lead. So
I think the graphic's right.
Let's see over the line. It is right. So our timing screen was different to our graphics. Yeah, you'll have to forgive us. We obviously don't recognise the Spanish cars on sight, having not seen them before. Full honesty.
Especially when they're Portuguese.
Well, Spanish, Portuguese, yes. Southern European, yes. Let's find a nice group term. As you'll well know if you're a regular viewer, we quite often don't recognise the people we've seen all year anyway. So that's the way it goes, as long as you're having a good time. Where did Borges come? So Borges was 209. And Borges has won the session. So let's take a look back at the previous ones. Borges. Oh wow. Right, DQ'd from the first session. So Borges was DQ'd from Q1, which we didn't see this morning because we were filming. He was P5 in Q2 and has just won Q3. So Borges has had quite the day and moves up. Hal, are the judicials on there or not?
No, I can't.
It might be on the result from his race.
No.
Not on the bottom line? No, they don't do that here?
So.
Okay, well, Borges is anyway takes that session.
Oh, sorry. What number is he?
Do we get overall standings for cross car or no at the end of qualifying?
What number is Borges?
We're going to see if we can get those
47.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick. Disqualified from the race for a second false start. So three cross cars were disqualified from Q1 for 2 jump starts.
So Alex Lindequist takes the session with a win and the TQ with a win and 2 P2s. Ugar. What I was keen to see is where's Borges. Look at Borges up into P7. So prior to this session, Borges was in P16. I think there'll be 3 semis for these guys anyway because of the size of the entry, and would have been at the very back of one of the semis. Thanks to that, moves up to P7 and will be on row 2 at the first semi-final, I think. So that is that just goes to show you the difference between winning a session and being right down. So yeah, double jump start is a DQ, single jump start is an extra joker lap. I say we know we'll have some new people along. Any of your questions you can let us know.
So, as you're significantly younger than we are, Patrick, can I ask you what Wreckfest is?
Wreckfest is a video game online.
Yeah,
it's a game. Yeah, actually, there's some pretty cool tracks on Wreckfest. I think Buxter Huda, there's a similar layout to Buxter Huda on Wreckfest, but I think another maybe one from Denmark. It's a pretty fun game actually.
Yeah, so Victor Johansson currently leads Open 2-wheel drive from Simon Tiger and Tiago Ferreira. I would say, well, it's equal on points though between Tiger and Johansson. They've both got a P1 and a P4, I reckon that is. So let's see who's going to take the TQ. I'm right, it is a P4. Tiger won Q1 and Johansson won Q2. Let's see who's going to take the TQ in this final qualifying session of Open 2-wheel drive.
Brendan Stone's in an interesting position, isn't he? Driving Derek Toer's car for the first time, 5th overall.
Yeah, Derek's
coming back tonight.
I reckon Derek might be sneakily watching this during his family commitment, thinking, "Cool, I'm going to have to get a wiggle on tomorrow. Like, it's my car." Bear in mind, Derek came with that ridiculous engine 2 years ago. It was a total disaster. Wasn't it a supercar engine in the?
Yeah, they're still on that
concept.
No, they're still on the journey to find the right solution. Is
I love
my
that.
point.
I love that. Klaassen, Monteiro, Fernandez, and Cruz in this. Come on, let's go Monteiro in the Super 1600 Saxo. Have it. On the outside as well, look at that. That's Jose Cruz in a Porsche 928. This is why we like Open 2. Look at Patrick O'Donnell's got a big grin on his face, like a very happy child with a bunch of toy cars. What are you thinking?
I'm absolutely stoked. You know the amount of car meets I've been to where there's been like modified Saxos doing massive burnouts on the way out. I probably shouldn't be saying that.
No, that's fine. It's fine. You're of that age. You're of that age. Me and Hal, we were like Sebastian Loeb when he won the Junior WRC.
Who? I'm just joking. I'm joking.
But look at this. Look at the lead for the Saxo. So let me have a look and see. So last time out, Monteiro. Oh, where's my results for Monteiro? Has he had a
Monteiro was all over the back of Jason Bleasdale, wasn't he, in the previous session?
Yeah, but had a 7th in Q1 and then a 16th in Q2. So that car's well capable of a top 7 time, just didn't get it done last time.
But they'd have been watered, hadn't they? And Jason was massively struggling. And both, where was Jason in?
P6, I think.
In Q2, yeah.
Well, on board Vigo's drone. Look at this first. And interestingly, Hal, look at the difference here of not using the curbs. So he's really okay. Say that. He then monsters the next one. Thanks, mate. On the tarmac, not using the curbs. But I guess front wheel drive, there's probably a bit of grip on the curbs compared to the dirt. And again, he runs a wheel over that tarmac. Patrick, where the track's cleaning, tell us what the grip's like.
Well, the grip is getting pretty good on the inside there, where you can see it cleaning. However, there's a slight issue with well, we're going over it very, very fast sideways, and you're picking up a little bit of dirt on the inside between the bead lock of the tyre. Oh, not sorry, the bead lock, between the bead and the rim. So it's just pushing, and you get a little bit of air loss, and then sometimes it can deviate a tyre, as we saw Oliver Ericsson happen today. And it's just a freak accident, you know. There's nothing you can do when you get ruts that size in there. But no, I think it's definitely cleaning up a lot, and we're going to have to start seeing some different lines. Perhaps if there's people on a train on the inside, you might see some pretty cool around the outside overtakes there later on.
Look forward to that very much.
The Porsche, even though we're not seeing it, has a 4.7 V8 engine.
Which is good. That's a good thing, if you're wondering at home. If you know what it's a very big V8
compared
engine.
Compared to the 1.6, there it is.
Compared
to the 1.6 litre engine in the Saxo at the front of the field.
And the driver's not an American.
Look at the gap. Yeah, not an American, but with a huge V8. Look at the gap. Can I just? He's basically won that by about half an hour. You can get a candle out and measure the gap here. What's the gap going to be? Plus 15 seconds he won that by, so that was an absolutely brilliant start. Everybody else finishes, but Andre Monteiro with a fantastic race to take that. Look at the start. Loads of wheel spin initially, and in fact on the inside the Volvo bogged a tiny little bit, and it just went.
I mean, we're not seeing the best of open two-wheel drive there, but I love the variety.
A really narrow track on the rear of that Volvo, Hal, compared to the Arches.
Yeah, I know. So I'm currently restoring a Fiesta supercar, which is hopefully going to be ready for RallyX Legends in a couple of months. And in period, that had very inset wheels on the rear, so we've had to eradicate that.
Yeah, good. Because
I'm not a fan.
No, neither am I.
The touring cars, the rear-wheel drive touring cars, were always like that. And
not anymore, Hal. Not now. Hal's coming and just recklessly torn apart historical references to make his car look cool. You've been working on it quite a lot, haven't you, Hal?
Yes.
He's not been getting between being a father, having jobs to pay the bills, and then spending all his time and money on a house and a car. Yeah, basically he's as skint as a rint with a flint, and he's very, very tired.
That is true.
She's brilliant, brilliant.
This is the same Fiesta that was going to be ready for Lidl Legends last year.
Yes. But a year later, Patrick, he's got a hard deadline now, is what he keeps telling me.
Good things come to those who wait.
Yeah. Barbelt for get McGarry, Barbosa, and Geenan, and Geenan's jump the start, so that's double joker. Wow, it's hot. It actually is hot. Is there a track temperature on the timing screen? Do we get track temp here?
Hot.
Hot. Real hot. Damn hot. No. I'm going to need some water.
You're standing there in a short sleeve t-shirt.
Oh no, mate,
I've got
need
thermals
shorts.
and a suit on.
Yeah, you are. You are sweating there, aren't you? Patrick, don't go near Patrick later. He's it's not going to be the best he's ever smelt. But I'd say that's the same for nearly all racing drivers. People would be horrified, wouldn't they, if at the end of a weekend they smelt their heroes. It's not normally very good.
Shower's not good enough. You need the pressure washer after they're done with the car.
You do, yeah. Long weekend in a race car, surrounded by dirt. And then if you're lucky enough to get some champagne as well, it is funky.
McGarry, great start after not getting off the line in the previous run. Ginger on the brakes into the first corner. Geenan is heading for the Joker in the S40. I have to say, I love a Volvo S40, especially Hunspet's supercar of old. Geenan returning this weekend with that car, 3-litre 16 valve, 360 brake.
Nice. What can you tell us about McGarry's car, mate?
McGarry's car comes from Norway, was part of the Borsef Motorsport squad for a good few years in the Norwegian Championship. Super National's so strong in Norway. Class 4 that car would have been in up there, and brought it back to Ireland end of last year, debuted it at Linden Hill actually.
Makes a mistake on the throttle. Hal, I think one of the most important things here for new viewers, is it's Polo and it's rear-wheel drive.
Yeah, so
that's a bit different.
Yeah, absolutely. You can do whatever you want basically with the drivetrain. You can take the drive to the actual you want it to be. The basic parameters of the rules are the engine has to remain in the original location, but after that it's fairly free. But with open, that would be Super National of old. With open two-wheel drive, you can pretty much do what you want within the scope of the safety regulations. And I think if this class continues to be as strong as it is, we might see a lot more of the homebrew creations that we saw in some of the golden eras of rallycross as part of this category.
And hopefully an F2 car. 306 Maxi. I keep hoping for it. No one. I mean, the trouble is they're too nice, aren't they? Now you need someone to make a new, like a copy. You can't bring a beautiful 306 Maxi here.
Why not?
We could, but it's a bit of a risk in turn one, isn't it? With Delacour and Panizzi driving it preferably. Both, one in each.
That'd be fire.
We could recreate the incident where Prevera was there to split them up, wasn't he? In the
after the legal recce
on the bike, on a bicycle. Yeah, was it Delacour who rode up the hill on the bike?
Of course he had.
Hit him, and then there was shouting and French things said.
Delacour was at Lyden Legend Festival last summer and turned up to the gala evening in his race suit, tied round his waist, super suave Frenchman, as McGarry is going to cross the line to take a race victory. That's a great fight back for Peter, having had a difficult start in Q2 earlier on.
Goes P2 in the session so far. 9th
overall he was after Q2, so hopefully that will lift him up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, depends how quick these other guys go, doesn't it? We've got 2 5-car races coming up, but it is a good run. Here's the start again.
Open two-wheel drive, Patrick, float your boat?
That definitely floats my boat. Any car will float my boat. I think if it's got 4 tyres and fingers crossed an engine, I'll be honest, I'm pretty there for it.
You bought a car lately for yourself? You could convert the new acquirement?
I have, yeah. I've recently bought myself a Mazda MX-5.
Have you?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people can say what they want about the car, but you know what?
Still little drift weapons, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, I bought one because it was one of a rust-free one. The engine doesn't really work. They've pulled it out.
Hang on. Doesn't really work.
No. Well, I'm kind of looking to see what I'm going to put into it. It's originally a 1.8, but the owner I bought it off put a 1.6 in, and I might put a 1.8 back into it. But a few of my team members are trying to convince me to put an S2000 engine into it. Which I think that would be a naughty
weapon.
weapon.
The Subaru?
Yes, that's my dad's. I try and drive it as much as I can, but I'm not really allowed that often.
Stories, normally when the weather's bad. I'm just popping out in Dad's Subaru.
Well, the engine management light's on it now.
Oh, that'd be your fault, I'm sure. Don't tell Ollie if he's watching. Bart Bell, Andre Souza, Steve Boulders, Nick Snoyers and Arnaud de Ferrier in this. Brilliant start in the middle of the grid for Boulders, absolutely fantastic. And on the inside line, Bart Bell as well. Boulders is going to get to turn 1 first. That's a 77 on the window, if you're wondering. And how your favourite car, Andre Souza, goes to the Joker. This is a good opportunity for Souza to do some good laps with clear air.
I don't know about my favourite car. I like it a lot.
But it's the one we think of the favourite of the 2 front-wheel drives.
My point being that I think he could win outright if he has the clear air, and he definitely didn't have that in the fight between Tiger and was it Stone that were battling in the last one. So yeah, a bit of clear air in the Volland Racing Audi A1. I've been lucky enough to drive one of those cars around here, and I think it may have been the best chassis you've ever driven at one of these tracks. It was amazingly well balanced.
And you come from Super 1600 originally yourself, don't you? That's where you cut your teeth in Rallycross.
That Super 1600 car is rather different to the one I drove.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Yeah,
Bridge Racer back in the day.
It's 2-3 cars in front, so that has gone in favour of Souza. So Souza didn't need to catch up with either of those 2 cars in front. They've both gone Joker. So that is a result. Now got to try and close down the gap on Volders out front. So this is about Volders who's leading from Souza in the Super 1600 car.
Isn't it great having a variety of drivetrains and stuff in open two-wheel drive this weekend?
Yeah.
Really mixes that up.
He's closing him down big time. I think this is going to go the way of Souza. So the question is, can Souza outpace Monteiro? Hal, you said a front-wheel drive car could win here at the minute. We've got a Citroen Saxo kit car or Super 1600, whichever you want to call it, leading from Monteiro. And Souza is about to take the lead in this race in his Super 1600 RX3 spec machine. So can he match the time? I can't remember the lap times of Monteiro, but Souza is now leading and has just done the best lap on the last lap.
All about chasing the clock now, isn't it, to get to the end, and this way you just need to keep your head, keep it nice, neat and tidy. Volders is an experienced head, isn't he? He's done a lot of driving in Supercar Light, Super National previously, as well in a variety of cars, but let's look at the time of Souza as he goes to the end.
Over the line, is it 2:14? It is quick enough.
2:14.5.
2:14.5, right. Oh, okay. So
that is the fastest time
of
the day.
Weekend. So that is the so 2:16.9 for Tiger in Q1, 2:18.8 for Johansson in Q2. The problem will be winning the start in that car against the top guys. But if he can be on the front row of the grid, where is he in the quali standings, Hal?
He was fourth overall.
So if he wins that, he could. What he really needs now is Johansson and Tiger to have a bit of a shocker in this race and not set a good time. That could put him on the front row. He's going to be on the front row in one of the semis anyway, isn't he?
But regardless, he's going to need the tactics to work perfectly and not get held up during the race.
Agreed, yeah. And ideally he wants to be on the right-hand side of the grid, doesn't he? Because he could lose the start then and still potentially go standard lap if the other car goes joker. We're getting ahead of ourselves and I like it. Planning a couple of races down the road. Fastest time of the weekend in open two-wheel drive, Andre Souza in the Audi A1 front-wheel drive. Can Johansson, Tiger and Co, Brendan Stone and Jason Bleasdale in their rear-wheel drive machines put this right for the rear-wheel drive crew? The fans are cheering. What's happened? Is somebody running around on the track or something? I like it. Marshall goes across, one little thumbs up to each of the drivers. Johansson, Ferreira, Bleasdale, Tiger, Stone. It's a long old hold on the line, that is. Oh, it's a brilliant start for Victor Johansson on the inside line. Not so good for Simon Tiger, who's now going to have to decide whether he goes with Victor or goes joker. I think he's made that decision already. Johansson locks up, runs deep. Tiger goes up the inside line. This will be a horsepower and traction battle on the exit. Johansson gets the car straight, holds on to the position. Tiger goes with him. So our two previous open two-wheel drive champions out front here. They are the top two in qualifying at the minute, and they're chasing down the time at the front-wheel drive car of Andre Souza.
Brilliant launch from Brendan Stone on the outside as well in Tyrrell's Ford Fiesta. Went to the joker for the first time of asking, but it's behind Jason Bleasdale in that pack of cars that has done the joker so far. Anyone new to RallyX this year or new to open two-wheel drive, Victor Johansson in the massive Mercedes is using a hybrid powertrain, and not only that, it's a home-built hybrid powertrain. Absolutely extraordinary piece of engineering. We've done a few features of it in the past, and I've written some bits on it as he goes into the joker this time around. Bleasdale's going to get held up here behind the Fiesta that doesn't have the momentum out of the first corner. Johansson also losing out badly.
Why did he joker then? Serious question.
I think he was joking to try and cover off Jason Bleasdale. You know, he had that little moment with Victor Johansson coming out to turn one, or coming out to turn one. Sorry, and I think Jason Bleasdale just caught up that little bit, but he's gone a little bit wide there.
Trying to cover off Bleasdale, and it just didn't work out.
No.
So Simon Tiger now got to try and chase down that time. This would be advantage. Remember, they're equal on points. Johansson and Tiger on 90 qualifying points each. Johansson really had to check up. Into the joker goes Tiger. Patrick, you're off, mate. You need to go and get the car.
Take care. I'll catch you in a bit.
See you later. Thank you for coming in, mate. Oh, Simon Tiger through the tiniest of gaps with Jason Bleasdale. Bleasdale left him just enough room, including all of the curb, and he needed it. Wow, that was close.
Great respect already from Bleasdale to be leaving that sort of room. Of course, you don't want the damage, but renowned for being a respectful racer, Jason, and just giving that little bit necessary. Tiger on a great drive.
I think Bleasdale's very much proved he's got the pace here, hasn't he, to compete with the best in open two-wheel drive, which is great to see. Victor Johansson's on his rear end as they come through.
What's the time going to be, though?
No, I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't think it's going to be
yes.
2:16.3. So that means we've got our first
a race on.
First ever qualifying session win for a front-wheel drive car in open two-wheel drive.
When you look at where this class was 3 years ago when we had, we were at Tier with 4 or 5 cars. What a fantastic field this is. All credit to the championship for growing it like it is at the moment, and the competition's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, really, really good.
A lot happened in that race. Let's have a look back at the start. Stone there on the outside. Bleasdale just lost a little bit in the run to the first corner, but got up the inside of Stone into the joker. Johansson locked up, and that's what allowed Tiger up the inside. Nice and tidy from Bleasdale in turn one. That's the turn one incident again. Talk about giving each other room. These two live not too far away from each other up there near Alvespin.
Let's see if we've got the merge, Hal, because it's unbelievable if we have.
This is where they all got a little bit tripped up over each other. Bleasdale did well to recover from this, actually. Lost a lot of time there.
Tiger was really lucky and that he had some respect.
Could have got harpooned, couldn't he?
Watch this. Bleasdale actually gets a massive understeer on, look.
Okay, I say Jason Bleasdale gave a little space. I don't think he had much choice there. He had all the lock on and all the understeer.
That was close, wasn't it? That was close. Simon Tiger takes it 2:16.3, but it is Andre Souza who wins with a 2:14.5. Let's take a look at the standings for Open Two-Wheel Drive after Q3. Top qualifier is Simon Tiger, and Andre Souza nicks P2. So Souza with the session win in the last session, and Victor Johansson just being one car further down, means that Souza is going to be on pole in semi-final number 2, and that's what we were just saying. Remember what I was saying? Look ahead, we've got to look a long way ahead. He's in the perfect position to pull it off, but yeah, let's see. Simon Tiger in the other semi-final, going to be an epic fight. Can it be the first ever front-wheel drive win in Open Two-Wheel Drive here at Montalegre? Standings for Supercar Lights. Tobias Darbach leads at the moment from Lucas Anderson, Julian Munier, Sergio Bello Alonso in the Skoda Fabia, and Kevin Darbach. Tobias Darbach, Hal, did we discover has a yellow strip across the top of the car?
Yes, and black wheels.
There we are. He's in slot 2 on the grid. Me and Hal again. The cars are identical, but they're not, in fact, as well, because Kevin had the front end ripped off his, and that's him in slot number 3. So Tobias in P2, Kevin in number 3, and ignore the grid on screen there. That's just from Open Two-Wheel Drive a few moments ago. So it's Darbach. Sorry. Yeah, that's my grid. Yes, my bad. Anderson, Darbach, Munier, Darbach, and Bello Alonso. Bello Alonso last time out dragged them down the straight after a bad start, and looks to do the same again. So that's the difference in the two different specs of cars. Is he going to go straight to the Joker? No, he's not. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And Anderson goes late to the Joker up the inside of one of the Darbachs. So it's Kevin, I think, from the rear. And Anderson manages to get in front, but not in front of the Skoda.
Interesting tactic that from Anderson. That's a driver decision really at that point. The spotter can't influence your braking too much. Of course you can have pre-planned what you'd like to do, but this could not work out. This might well not work out for Anderson, who's all over the back of the Skoda. Up front, Anderson looks to the inside.
Right up underneath, no way through the Skoda. Gets a bit sideways there coming through the chicane. Anderson would like to look to the inside. Going to have to pass him on track now. He goes defensive on the way in. Anderson's come out wide. If the Skoda runs wide here, Anderson will look to the inside, but the Skoda is wise to it. And here comes Darbach from the outside. Bello Alonso has managed to slot into the lead here as well. So this now then is about whether Munier, the Frenchman out front, can gap the Skoda by enough to try and get in front. Oh, Anderson, look all the way up the Armco as well.
This has not worked out for Lucas Anderson at all, as it now has been passed by the other Darbach. Joel Kristoffersson at home this weekend in Sean. Which one that's Tobias that's dropped it up the hill there towards the end of the lap. Munier is well onto the final lap, and I think he's going to Joker in nice clear air, isn't he, with that margin.
Should be easy enough. Let's see the Joker merge. Where is he? He's gone already, has he? Yes, he has, yeah. So he's got away with that. Nicely away, miles in front. Look at that.
Difficult race this for Anderson. Had the inside, chose to go for the Joker, and it's just not really working out for him. But this is what we were talking about with Ollie Eriksson earlier. It's all about building the experience of race situations, and you can't gain all that experience when you're at the front. He looks to the inside.
Should get that done if he can keep a nose alongside, but Darbach's trying to check it up enough. Darbach's now got the advantage as they flick back to the left. Well done by Darbach, but Munier takes the session win. 127.2. Now Munier was P3 after that earlier qualifying. P3 after the two sessions before. With a win there, will he move up or not? He might get in front of Anderson, you know. We'll see the standings for that in a minute.
Let's have a look back at at that start. Anderson made a good launch, not quite as good as Munier. Skoda obviously had a great run down on the outside. Anderson, I think that might have been pre-planned. You know, he went deep early. Munier and Darbach battling there in the standard lap.
We've never had a different type of car in Supercar Lights before, have we? So the decision was made to let the Skoda in because it wouldn't have been competitive in open four-wheel drive. It's clearly quicker off the start. It's not the initial start, but once it's got away, it can out-drag the Lights car.
So that's on a local with a regional N4 or N5 as they're called. So it's basically an R5 that gets used for rallycross in this region. Turbocharged 1.6, I believe. So yeah, very different specification to the 2.4 supercar lights normally aspirated.
What does that do to the qualifying standings? Does Mounier get up into P2? Mounier gets the TQ. He does more than gets up into P2. So it was Darbach, Anderson, Mounier prior to this. And Julien Mounier now gets up to the very top. I'm going to take a quick look because I don't think he's had a top qualifier before. Mounier last year, I've only got finished positions, not qualifying, so I don't know. But I'm pretty sure he hasn't, Hal. I don't think he's been a TQ before, Mounier. What do you think about that?
I think he might be.
Do you? Right, I'm going to say he was. This is his first one.
Was it not in your stats?
No, it's not. Unfortunately, I've only got the finishing positions, not the qualifying positions for those. There we go. So yeah, Mounier takes it, but I mean, look at the difference. Just one race, winning one qualifying session, he goes to the top. We've got one last session to go.
You've got TQ.
Yes, I have. In which case, Mounier hasn't been. Yeah. Yes, thank you, mate.
I'll just teach you how to use your own stats.
Yeah, you teach me how. Yeah, that I've used for 10 years. I can't even read my own stats. So yes, he hasn't had a TQ before. Well done to Julien Mounier, first ever TQ in supercar lights. On to open four-wheel drive. Ulrich Linnemann looking like the man to beat with the European Rallycross champion Patrick O'Donovan behind him. Patrick is in, remember, the FC2, and this also tells us that we don't have an apostrophe in the graphics suite for the Irish surname, do we, Hal?
Looks that way.
It does, doesn't it? Good old Patrick. Tommy Howman, Casper Janssen, Elias Svensson and Nathan Ottink are your top 6. I'd say it's pretty wide open between them. So they'll want to see if they can move themselves up into one of the front rows for the semi-finals. How many cars have we got? Two sets of semis? Can't remember, we'll check later. SC2 gets their own final, but I can't remember if they get their own semis. It's new for this year. We'll look it up in a moment. Right. Remember, it's fast, it's last. So this is Pascal Lambeck, Tom van der Heuvel, Fraser McConnell and Jose Oliveira. It's McConnell here that needs the biggest result. He's P9 overall, brilliant reaction time at the supercar onto his left, manages to outdrag him. Oliveira down towards turn 1, Fraser goes out wide, he's going Joker immediately. This is great for Fraz, because nobody, there was one car didn't make it off the line. Who was it? How was it? Lombeck who didn't come off the line?
It was van der Heuvel that is still there in the polo.
Yeah,
has now got going, I think.
I hope it won't be in the way at least. So this is about Fraser McConnell and lap times, really. Can he get the lap times in to try and get the overlap on the two supercars? And
yes,
that is your answer, because he's there already.
Super experienced, super talented, and would be the
He's going to get held up though. He's going to get held up here. This is a disaster for him if he gets stuck behind this car for a lap. He really needs them to joker on this lap.
Damage limitation when you're in this position, isn't it? I think disaster is strong because all you're doing is making best of what you can.
He does
in this scenario. That's perfect for him to get the clear air.
Is Fraz going to get the lead? Not quite. Yeah, I thought Lambeck wasn't going to go there, from the attitude of the car. But he did.
It's just damage limitation, isn't it? Because when you're in this position, and on the outside, you can't necessarily expect to be ahead.
No, of course, but still, you know, if you get clear air, you could take the fastest time.
Where is he overall?
He's 9th, so it's not terrible. But, you know, a session win, we've just seen what a session win does. You know, to not get held up by the cars in front. Every time you get held up, and the person who wins their heat with FC2 doesn't get held up, you're losing time, aren't you?
I do think the track's cleaning enough that the last race would be quicker.
Yeah.
Head-to-head on 3 clean laps, sorry, but Fraz doesn't have that anyway, so there's no comparison to make.
No. So Fraser McConnell after, was it contact? He was, wasn't it, in the first corner?
Yeah, with the car he's behind at the moment, actually, Oliveira.
Yes. And Oliveira, who hasn't made any mistakes this time round, got a good start and gets away nicely.
Good drive. We saw this from him in the RallyX experiences he made. He could be really quick and consistent when things fell right, and all credit to a local driver for using their local knowledge.
Is it a handsome Peugeot, do you know? Over the line, he's going to take it. No, we're not sure.
Oh, I've got a spreadsheet on my laptop.
I love that. Find the spreadsheet, Hal. We need to know which.
I think it is.
Oh, you think it is?
Yeah, I think it's an early one.
Because there were a few French 208s, weren't there, as well? Like
there are loads, yeah. So the other 208s in the field today from France are Sarrazin Motorsport cars, which are different specification.
Oh dear.
That's one of the Sarrazin cars that isn't quite as new as it was a few minutes ago. What's happened there? Can't really see on the reflection on the monitor. Is the wheel off? Or was it just the bodywork? Looks like the suspension's broken, doesn't it? I think that is on
Whereabouts on the track is it, you mean?
Yeah. I think it's across the back, isn't it? I wonder if we can see that.
There's an end of an arm curve barrier. We might do. It was
a
a stall at the start. Yeah.
Just didn't quite have the launch settings right. Fraz got absolutely pad off the line, didn't he, by Oliveira, who had a brilliant start, came to the inside, and a much cleaner first corner than he'd had in the previous run, which Ollie Eriksson described Fraser McConnell as the collateral damage from. Have a look in the background, see if we see what happened to Lambeck. Lambeck in the Joker for the second time of asking, wasn't it? And I think something's happened to him. I wonder if we didn't see it there at all, but that is...
I'm trying to figure where it is because there's an end of an arm co that
that's coming into the last section, I think. I wonder if we, Mr. Director, can we zoom out of that shot at all and look at where the car is on the circuit?
Yes, we
Thank
can.
you very much. Look at that.
Look at
yeah,
that.
it is. It's as you come towards the end of the lap, isn't it? We're looking at the final corner head in the front of the shot, and that's directly over the top. That's after the first of the big curbs.
Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about.
This is the last corner, Andrew. That's where you
end sorry, I thought you meant the shunt was just before the last corner. Yes, the opposite
the
last
corner.
Shot. Yeah, got you.
And that's over the hill where we were yesterday. And that's the big curb where you go boop, up onto two wheels.
Gonna have to get that one.
There's the
onto the back of the truck and take it
telehandler
away.
that Andreas Eriksson insisted on yesterday, following some recoveries.
Get the Manitou out, fork lifted up. That's the beauty of Rallycross, isn't it? We were talking yesterday, weren't we, Hal, about one of the guys who ran Rallycross originally having a Mercedes-Benz fork lifted out of Lowiak because they couldn't find the car keys. Do you remember? And then there was also, actually, there was another time. So that Lowiak's had a couple of good abandoned car stories.
My favourite hire car story might be from Seskalika in the Czech Republic. What year would that have been? Maybe 2000.
Oh, wow, you're digging deep here,
11.
mate. You're digging deep
when
here.
Kevin Proctor and his team went out for dinner, came back, and the gate was locked to the paddock, so they left the hire car outside.
Yeah.
One of the boys went to get it in the morning to move it back into the paddock when the gate was open, and it was on its roof.
On its roof?
Yeah, someone in the night had just come and turned it over.
Now, is that a load of Pikachus? Is that a Pikachu hats they're wearing? Can we zoom in, Director? Is that a Pikachu hat? It is Pikachus. Yes, to the Pikachu Portuguese Massive. Get in with your Pikachu hats. We saw a bloke yesterday on the plane who was going on a bender to Porto with the lads for what looked like his stag do. He was dressed in a big red dog suit in the queue for passports, which was very funny, but the Pikachu thing is great.
He already smelt reasonably potent, didn't he, on the bus?
Up,
on the bus from the plane to the terminal.
You look at those people in their How do you like that, Hal? Because I very much appreciate that. I'm not sure you would have been into your Pokemon quite so much as me.
Well, I was too young for it, you see.
I was too old for it, mate. No question about it. But Pikachu was always one of my favourites. I never had the app and went hunting for them. You can find them, can't you? They're all over the place.
An app?
Yeah, there's an app. You could go hunting for them, for Pokemons.
Pokemon predated apps, though, didn't it?
I'm sure you could.
No.
Just message in on the comments. There was an app.
No one had a smartphone when Pokemon came out to start with.
Well, maybe not to start with, but I'm sure you could come to. You could look for.
As people have probably established over the last however many years we've done this,
Pikachu's
wasn't really my thing.
What, no.
I had a Tamagotchi.
Yeah, I remember them.
Bloody thing kept dying.
Yeah, they do though. You have to look after them all the while.
I remember we had a Tamagotchi creche in primary school.
What, where you could put... Yeah, that was just because the teachers knew everyone was getting distracted by the Tamagotchis. Do you remember Tamagotchis, anyone? Or Pokemons even? Hopefully you remember Pokemons, they're not that long ago. Tamagotchis had a bit of a comeback this year.
Have they?
Pika Pika, someone's just said. It's Calla, I think, in my ear. Is that what Pikachu said? I think it was, wasn't it? There were some really good names for it. Me and my wife have nicknamed a couple of people after Pokemons. Non-offensively, of course. Or if any of my neighbours are watching from the road in which I live, they've all got nicknames, my neighbours. I reckon other people do that. You must do that. You know, do you have nicknames? Fraz, get in. Let's go. Because, Fraz, we've already resorted to talking about Pokemon and the nicknames of my next door neighbours while we wait for this car to be. So you're very welcome.
Do they know
guest.
what their next?
No, absolutely not. No, they've all got nicknames. Some of them are. We think they're very entertaining. You must have nicknames. You know, your next door neighbours. You have nicknames, don't you?
I live in the
middle of nowhere.
Yes, I don't have neighbours.
Okay. Fraz's neighbours are a load of pineapples, aren't they?
Orange trees.
A Nitro.
My closest neighbour is probably like 2 kilometers away.
Okay, wicked. What about Nitro the dog? How's he getting on?
Nitro's great.
Yeah?
He's probably digging up the lawn somewhere right now, peeing on the couch.
No, he wouldn't, would he?
No, he's a bad boy.
Is he?
Is he watching now?
He's probably doing something he shouldn't be right now.
Brilliant. Yeah, I've got a good story about my dog and the Christmas tree this year. He's 6. He's never done it before, but an indoor tree was too much of a temptation for him.
He had to do it.
Yeah, he did.
What colour's your carpet?
It was
yellow now.
Yellow now.
No, with the carpet vac's been out a lot. Bad dog. So anyway, dogs. Me and Fraz have got dogs. You want a dog, Hal? Or you actually know Hal was
Do you want
talking
a black Labrador? His name is Nigel.
He's currently 2 foot under a lawn.
He's digging a hole in the lawn. Yeah. Hal was talking earlier about controlling his lovely child, and I said it sounded very much like putting a dog on the floor. You put the dog on the floor and go, "I'll just get you in the car, mate," and it just goes. And Hal was like, "Funny enough, Soren does that, doesn't he?" Just
what happened here?
Huh?
A crash. We didn't see it.
Yeah, crash. We don't know.
That was in my race.
Yes.
It was, yeah.
Must have been behind you then.
Must
Happy
have
with
been.
your race? You good at the Joker, but then you caught a bit of traffic.
It's hard to launch against the supercars. It's close, but unless you get it perfect, it's hard to have a equal launch with them.
Can you launch with the boost or not?
No.
No, see, that's the answer. So we need a launch with the boost.
You should be the engineer.
Get Kevin. And so they get explain. All right, we've tried. Okay, I tell you what. Let's get the race underway, and then we'll talk about the boost during it, because you can tell us where's best to use it. So, Simon Olofsson on the inside in Eric Gordon's car. Eric is here this weekend along with Buddy Rice, who, yes, he did win the Indy 500, and yes, he is at Montalegre this weekend. Lane Michaela, Alex Janot and Nicholas Butel. Good start for Lane Michaela on the inside, but Olofsson as well, very equal on the run down to the first corner. That space frame Mercedes is slotting in behind Olofsson. Almost changed his mind. No, Olofsson with too much handbrake, has to launch it up over the curbs. That is time lost, but he's got away with it in terms of holding on to P1. So Olofsson through the left-hander and then the right. So, Franz, we were talking about this boost. So basically, they're about 450 normally, and then you get 5 seconds of boost if you press a button, which takes it up to 550. You can use it 10 times. Right. You can't really run out of it round here, can you, in 3 laps?
No, I mean, theoretically, it's 50 seconds, and it takes about 40 seconds to do a lap. So you could have it on the entire time for 1 lap, but so many places that you don't even need the extra power. Yeah. Right here where they're getting onto the straight now, they'll definitely be using the extra 100 horsepower. And then also onto this back straight there. But I mean, in the gravel, when you're fighting for grip, an extra 100 horsepower is not necessarily the best thing.
So basically, you would use it 6 times in the race duration when it's a 3-lapper. So I guess once we get Hal, the finals 5 laps, they aren't they?
Oh yeah.
So in the finals, then you'll use it all, won't you?
Definitely.
Okay, Franz. I
don't care how many laps it is. I'm using all of it.
Franz was doing the maths there and thinking, when am I going to run out of the extra 100 horsepower? He very quickly added up 5 times 2 is 10 and was like, yes, I've got enough. He's happy. Mate, great to see you and your parents as well. Obviously, very disappointing for all of us who were involved in Nitrocross with that series demise, and I'm pleased that you've come back to where you cut your teeth in supercar, back to RallyX. And this, of course, is a new circuit for you. Me and Hal have been here before, but you're discovering more European circuits. What do you think? Yeah,
I mean, first of all, hats off to the Ericssons and OMSE to get this done. RallyX has, I think, held a race every single year since they've started, even in COVID. So, it's they couldn't have anybody better leading this, new force of cars coming in, and, they're finally some rallycross again.
Yeah, mega. Great to have you here.
This is a good battle up front, isn't it? With Olofsson applying the pressure, trying to get ahead after that early mistake.
I think if he hadn't made that mistake, he could have won that, but Janot takes it from Olofsson.
We've lost the timing screen at present.
Yeah,
so
we have.
Struggling on that.
How long will the battery last on that, Hal, if I get it up here instead?
Let's see.
Good idea. So we have a laptop attached to a screen. Something's died. It is hot, isn't it? It's not really Jamaica hot, but it's hot. Or is this cool?
No, this is nice. This is perfect weather.
This is nice hot. I reminded Fraz yesterday, Hal, about when we saw him at Kugler and we were all in shorts because it was 20 Celsius. He had a beanie hat on. He was like, it's freezing.
My favourite Fraz experience was when you turned up for Rallycross on ice.
Oh, really?
I didn't race in Rallycross on ice.
Where were you when it was snowing?
Ice
you
race.
were somewhere when it was freezing cold.
Ice race with Nitro.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was cold.
First ice race, Jamaican won it.
Yes. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, you did, didn't you?
I had my lucky egg and everything.
Really? Is the lucky egg still on the back of the crash helmet?
No, not this one.
Why not?
This is a legendary keepsake, the first one.
Okay, so touch the egg is done now.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you do now?
Because I took it off because someone said, well, eggs are so easy to break. And I was like, well, I don't like that. Thinking about my egg breaking on my head, I was like, we'll take it off.
You were thinking about it a bit too much, you just got to go.
I was like, I have to
What's
take
on
it
there
off.
instead? Like a portrait of Nitro peeing on the sofa or something?
It's actually empty. It's just an empty box now.
Is it? Okay, so there's room on Fraser McConnell's helmet for what? Can we not have a pineapple on it or something? Like something relevant
or
to the
an
business.
orange.
Or the cow.
Or cow.
If you haven't seen the True Milk advert, get yourself onto where is it? Is it on your dad's Instagram?
Yeah.
Peter McConnell's Instagram, and you'll see Peter cheers a cow. I don't know what the cow was paid for its appearance in the advert, but not enough it seems. It is
That budget went on Fraz's racing.
Yeah, true. Yeah, nobody was paid. Certainly not the cows. Howman, Faust, Svensson, and Ottink. Good start by Faust this time round. Faust ended up with a puncture earlier on today, which was not what he needed, and he goes deep from slot number 2, locks it up. Can he get it into the apex? That's really well done by Tanner. Was equal on the start of the line down to the first corner. Knew he wasn't going to take it, so chucked it into the Joker. Great driving from the American.
Also clever from the FC2 drivers to stall the supercar here and not let it get the traction down on the exit of the first corner. Perfect there as well for Tommy Howman, who got squeezed onto the gravel in turn 1 last time around in Q2 as that rut is really developing towards the end of the lap.
Looks like Tanner's got another puncture. Oh,
no, really? We'll see on the straight. When he gets to the straight will be the giveaway. If the car's crabbing on the straight, then he's had a deflation. Has he managed to get away with it?
I think he just skipped on that rut, didn't it? It's getting really cut up, and I guess that's kind of good that you went early and didn't have the track in such condition.
But these guys are going to have to make sure that they don't give Tommy too much fresh air. He's going to be really quick setting some rapid laps.
Yeah, he is. Howman currently is 4.0 out in front. What's the Joker delta, Fraz? You know,
2.5.
Okay, so Howman has enough time already to go Joker and come out in front. 4.0. When these guys are battling a bit, they're not holding each other up too much, maybe on that very first lap, but
I don't think Tanner's being held up at all, as he's got that little margin there that he doesn't need to worry about Elias so much.
Target time is that of Oliveira, which is a 206.5. Fraz is currently second with a 207.2. There goes Howman. Miles in front. So Howman's done a brilliant job here. Faust and Svensson as well in front of Ottink, so the supercar at the back of the pack. So if you had the 550 off the line, would that be the difference for the launches?
I mean, we're already getting wheel spin in second gear with the 450. So, I mean, there's no point in having extra power if you can't use it.
So what's the difference? Why is the supercar beating you? Gear ratios?
I mean, this car is still so early in its development that it's hard to, say exactly what it is. But, maybe suspension, you never know.
All right, so to dial it in. Fraz wants to dial it in. It's his first weekend in it, and that was the quickest time by Howman, 205.2. So he goes 1.3 seconds quicker than Oliveira.
Fastest time of the weekend.
Look at the crowd.
Sorry,
Look
Linneman did a
crowd.
204.9 in the first session.
Which one? Sorry, a 30.
Linneman did a 204.9 in.
So he's 3/10 off in the FC2. That's impressive. Mind you, temperatures are high now, so grip should be up too, shouldn't it?
But the track's in a different position, isn't it?
Yeah,
but,
still really good.
Still up there, yeah.
I guess the benchmark now will be to see what Linneman
commitment.
Look at the black lines from 150 metres out. Actually, Ollie's been moaning all week, and there's no reference point for the braking, so Tanner's just put one down on the track for him, hasn't he?
With some number 11s.
Yeah, exactly. Right from a long way back. Howman has just kept that super tidy. He's so smooth. Look at this. There's barely any steering lock on the car. Over the curb on the right. Pow. Thank you very much. Checkered flag. Second fastest time of the weekend. Fraz, I think you'd had 15 laps in the car when you started racing. Obviously, Tommy raced it in America a bit as well.
Right.
You need seat time, don't you? Everybody. Same for Tanner, to be fair, and a few people, but you need to learn the car.
Yeah, I think me and Tanner are in the same boat when it comes to seat time in the car, but he's definitely been here a lot more than I have.
Yeah,
this track.
Yeah, Tanner's won a round of the European Championship here, like in 2011. So yeah, was it 11? How old were you then?
2011.
Yeah.
I would have been 14.
14. Tanner was here winning a supercar. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Linneman, O'Donovan, Janssen, and Ericsson with a target time of Tommy Howman 2:05.2, which we know is very competitive compared to Linneman's winning time in Q1 earlier on today. Linneman gets away very nicely indeed. Casper, Janssen too. Patrick loses out at the start, slots in behind Ulrich straight away. That's very wise, but Casper, I thought Casper was going to go standard lap, and he doesn't.
Great reaction from Janssen, wasn't it? You saw the nose of the car lift up. What O'Donovan did there was exactly what Ollie Eriksson was talking about when he joined us in the studio during Q2. You know you've given up the start, so you mitigate the risk then. You follow the driver that you've given it to.
Yeah, do the best you can. Choose not to get yourself in an incident.
O'Donovan all over the back of Linneman towards the end of the lap. Gets a lot of rotation in the car. He's going to look to the inside, but doesn't have the traction to get up and over the curb.
Great awareness though, isn't it? Look at that, every inch of the road. Now he's going to be pressing that boost button for the extra 100 horsepower. You'll just see the supercar edge away. Patrick O'Donovan won the championship here, Hal, didn't he?
He did, yeah, sealed it here in the semi-final stages and went on to finish third in the final round, but he's going to get done here by Janssen.
And Ericsson. So Janssen and Ericsson go through, and O'Donovan drops down to P3. I didn't think they'd had a bad first lap.
Lost a little bit behind Linneman, didn't he? But not too much.
Well, this would suggest, looking at how close he was, Linneman could lose out here. So Ulrich Linneman could lose out. So far, he's won both qualifying sessions. Are we going to see a qualifying session win for the FC2 here? Patrick looks to the inside, knocks one of the bollards down. That'd be a warning. If he gets another one, it'd be a penalty. Oh, has to check up the steering angle up against the Armco just to avoid hitting it. Onto the front straight, into the Joker lap goes Linneman.
This is where you need to keep your head, isn't it?
Let's see where he is. Here's Linneman round the outside. Casper Janssen. Linneman's got extra pace and just gets in front. Could he have done that, Casper, with a better line through that first corner?
Then you get into the area of risking collision at the merge. Yeah. And I mean, that's the last thing you'd want.
I don't think he lost that much time.
No.
To gain back on Linneman there at the exit. Because Linneman would have had all the momentum, wouldn't he, out of the Joker lap?
Well, the FC2s are closer to the supercars than they were last year, but Ulrich Linneman's going to take this. Can he beat the time of Howman, though, is the big question. Over the line, 2:05.2 he does. It's going to be quickest time of the weekend, I'm sure. The clock's always got a bit of lag. 2:04.0, that is the fastest time of the weekend. He goes 9/10 quicker than he went in Q1 earlier on today. Casper on a 2:04.6 will slot in front of Howman as well, and Howman will be P3. So Fraz, where are you going to be? Fraz, 2:07.2. Seventh, I think. Yeah. How you feeling?
I mean, still a lot more to gain. Track evolution for sure is playing a part in these now.
Yeah.
Each session, you know,
which is the frustration when you have an issue early on.
Exactly.
This is also the beauty of racing with the other quick drivers in a clean race. None of them lost a lot of time for a battle,
no.
and you had that fight to get through.
Definitely. And I mean, underneath the gravel, the long gravel corner is tarmac. So, you know, the more they go, the more they move the dirt, the more they get the tarmac.
There's more grip, and you can get out of the corner that little bit more quickly. Right, that is it for Q3. Fraz, what's the score now? Coming up to the semi-finals, what do you do? You go and have a chat. Who's spotting for you?
Eric Farron.
Oh, wicked.
Yeah,
okay, Eric's
cool.
a legend, isn't he?
Yeah,
Has he spotted for you before?
No, first time.
You know, he used to spot for Sebastian Loeb.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
He spotted that probably a lot of people.
Yeah, Eric's a paddock legend, isn't he? We should have some sort of paddock legend badge. So yeah, he enjoyed it. He's very calm, isn't he?
Yeah, super good spotter. You know, hopefully gonna get some good results with him at the end of this weekend. But you know, I definitely have my work cut out for me.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll get there during the semis, mate. Okay, let's take a look at the standings then. Ulrich Linneman with 3 qualifying session wins from 3 on 150 points. Casper Janssen, Tommy Howman and Patrick O'Donovan are your top 4. Then it's Svensson, Ericsson, Otting, McConnell gets P8. Faust P9, Olofsson, Oliveira, Janot and Buchel. Janot is the top 12. I think it will be... I'll tell you what, we'll look at the semis and we'll come back with the lineups afterwards in case there's extra semis for the FC2s. I can't remember. What are you looking at, Fraz?
I'll find out.
Hal's going to find out. Oh, here's Oliver Ericsson just come back in. Where's Oliver been?
He was just on the track.
Oh yeah, of course he was.
So top 6 from FC2 quali go through to the final.
Yeah.
And then semis for
open four-wheel drive. Okay, yeah. So in that case, then.
Oh, phew. Linneman is supercar, and where was it? I think.
Yeah.
He's ahead of me. So I'm in the FC2 final.
Oh yeah. So it's straight to the final from here.
In
FC2 final.
Yes.
So you also need to do the semi-final for open four-wheel drive.
Okay, so you could also make the open four-wheel drive final.
Yes. That's
You
the
up
plan.
for that? That's the last race of the day.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2 finals, skint.
Big up.
Big up.
Those guys. That's why I came to see the.
Mate, we know why you come.
I don't want to talk to you guys.
Get out, bloody Jamaicans. Right, he's off. That's it for us from qualifying. We will be back at 4:05 with the semi-finals, but don't go anywhere because coming up next, particularly if you're new, but even if you're not, you'd like a refresher, wouldn't you? We've got our guide to the classes. And we don't mean the drivers, not the class of, but the classes of RallyX this year. We'll see you at 4:05, but don't go anywhere. Class Explainer coming up. So if you are new to RallyX or if you just want a reminder, we have a bunch of different cars that race out on track. So let's go and take a look at each of our different classes.
The RallyX ladder begins with Junior Cross Car. 600cc engine, 9,300 RPM. They're limited because you can race one of these machines when you're 11 years old. You can begin in the year that you turn 12, and they're limited because it's all about learning for the future. The racing in this category is super, super close. The drivers are absolutely amazing. This is the perfect way to get on the RallyX ladder.
So, once you're done with Junior Cross Car, you can move up to Cross Car, but not until you're 16 years old. So that can be 5 years of experience. You're going to need that experience because these cars don't have any of the limits that the Junior ones do. So we're talking 15,000 RPM from between a 750 and a 900cc engine as a general rule. These things are absolutely rapid. They can lap the track nearly as quickly as a supercar in some conditions, and we've seen some of the best racing in the history of RallyX between the weapons that you can see here.
So if you're on the RallyX ladder, you probably go Junior Cross Car, and then move on to one of the four-wheel drive classes. But this is the wild child of the RallyX paddock. Open two-wheel drive is exactly what it says on the tin. Run anything you want, as long as it's only powered by 2 wheels, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, it really doesn't matter. This is the reigning champion, Simon Tiger, who runs a BMW M3 with a rotary engine and a turbocharger attached. There's such a wonderful array of cars in open two-wheel drive. It's the traditional rallycross class that's part of RallyX, and it produces amazing action and, more importantly, amazing engineering.
Okay, so cross cars and open two-wheel drive. The clue's in the name, they're two-wheel drive. If you want to make the step up to four-wheel drive, this is the first car that you use if you're on the RallyX ladder. This is a supercar light. They've been around for 10 years. There's more than 50 of these chassis in the world, although some of them have been modified into a car that we'll show you in a minute. Four-wheel drive, sequential gearbox, 2.4 litre normally aspirated mount tune engine with around 300 horsepower. They're running through the gears now and warming the engine up. It's a fantastic piece of kit if you're looking to learn four-wheel drive and make your way up to the more powerful cars.
The headline category in RallyX is open four-wheel drive. And one of the main contenders is the traditional supercar machine. These have been the gods of rallycross for a very long time. Previously known as Division 1 many years ago, 2-litre turbocharged engine, 6-speed sequential gearbox, permanent four-wheel drive transmission. They can out-accelerate a Formula 1 car to 100 kilometres an hour. But what RallyX is doing is opening up four-wheel drive to a range of machinery. Space frames are allowed, different four-wheel drive concepts are allowed. Let's take a look at one of the new kids on the block.
So if you were watching RallyX last year, you will already know who that new kid is. It is the FC2. Now, Hal mentioned supercars have been around for quite a long time. They're actually a bit of a dying breed. It's quite hard to find the parts for them. And the idea behind the FC2 is to create a vehicle which can compete very nearly with those supercars. Now, the Ericssons developed this car last year. They didn't quite manage to take a win, but they were right up there in the mix. And you'll see the FC2s in open four-wheel drive, but they will also have their own final all year as well. 2.3 litre, turbocharged, sequential gearbox. They're around 450 horsepower normally, but you have a push-to-pass button on the car, which gives you an extra 100 horsepower and takes them very, very close indeed to the output of those supercars. It's an absolutely brilliant piece of kit. We've got a packed tent here. It's going to be a brilliant season, and those are your classes for RallyX 2025. Semi-finals time here in Montalegre for RallyX 2025, first weekend of the year. We're looking forward to this. We've got a lot going on. It's very, very hot. The sun is super low. We've had tons of fans here at the minute. Tanner Faust is out on circuit giving a couple more rides in the FC1. And then we have semi-finals coming up for Cross Car Junior, Cross Car, Open two-wheel drive and open four-wheel drive. So some of the final lineups already decided. The FC2s, the top 6 have gone through. You saw how excited Fraz was about that. And also the Pro-Am final for four-wheel drive. So there's a lot of finals coming up later. Big final show. 4 sets of semi-finals now. How we've got 3 semis in 2 categories because of big entries.
Yep, so top 2 go up from those in the 2-race semi-finals as is traditional since 2013. It's the top 3 that go up.
And 5 laps.
5 cars, 5 laps.
5 laps.
6 cars, 5 laps.
We're remembering.
Kapow.
Kurt Powell. So yeah, so Junior Cross Car are probably on the line and getting ready to go.
I've actually just made all up, and there's the regulations we're going with.
That's fine. What are we saying? No, yeah, it's fine. I'm just looking at the timing screen to see if there's anything on there. I'm hot. I'm going to check the weather. It's very British. I want to know what the temperature is.
I can see what the weather is. It's too hot.
I know I can see. I know what the temperature is. What's the temperature? No, it isn't. That's ridiculous. My location, it says it's 14 degrees. It's
I
way
very nearly fell over then because this barrier.
Did you? That, if you'd have fallen out the back of the shot, that would have been my favourite moment of RallyX.
But the thing is, I'm attached to the desk, so I think we probably would have gone off ahead.
We would have gone off ahead, but it would have been me laughing as you went backwards into the road.
To smashing my head open.
Well, no, I wouldn't have laughed at that because I'm not mean. Well, I don't think I'm there, am I? Now it says me Cali. Now it says me Cali. Cali. What's Cali? Is that here?
Oh, I love America.
No, look. Oh, now it's changed. Right, Cali.
I only work at hot races or races in America.
There's Cali and Mexiedo. Yeah, it's the 2 places.
Mexiedo is the one where you got done for speeding this morning.
Right, okay.
Not true.
Nearly. And Cali, if that's local, says it's 10 degrees more. But it's hot. Okay, look, it's hot, right?
Do you think it's hotter because we're higher here? Because usually Chavez down the bottom is hotter because it's not up in the mountain. But maybe we're near the sun.
Because we're closer to the sun. Yeah?
That's why we pay the big bucks.
And why we also don't do the weather, because as you all well know, if you're a regular viewer, we can't do the pointing.
There's Tanner.
Yes. See Tanner come in? Mega. Right, okay, let's go. Let's get some grids in for Junior Cross Car. We're going to get these semi-finals underway. Right. First of the semi-finals, we've got 5 cars in this one, 4 cars in the next. It's Carl Svedlin and Joel Trailer on the front row. Then it's Rodriguez Lopez and Stubert Fredriksson and Enrique on the back row. Okay, Cross Car Junior, just finding out who's doing what.
Doesn't the FC1X smell warm with all of the
hot,
heat for those tyres? And there are some destroyed tyres behind the truck already.
It does smell hot. I think we should get Tanner Faust to come and join us for a minute. What do you think? That's a no. He just gave us a no look, didn't he? Would you come and join us, Tanner, for a minute? We'll get to come in. Yeah, we're not in Vision, mate. Don't worry. It's just some racing. When you got a minute. So Tanner's been out in the FC1. Let's get him to come and join us for some semi-final action here. And that's it. That'll be ideal. Right, off the line and away then. So a good start on the inside line for Svedlin. Svedlin goes to the standard lap. And Joel Trailer goes to the Joker lap. Tanner has got his headset on. Tanner, how's it going?
Good.
Welcome back, mate. Good to have you back. It's what are you doing? Helping? Oh, lights off. Sorry. Yeah, there we go. You won here in 2011. Is it nice to come back to somewhere that was such a historic moment for you?
Well, it's just amazing how many people are here that were there back in 11.
Really?
It's a little alarming when they show you the photos.
So I met a guy a minute ago who you gave your hat to.
Yes.
Yeah, you met him against.
Yes.
Yeah, and then there was another guy with another hat, and then how cool. But that's it's a while ago now, isn't it?
Well, just a couple of years.
Yeah, just a couple of years.
No, when they're taller than me and they show me the photo and they're like 6 years old, it's.
You're like, yeah, cheers, thanks for the reminder.
Yeah, awesome.
Svedlin still continues to lead. You can hear some of those 2-stroke engines, which are not so familiar to us with the cross car category. We haven't had those in RallyX before. The FC1, mate, you were telling me, but you can tell the people at home, it's quite the beast around this track, isn't it?
It is. You know, it's a big machine, and as you come through these corners and into the final corners of the track, it's quite narrow.
Yeah.
But it's awesome. It's just so much fun. It blasts through any of the little holes that the FC2 reacts to. you can be really precise. You have all that power, all that wheel spin, and giving rides to people and letting them experience that launch is just super fun.
Down the straight, I mean, you and me have been out in hell. The straight is insane, isn't it? Are you getting some? You can hear them scream in the electric cars, can't you?
Yeah, it's quiet enough to hear them scream, which is great.
You get a medal if they scream. I always used to be really pleased when I made someone's head hit the window when I was giving passenger rides for Mercedes-Benz. I don't know if that was really the Mercedes-Benz thing, but I liked it. It was kind of, you know, in the start, it was like, yeah, I heard his head hit the window.
It's a little psychotic, actually, that you think that.
You're smiling, you know the drill. He's driven the drift taxi. I've seen that thing although I imagine they're wearing helmets when their head hits the window and that, aren't they? So
fair enough.
What are you up to? I mean, I know you're coming to this one. We're not sure if you're going to make it to any more yet, are you? But it's great to have you here, obviously, other side of the pond.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love the fact that this is, hopefully promoted in the U.S. as much as possible. I want to keep Rallycross alive, not just around the rest of the world, but in the U.S. as well. So that's what I'm doing here. And, with Clarios and Optima, they committed to Rallycross in the U.S. So this is great that they're on board for this.
Yeah, absolutely. I really want it to work in America. Everybody does. We know RallyX have announced plans to head across the States later this year. I'd love to see that come off. I can't quite believe when it's such a great sport that it hasn't come off yet, but I guess all the pieces have got to be in the right place to make it really happen.
It's true. Not only do you need to attract current motorsport fans, you need to find new ones, you need to find people that didn't even know they were into cars to begin with. And, that recipe keeps changing. It was action sports, if you remember, back in the global Rallycross days. And now I think it's, you get some influencers and you get some, have guest cars and things like that to run in. I mean, these things look like the most fun thing with four wheels, to be honest.
Have you ever done cross car?
I've never. I never have.
How we can arrange
You'll
that?
have to come back then, mate, I'm afraid, because it's something to experience, isn't it? It's really, really raw racing and very different to being in a steel body car or a space frame.
Everybody's joke at Svedlund leads. Svedlund's going to take this one. The top three will go through because we've only got two semi-finals. We're just watching through the last couple of corners. Svedlund, if you're new to the series, was P4 in the standings last year. Did take a win at the Estering, was on the podium 4 times, and actually both TQs at the Estering as well. So Svedlund has just come on to form at the end of last year.
And he's the highest returning driver, isn't he? So he's the class of the field.
Absolutely, and I think when we get back up to the Scandic area and we've got more drivers, so Svedlund, Trailer and Rodriguez Lopez go through. These guys, Tanner, are as young as 11 when they get into these. Yeah, so you can do cross car juniors, limited to 9,300 RPM, but they're as young as 11. You have to be in your 12th year. What a way to learn. I mean, 5 years they can spend in it before they go up to cross car. They must be weapons by then.
It is awesome, and it's a great progression from go-karting, right? Where it's the discipline is so different. And this one, the car control that they get, it's so pure to rally. The surface changes, the racecraft, the mud in the helmet. I mean, it makes a lot of sense why Nordic drivers are just so good, actually, now that you say that.
It's been wondering why the 16-year-olds were getting so damn hard to beat.
Seriously.
Yeah. Svedlund takes it from Trailer and Rodriguez Lopez. So Hal, you wrote a book, didn't you, about the OMC cars, and I think did you call Tanner? I can't remember how you did the research.
Yeah, I thought so at some point. But if we get this race start underway, what I'd really like Tanner to do is explain his journey into Rallycross, because Tanner's been such a big part of bringing Rallycross to America, and I think your link with this event and with the OMC team and stuff is really interesting, and I guess most of the viewers haven't heard it. So let's get this race start underway.
And I was thinking exactly the same thing, because how you discovered it is fantastic. So this is Carl Schnack, Oscar Fuertes Hernandez, Alex Antilla, and Manuel Bermudez Barbietto.
Gosh, you're good at that.
Thanks, mate. You just have to say it with confidence. Barbietto on the outside line, and called Timozyanov, Tim Erzanov for a whole year. Schnack on the inside, I think, is going to get the whole shot. Nearly gets collected by Antilla in turn 1.
The two regulars together, isn't it? And they just need to be sensible, really, after the first corner and
just get to, only one of these drivers isn't going to make it through to the final, so they need to keep it tight.
You don't want to be fourth, do you?
No. Hal, talk to Tanner.
Yeah, explain it, mate, because you turned up in Rallycross having seen it on YouTube, and YouTube was pretty early then. Tell us your story.
It was really early. It was pretty much cats farting, and that was it. It was Sweden. It was at Holius. I saw Marcus Grunholm in a Fiesta.
2008.
I was in drifting for a while. We'd won the championship twice. We were thinking, the judges had just told us the new rules they were going to give us. We were like, well, maybe it would be nice to go back to racing against the clock if we could find something interesting. And literally, it was like divine intervention that same day, saw Marcus Grönholm take the win in Julius, and I was like, that looks like the most fun thing on four wheels. What's that? And started looking into it, and I'd seen some like 800 horsepower Volvos jumping over grass berms before, you know, in like old school rallycross videos. But like you said, YouTube had just started, so it wasn't like you just got fed that video all the time. Got in touch with Andreas Eriksson. It found out that they were interested in doing Pikes Peak, so they were coming to the States with their Fiestas, and we convinced them to let us use a couple of those Fiestas to do X Games that year. And Marcus couldn't do it, so they got Kenny Breck to do it. He finished first, I finished third, and Ford became the title sponsor of X Games, and Rally became a big part of X Games all of a sudden. And Andreas was full line and sinker into the US. I remember his vision was going to be like, I think it was Dirt 2 was the video game. He was like, we just want the video game with the perfect tire. We're going to come over the jump. It's gonna like, he had this amazing vision, right? And we were all into it. I mean, there was Jos Capito in the mix, who's a big player in motorsport. A lot of people I'm forgetting, but you know, Andreas had such a big part of it, and to play to get proper European rallycross cars into the US to make a series, and it grew so fast, so quick into global rallycross, and then has struggled probably. You know, we've had various promoters.
ARX, Nitro Rallycross, yeah. And it's been a shame because I thought they were all promising, but just to say the timing just didn't work out.
Yeah, I think we educated a group on what the sport was, made headway, and we had this Sunday afternoon NBC show going, you know, head to head with NASCAR, and it was doing good ratings. There was some good momentum there, but it's difficult. You know, the landscape of how to make a motorsport work is changing, and it's different in the US than it is here.
Yeah.
In the US, there's possibly a bit more promotion involved. It's not just about winning. So for the drivers to garner their sponsorship. Oh gosh, this is getting tight here.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, that's Bermudez Barbiotto behind Antilla. These two are in P3 and P4 with 2 laps to go, and obviously only one of them will go through. So it is the battle for the last spot. I mean, Schnack has got this tied up as Joker, and he's miles in the lead. So we'll keep an eye on that battle at the back of the pack. Or getting close again. Barbiotto has another look, but isn't quite close enough, and Antilla cocks a wheel just up in the air. So can we make RallyX work in America?
Yeah, I definitely think there's a market for it. It still is at its fundamental complete highlight reel of motorsport every single 4 minutes. And so for that reason, it's so easy to watch. It's so entertaining with the drag racing starts, you know, the content, the jumps, the different surfaces, the ridiculous characters, the angry Europeans. Once they put a helmet on, you got to be careful in Europe. I just got to be honest. Just watching this, it's like they may be 11 years old, but they're out for blood for sure.
They are. By the time they're 16, they're deadly. Antilla did hold on to P4 and goes through with Fuertes Hernandez and Carl Schnack. Is it? I don't put you on the spot, but is it the way you talk about Rallycross? I feel like it's kind of your favourite.
It's been the favourite. I mean, for a long time.
You've done a lot. You know, you had a load of good motorsport rally.
I've been
FD,
super fortunate.
Yeah,
I've been really lucky. I've gotten to do, you know, off-roading, the Porsche Cup stuff, you know, circuit racing, and some Formula stuff, and for me, stage rally was where it was at, which I know is your background as well.
Yeah, love it.
And couldn't make a living at it. And then when Rallycross came around, it was like, okay, this is kind of, it's like just a sprint version of that, and door to door. So there's a lot more to love. I do miss stage rally because, you know, it wasn't necessarily every single, you know, it was an endurance event. But you finished a weekend feeling like you got away with about 10 things.
Yeah, it's absolutely, but also it's hard to take your sponsors to. I love rallying, but taking sponsors to rallying is hard.
Very hard.
Rallying's also around. Bearing in mind, a lot of us do lots of different things to make a living. Yeah, you got to do the recce, and you got to do this. You can be away for a week for a rally, whereas Rallycross you can drop in on Friday night, fly out on Sunday night. I
think Rallycross is super marketable, and I think it really does have the teeth. It's just a motorsport needs to dig some roots in order to really gain some loyal fans, and that's you know, we've gained them and lost them a couple times in the US, and that's just a difficult process that'll have to be done again.
Yeah, we need to earn that trust, don't we?
Yep.
Right, we're on to cross car. Do you want to go and cool off, mate? Or
I'm going to go jump. I think we're getting in the car soon. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Tanner.
Great to have you here
mate.
also.
Thank you, mate. You're a legend. See you soon. Tanner Faust, ladies and gentlemen, brilliant. What a great story about him getting into Rallycross. That's what you got to do. If you love a sport, have a look at it, say I'm going to go and have a crack at that, and that's what he did.
And all credit to him for coming. We didn't get onto that, did we? But he was a rabbit in the headlights when he came here.
I'll bet.
2010. we didn't get international drivers then. We had Finns and Swedes and
it
Brits
was
and French drivers.
Scandic and
An American hadn't come and done this before, and now it's commonplace for the Lane Vicala
but Tanner,
Ken Block was here
Tanner
for so long.
laid that path, didn't
Massively.
he? Yeah. Okay, Lindquist, Powles, Borges, Penttinen, Zalabiera, Miyabi and Pinto. Good start for Lindquist and Powles as well. Powles moves across behind Lindquist on the inside line. Now, are they going to go standard lap? I think they will. They're early on the brakes. All three cars on the inside. Oh, Powles almost gets collected from the rear. Basically, that's two sides of the grid pretty much, isn't it? Inside's gone Joker. Sorry, standard lap, and outside's gone Joker.
That was Penttinen backing it into the first corner.
Was it?
Into the Joker, sorry, in his new livery for this year.
Yes, Borges, who's with the top three. So it's Alex Borges, Portuguese driver, who's on the back of this train.
I'm going to have to say that I preferred Penttinen's livery last year, but it's not my decision to make, is it? So,
last year. Yeah, it's now a RallyX livery. Did you know?
No, we didn't know.
So it's got RallyX all over the car.
Oh dear.
Well, what's happened there?
That's me getting fired, isn't it?
I said, what's happened is Penttinen decided he spent enough money with us, and now we need to pay him back. I don't know, but yeah, Passy Penttinen, what a legend. Hal was saying
it's the best livery in the paddock.
Yeah, they were very funny last night. I did 3 takes of the cross car explainer.
Oh yeah, RallyX.
Yeah,
it's great.
Made a couple of mistakes, and they were there booing me and taking the mickey, filming it in the background. Yeah, they were very funny. And
he threw a WRC car into a ditch in the winter.
Yes, really? This winter?
Yeah.
Oh, good lad. Where?
In Finland.
But playing or rallying?
I don't actually know.
Yeah. Good effort.
Just saw a Subaru.
That's my kind of winter. You know. We just had a grey, wet, rubbish winter in the UK, didn't we? Yeah. I want snow. I want snow banks, and I want sideways conditions all winter. Right, gap from Borges to Penttinen is, as they come over the line, 2.3. Not enough at the minute. So at the minute, Penttinen would get Borges, but I don't think Powles would just be within reach. That's working off a 3-second delta, which was what we know was FC2. We don't actually know what the delta is for these guys, do we?
No, we haven't worked it out. It's been so frantic. I felt like it's been really frantic today. We've sailed through the racing, haven't we? And normally we'd have had a bit more time to work that sort of thing out, but the racing's also been very, very good. And a lot of people said to me in the paddock in the break there, how clean and fair the racing's been today, which has been absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it has. It hadn't really occurred to me. We had a couple of little incidents, and that's about it.
But we are in the semi-finals, and thereafter anything could happen.
So, who was it I was speaking to earlier? The very tall lad, Gotherson, Calla Gotherson, said, he said to me, in the semi-finals, I get my horns out, is what he said. So he said, I need to be calmer during all of the qualifying, he said, and then the horns come out in the semi-finals. So he said the horns come out too much normally during the racing. Look at this. Absolutely throwing it around. So Powles has gone Joker, and it looks like he's come out in front of Penttinen, but we haven't seen them. So Lindquist and Borges out front as they cross the line. Where is Powles? Powles is showing us P3. Yes, so Borges in front, and they haven't jokered. Yes, Powles is there looking P3. So Powles is going standard lap now. Watch for your 2 leaders going Joker. Where's Kobe? Powles going to come in, nearly gets into P1, just ends up in P2. That's great tactics by him.
Great job done. I was looking at that Joker merge. I was just talking to Jason Bleasdale about that merge with Simon Tiger, and he said he was sitting in the car with the understick going, no.
Waiting for Tiger.
So this orange blur came flying past his windscreen in a baptism of fire.
Oh no! Powles gets turned around by Borges. Powles he's livid with him. He's waving at him. Hal was just saying about the clean racing. That's gone out the window, as has Powles' chances of making it through to the final. That's gutting, I'm afraid. Lindquist goes through. P2 is Penttinen. Miyabi goes through as well. But Borges took out Powles on the last lap. From the way we saw it, we'll have to take a look at the replays. That is an absolute shocker for Kobe Powles. It happens. Yeah, no, I'm not Stuart. It's not my job, but that's disappointing.
Yeah,
they're both trying really hard. What I think is, I'm just trying to think. Was
he's livid.
Borges was after the last spot, wasn't he?
Stalled
thinking about it. No, was Powles in P? Where were they?
Powles
P2.
Second.
So where was Borges? P3.
I think so, yeah.
So they've chucked it away. So that's even dafter. That you were in the final in P3, and unfortunately, let's see in the replays. So off the line, was it left side? No, actually somebody did. So the it was Coley who was on the front row, moved across to the right-hand side, so it wasn't left and right-hand side of the grid. Penton was all locked up on the run down. No, sorry, Borges was all locked up on the run down, so he was still learning those liveries. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the wheel angle, and then as they cross over the ruts. Where is it? This is the merge at the end. So Coley Powell's on the standard lap.
Car there, second.
Yeah, and so so basically he was going to go through. Borges was going to go through. You know what?
They got caught in the ruts there, haven't they?
Yeah, it's not as bad as you think initially. It's a bummer, and Powell's just fuming.
Coley's livid.
And there's nothing worse than sitting looking directly at the person you've just taken out. Is there?
Great reaction from the crowd as well.
Are they fuming? The Pikachu crowd, if you missed that earlier, there's about 20 people wearing Pikachu hats, so I might have to get a photo of them later. Lindquist, Penton and Mieba go through. You'll have to forgive me, Mieba, that surname. I haven't checked my Instagram to see if anybody sent me a lovely voice note of exactly how to say it.
I haven't looked at my phone all day, actually.
No, I haven't had time. And the racing's been great.
Well, I dealt with some WhatsApp, so that was about it.
Have you? Yeah, no, not for me, mate, not so far. Right, Ugar, Yulalami, Eekmerstad, Ferran Fornell, Axel Schnack and Romet Cerner. This is much more of the type of semi-finals we see in Northern Europe, and I think this could be a real fight. Ferran Fornell is the Spanish driver who is amongst our regulars. Ugar on the front with Yulalami on the outside. Eekmerstad just behind them. Really good start by Yulalami. He can move across to the inside if he wants to and shut the door on Ugar. Eekmerstad moves to the outside of Ugar. Eekmerstad going to go straight down. Lovely job.
Brilliant decision.
Yeah, really clever. He knew he'd lost the start and he just went Joker in the background. Who's that in the spun?
Ugar or Cerner, isn't it? I
don't think it's Cerner because I think Ugar got the whole shot, but I'm not. No,
Yulalami had the whole shot. Yulalami has had it absolutely hooked up off the line today, hasn't he? To get the best launches. He's come across twice while in the pack to take the lead. Someone's got a misfire, I think. I can hear it on one of the trackside cameras.
So yeah, Ugar, and then who is it that's in P3? That's the Axel Schnack, isn't it? So it's Axel Schnack is in P3. Those last two corners, Hal, I've not driven this track. I know you. Yulalami with a mistake. He's just going to lose a little bit of ground there. And Ugar says, you know what? I'll take that opportunity. Ugar's gone. This is try and cover off Eekmerstad. And Eekmerstad smashed it. He's well there already. So Eekmerstad's done an absolutely demon job.
Eekmerstad is one of the class acts of cross car, isn't he? He's always
top three the last 3 years.
Always there or thereabouts.
Spectacular to watch. So Yulalami with a little mistake. Ugar responded to it and has lost the position to Eekmerstad. So Eekmerstad now is your favourite to try and move up one.
It's all about Schnack's Joker, isn't it? Because Yulalami is up the road, and God, Yulalami's car smoking out of the final corner. Takes the standard route again. Schnack late on the brakes, locks the front axle. It's not going to be enough. He's going to drop out of final contention here.
So where is Yulalami going to come back in, and Hal, do you think he's got a technical issue?
It could just be a bit of overfill on the oil or something, because it's not doing it now. Maybe it was just the load through that final corner that...
I think Eekmerstad's going to get him.
He's lost some time, hasn't he? What did he do last time around? He did a 40.8. Merstad did a 40.8 as well. He was pretty close.
It's this bit here that I'm keen to know about from your experience of driving the track.
Same again.
Put it on the dirt again.
It's the smoke, Andrew. It's same again out of the last corner.
Well, I think he'll still make it. I think that's three laps to go. So two laps to go. Sorry, the graphics just updated. So Yulalami's hanging on
gone
for dear
fastest
life.
again last time around. They're on a 40.5. 41.0 for the race leader Yulalami. Eekmerstad's going to get this done if the pace continues as it is.
Look at the attitude in these cars. I love watching how physical they are, I really do. Look at this, look. Dive on the brake, bring the nose down. Look at it, look at it. It's just wonderful. That's Ugar. You can see the dampers working, see the driver working. It's hot as well today. So Yulalami will have to go on this one, and he's going to lose the position to Eekmerstad behind.
His battle's with Ugar though, isn't it, to maintain a place in the final?
Yeah, of course there's only two go through, isn't it? And Ugar's got him, so can he get extra exit speed? Yulalami needs to look left and right, just checks up enough. Wow, he left that late. I think he was trying to decide which side to go, and Yulalami...
I think he's going to have a look. We've seen him make some mad moves, haven't we, in juniors.
You reckon he's
in
going
the past?
for it?
Yeah.
Okay,
You've got to now.
Hal says you're
Not close enough.
He's not close enough, is he?
Lost momentum there, didn't he? Getting stuck up behind Ugar, had to get in the brakes and lost momentum.
He's not as quick, Ugar, through that last couple of corners, but there is no room to pass. Merstad goes through with Martin Ugar. Girolami misses out after what looked like a brilliant start to the race. Just a couple of little errors, maybe. Some great racing there. Yeah, I was thinking in the previous one, Hal, I realise now, Borges in P3 wanted the position, of course. I was thinking top 3 went through. I was like, why have you been so stupid as to take the risk? I'd forgotten we got 3 semis.
Yeah.
So actually, he had to take the risk to try and pass Kobe Powell. So sorry guys at home. I'm sure you're going, oh, you idiots, only the top 2 go through. It's not that easy. But
over the years, I've become content with being an idiot.
Look.
That's a combination of dust and smoke.
But that for me was the moment he lost a fair bit of time.
He just lost consistently on every lap.
And then look at that. That is outrageously late on the brakes. If they didn't touch there, I'd be staggered. But it's a shame for Girolami.
Brilliant selection of nationalities in this class as well, isn't it? It's.
I'd like to see some of the Spaniards come up north now. We have. Who was it? Do we have one Spaniard that came north?
We've had some French drivers before.
Yes, we have. Yes, we have. There was a factory drive, wasn't there, if one of the French cross car manufacturers came up. But yeah, come and have a crack. Come on, lads. There's that alternate Joker lap that we're using tomorrow. Quite looking forward to the long, wide turn 1 from very, very high speed tomorrow.
A lot of chat in the comments about when Rallycross died, and I have to say, Rallycross isn't dead, and this weekend's a great example of that.
Yeah,
and I genuinely believe that the sport has incredible potential to be bigger than it was at its height. Absolutely, and it's for sure it's been through a difficult period. It is to a degree in a difficult period at the moment as well, while things sort themselves out. But the potential still exists.
Sit tight. Look, you're watching some brilliant Rallycross here. Yeah, lots of people in lots of different series are trying their best to make it happen. And me and Hal are huge Rallycross fans, first and foremost, who were also lucky enough to be here calling this a job. Gonzalez, Enriquez, Gotherson, Marquez, Hoffman and Tree. Tree got a great start earlier on the front row. Can he get a good start on the back row? Yes, he can, is the answer. He's swallowed up half the field. In the green buggy on the far right-hand side is Tree from P6 on the grid to the first person down into the braking zone. But Gotherson outbrakes him on the inside. Gotherson said, come to the semi-finals and getting the horns out. He's got him out there on the brakes in turn 1. Gotherson is in the bumblebee coloured car, the leader of the 3 cars that gone Joker on lap 1.
Tree just needed a little bit more conviction on the brakes. That's how easy for me to stay standing here. But had he run the nose that little bit more, might have got around the outside. But it's so fast down there. Very, very difficult to do.
It is. There's a point when you're pulling gears in one of these things where you just think to yourself, I'd really like to brake now because they are just so quick. You're like, oh my God, please, please, please get to a slow bit, get to a slow bit. I used to think that frequently in a forest. If you were in 6th gear, it's like, I don't like this bit. I want to go back to the 3rd gear bits. I like those. That might make me a worse, definitely won't make me a World Rally Champion, but it's the truth.
I think that boat may have sailed. I think the boat may have sailed.
Yeah, the boat sailed, mate. Yeah, the boat sailed a long time ago. Yeah. Fantastic. Look at the clean line through here and then the dirt further across on the outside. From the drone we get a better idea again. Look, there's a tarmac line there on the inside line. A bit like Linden Hill's turn 1 used to be, where you had to get a wheel onto it if you wanted to get good corner speed. Amazing exit there.
Amazing how much it cleans here, isn't it? And what the most amazing thing about this circuit is how wet it is and how slippery and mucky it becomes in the rain and how quickly it drains and dries. The track will be totally different tomorrow. The track team here do an amazing job at re-preparing the loose, so we'll have a completely fresh track for Sunday's action.
So Callum Gotherson was 2.0 back. And the reason I'm talking about Gotherson is because he's the lead driver who hasn't jokered. He's still 2.0 back, so he's within reach. Difference in the pre he's within reach. So at the minute, the guy you're looking
contact into the rear of Tree. They're all bunching up. Sorry, Andrew.
No, you're good. The timing screen is definitely, we've got some issues here. It's going slightly slower than the graphics are.
So probably quite hot.
Yeah, it is.
My laptop's not enjoying this temperature at all.
No, it is hot where we are. Did we mention it? I don't know if we mentioned it was hot. So Gotherson looked a little wide down in that bottom corner, but goes through somebody else's joker in front of him there. Everybody's joker, so the joker trigger there must be quite late in the lap, and here's your leader now. So
Enrique's been flying out front, did the fastest lap of the race. First time around, runs right to the barrier on the outside, is going to bring the nose back in beautiful fashion, and this is a lovely, neat and tidy drive for it. Well, this quartet battle behind.
Yeah, they're going to have to make some moves on track now, Hal.
Hoffman's just got that little bit of margin ahead of the chasing pack to not be too stressed about it.
So ignore the graphics top left. We don't have 4 laps to go. We're just chasing a couple of little techos there. Don't worry about that. We're looking for a checker flag, and remember the top 2 go through. That's all we need to go. Hal, I think we've got 1 more to go. It's hard to tell, isn't it? Gotherson's now having a P2, so yeah, sorry guys at home. Couple of technical issues with joker indicators for us. The checker flag is out, and Gotherson takes it from a bundle of 5. It looked like they'd all jokered the previous lap, but either somebody made a mistake or went again. I was too busy looking at the timing screens. Did you see? Or are you as confused as I am?
I think Enrique won and Gotherson was second.
Yeah, Gotherson got second.
Yeah.
But the timing screen still thinks we're on lap 4. So the time is actually. Let's refresh that because it's running off the laptop, and then we'll see if that will get us back on track. But the graphics were lagging as well, so apologies, people. It's very tricky for technical equipment to not cook itself. Thanks, Hal. So yeah, it was Enrique and Gotherson who went through, but in the middle of that, as I say, timing started having a very special moment and confused us. There's the Pikachu crew. Yes, Matey Mush has got his t-shirt off. He's got a Portuguese flag in his hands. He's stoked. Look how happy this guy is. You see, there's 2 of them with the shirts off. He is not driving home later, don't worry. If he is, we'll see him in a ditch down the side of the mountain because the road back is twisty.
Yeah, based on the headlights on our field, 4 Puma will be straight in there behind him.
Yeah. Yeah. Ah dear. Right. 3 semi-finals for open 2-wheel drive now. So Simon Tiger is on the pole with Tiago Vieira alongside. Then it's Andre Monteiro, Peter McGarry, Arthur Barbelt-Forge and Tom Geenan. Mixture of, what do we got? McGarry's Polo is rear-wheel drive, isn't it? Geenan's Volvo is rear-wheel drive. Vieira's Fiesta is front-wheel drive, Hal?
Yes, correct.
And Simon Tiger obviously is a Wankel turbocharged engine with 600 plus horsepower, only going to the rear wheels, which everybody needs. The Saxo's just emptied any spare oil that it had at the start line, and look at Simon Tiger just driving away from everyone. Good start as well for Peter McGarry in the Polo. McGarry can move across here easily and go with Tiger, and that's a great move. Good decision to go with the, many times champion of open 2-wheel drive.
Delighted for McGarry. He was in the awning in the gap. I went down to see the Parts for Cars RX team, and he was hunting around looking for another cylinder to work in his engine. I said, "You only want the one?" He goes, "Well, I've got 3. I just need 1 more." So obviously the boys down there have found that. The Fiesta looked to the inside of McGarry into the long corner. Peter's going to have a look back up the inside, but has a bit of contact.
He might lose another place there. We're with the drone, and Peter might have lost it. He has. The Saxo gets through too. That's a shocker.
Carrera was quick here in RX3 in the European Championship before, and clearly knows the track well. There is McGarry in the background. The Saxo Montero, is that crabbing badly? Has he got a puncture or something? Because he was super quick earlier on in the day. Very tight at the joker merge there with Tom Geenan, who jokered on the opening lap. Simon Tiger, though, is about to be under pressure here from local driver Ferreira. Tiger comes to the inside. This is not really the track for the rear-wheel drive cars. We ride on board with Vigo Koch's drone, Ferreira all over the back of Tiger in the twisty sections, and now Tiger can really light the fire under his turbocharged rotary engine down the super long straight. Ferreira thinks, right, I'm getting out of this, I'm going to take the Joker, try and get some free air. What can Montero do behind in the Saxo? Not enough.
That had the rear right wheel up in the air, didn't it, as it came through on the power through the right-hander at the end.
Did you like that?
I did very much. I love front-wheel drive cars. Everyone thinks they're rubbish and they're
like
not.
A dog having a pee.
Kinda. Yeah, actually, yes, it is. Yeah, it is. But yeah, a good front-wheel drive car, well pedalled, is absolutely something to behold. There's a brilliant onboard with Meek in the C2, isn't there? Super 1600, and it is just. He led a rally against a bunch of World Rally cars in Ireland.
Oh, that's in the Clio.
He led in the C2 until it rained as well.
Did he?
Yeah, another event. I've got the onboard of the whole event, and it's one until in the wet, it's not so much fun to watch, but in the dry, it's brilliant. But it's got to be a weapon, and it's got to be well driven, hasn't it?
It's got to be a Clio idle, though, isn't it?
Huh?
It's got to be a Clio idle.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Get a life.
Me, Eric Farren and Hal Ridge have two groups, one on WhatsApp and one on Instagram, where we just share videos of Super 1600 cars and F2 cars. A lot of those I then forward on to Drew Gibson as well. If you know any of these names, you'll know exactly what I mean, and we basically all just then send back fire emojis and things. Sometimes
Zero conversation.
My wife said to me before, who have you been sending fire emojis to? And I'm like, Hal Ridge and Eric Farren over a Super 1600 Clio on Tickover. Like, that's who I'm sending fire emojis to. Yeah, it's brilliant.
Simon Tiger could be in trouble here, Andrew, if these two work together. What just came off then? Something just fell off. Was it a bit of bodywork? But Ferreira and Montero are closing. I don't think the gap's as big. The timing screen's saying the gap's 5 seconds. That doesn't look like 5 seconds to me.
And I'm not convinced. So timing is just.
Oh, Tiger has choked.
Yeah, Tiger. So basically, okay, let's wait for the checker flag. We'll just call it at the flag. We lost timing and graphics for this whole race, guys. So we are having a couple of issues here. Checkered's out. Simon Tiger goes through. We think with Tiago. Yeah, it is Tiago Vieira, isn't it, who's gone through as well. But we are having. Issues with online and on-site and graphics timing. So we know the guys in the tower have got it. We just don't have it anywhere else, so apologies for that. We have many people frantically working to get that back.
Vamos ver, senhores espectadores, o que é que poderão fazer André Sousa e também Rafaela Barbosa. Rafaela Barbosa, uma vez mais aqui a imiscuir-se na luta entre estes grandes titãs do RallyX.
Okay.
5 voltas.
Andre Souza, Jason Bleasdale, Steel Folders, Nick Snoyers, Rafaela Barbosa, who went for a ride with Tanner recently in the FC1, and Jose Fernandez. Andre Souza on the front row. Who's jumped?
Oh dear.
Souza. Que pena, André Souza. 2 Joker Laps. É a penalização atribuída a quem efetuar uma falsa partida no ponto da TSL. Terá de efetuar 2 Joker Laps.
So yeah, Souza in the Super 1600 car.
That's a disaster as well, because he needs the clear air to try and get through to the final. Of course, the top 2 go up.
Yeah, but I felt not in a bad position. He's got to get a good enough start to get to the inside of turn 1 first. I mean, Bleasdale might beat him to turn 1 and
then
be
do
there.
2 jokers. and then do 2 jokers.
Oh, is it him that jumped?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see. I thought it was a car at the back. Silly me. I was far too busy trying to figure out why the timing screen's dead. Yeah, so he's out then, basically. Unless he does a Petter Solberg miracle, and that is the problem with the front-wheel drive cars. I was convinced if he could get away from the line well without jumps, and of course that's why he tried to get away from the line well, but too well. Goes to the Joker. Okay, I like it. I like it.
Followed by everybody.
That's good as well.
Race on.
Gotta go Joker twice. So
I think I'm going to put my money down, and I think Sosa can beat Volders with another Joker.
So who's gone Joker? Because I'm going to mark it by... actually, we can see it.
Sosa, Snoyers, Barbosa and Fernandez.
Snoyers, Barbosa and Fernandez. We're doing 10 Joker laps here, just in case the timing screen has another wobble.
Sosa has 2 Jokers to do, if you want to write that down.
Yeah.
Volders all over the back of Bleasdale will only slow Jason up a that little bit, and that will fall into the hands of Andre Sosa,
who we know's got mega pace through the gravel sections. Come on, Hal, can he do a Solberg? Where was it? Mete?
Mete, yeah. Timmy Hansen's done it as well, hasn't he? I think it was on the same circuit.
Come on,
Volders
Sosa.
is going to
go
cover
this?
off
He's going again. He's going now.
Wrong decision.
Should have gone inside.
Mixed it up.
Yeah, but also, and now we're going to potentially lose a place here. Gets away with that.
But now he needs to make the pass on track.
Yeah, should have
stayed.
Yeah, I agree. Should have stayed out and done standard lap. Well, Hal, there you go.
Fight over. Jason Bleasdale coming here.
Oh, he's made a mistake. It's not fight over. Sousa looks to the inside line. Volders has made a mistake. Sousa's just got to get one pass. Not close enough to capitalise.
No, but we'll know this circuit so much better than Steve Volders, and will be absolutely piling on the pressure. Of course, the BMW is going to have the legs down the straight, but it's all about the braking into the first corner. Bleasdale's in the Joker, comes out comfortably in the lead. Sosa looks to the inside.
Gets the pass done. Absolutely brilliant. Up into P2. Well, I eat my hat. That is brilliant. Double Joker from the pole. Still gets back to P2. 3 laps to go, but that's impressive, Hal.
I said it happened.
You did. well done. I'm actually going to say well done, Hal Ridge. That was brilliant.
And they're not far away from Jason, to be fair.
They're not.
But Bleasdale won't be pushing as hard as he might do. It's got a lot of information on the radio, so
I think it does show that how Sousa will, even if he'd won, because if he'd won he would have been on the front row with Tiger, but you're still going to get swallowed up at the start. You got that great lap pace, but
it's just about having clear air, isn't it?
Yeah.
Still a stunning job of 2 Jokers.
Absolutely brilliant.
Bleasdale running 17-inch tyres on the front of his car for the first time this weekend. Normally runs 16s. Of course, the Nova is only available in the ACB 11 at the moment in a 17-inch. So having to run 17, so that's changed characteristics of his car a little bit.
What about the slicks? Are they just wider, same rim size?
They're too wide on 17s.
Right, okay.
And he said it's like driving on a beach. He's never driven anywhere like this before. And he's now under massive pressure from one of the local stars.
Now can Sousa, the place to do this is the hairpin, because if Sousa can be close at the hairpin and Bleasdale runs a sniff wide. Look at Sousa using all the track. Bleasdale not quite out to the white line, goes late on the brakes. Sousa stays out wide, going to try and get the cut back on the exit. Oh, Bleasdale though gets a good exit as well.
He'll always get the traction out of that corner, won't he? As long as he can keep the car nice and straight. It's
nicely
through the twisty bit towards the end of that red flag.
Red flag. Okay. Well, I think they'll call that because it's on the last lap. The drone is up and we're looking to see where there is a big shunt. There it is, potentially a fire, I would say. So somebody's pulled over to the side of the road and they're getting the fire crew will be there to get that put out as quick as they can. Bit of smoke at the side. I think they'll call that, Hal, with 4 laps done and everybody having jokered.
So do I, yeah.
Who is it? Is it Fernandez or Snoyers? Can't tell, can we? I think it's Snoyers.
Just trying to get clarification as to whether the driver's got out.
I'd say so.
We think so, but fire's the worst.
Oh, it's just horrific. Do you remember the one we had at Hollius?
Yeah.
The driver's out. Driver's okay. That's the most important thing. Driver is out and okay. There he is. Oh man, we feel you, dude.
And that is almost certainly weekend over, isn't it? Because the damage from a fire like that is untold. Wiring looms.
Oh, it's gutting.
And he knows as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, of course he does. It's gutting. The trouble is, Hal, a fire like that can be the end of your season if you're running on a tight budget. Okay, have a look at this replay. Oh dear, it's not a replay, so just a look at the front. Yeah, it's all the smoke. They've put a lot of foam on that, haven't they? We are getting a replay sorted. Oi, oi, oi. What a shame. They're about to, I was going to say, they're about to fire more extinguishing into that. Who's that that's just come back? Oh, it's Simon Tiger that's just bellowed his way past where we are.
Did you really have to ask?
No, probably not actually, to be honest with the engine note. Here it is. So coming out. He's on the curbs though. What's he do? Oh my goodness me, yeah. That is a big, big instantaneous fire.
And that will be... Fortunately, never been in that situation. That will be terrifying in the car.
That is horrific.
That's fuel, isn't it?
That is a hard no.
Who had the fire in the cross car?
I can't remember. Was it Svensson? Yeah, it burnt his eye. Do you remember he came in the commentary box and his eyebrows were burnt, like when he pork scratchings, wasn't it? Do you remember? And his eyelashes were burnt, weren't they?
Yeah.
What else? Oh, his hands.
Not his ego, because he won the next day.
Oh no, which is just incredible.
Makes me,
Right. So we'll say we're pretty sure they'll call that. I wonder if it's appeared on... It's called. It is called. We've had confirmation from race control. So Jason Bleasdale and Andre Souza go through. Souza with a double joker and still making it.
Tell you what,
lap
Andrew,
on his last lap.
Rafaela Barbosa 10 seconds behind. I don't know whether that time's taken on with the red flag taken into account. But with such an underpowered car, let's have a look at the lap time.
She was 10. Yeah.
Yeah, not miles away on lap time either. Fair play. Strong performance.
Yeah, really good. Someone told me she drove the CE dealer team, the electric car here.
Yeah, I think she did.
Age 17, which is pretty impressive. Obviously, Clara's normally in that.
No, they always have a Tommy often drives. Tommy Hamilton.
Yeah, it was
always there.
Yeah, the third car.
You can't have a regular driver do more laps on the track.
That's cool, isn't it?
Oh, Tanner Faust should be docked from second, shouldn't he?
Well, yeah, but he's not in the same car, so I don't mind. What do you think? Think it's not cool?
As long as he keeps backing into the joke, I don't really care.
It's not. Is he been back in the FC1 into the joke?
No, in FC2.
Yeah, okay.
The whole.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. Right, Victor Johansson, Brendan Stone, Bart Bell, Arnold De Ferrier, Mervyn Klaassen, Jose Cruz. Brilliant start by the front three. Somebody's missing from the back of the grid. Anyway, it looks like Cruz is missing. No, the Porsche is there. It's Klaassen that's missing then, maybe.
Brendan Stone in the tow car. I didn't realise this. He's driven in the rally car class at Mondello Park as part of the Irish Rallycross Championship. He's never raced a Rallycross car, ever.
Really?
Rallycross debut this weekend. Derek Tohill made his flight to return for tomorrow by the skin of his teeth. And if anyone knows Derek, he does everything by the skin of his teeth. He doesn't get anywhere early, and was almost not getting back.
Isn't he almost always late for flights, Derek? I hate that. It makes me feel sick. What about you?
Yeah. Oh, it's the rear of Victor's car a little low, just under load out of the final corner. But my point is, what an amazing job that Stone is doing here for a debut. I watched his onboard, but with Sean Hassett in between the two sessions. He's a drift driver. He's got all that drift experience. He's done a load of gravel forestry driving lately, and he's on the handbrake. He's setting the car up nice and early, and I think just coming in without the pressure of having to develop your own car and without all of the baggage that comes with wanting to do this so badly. He's jumped in, driving it in the way he thinks works, and clearly it's working.
I bet Derek's watching at the airport now and thinking, I'm going to have to go really well tomorrow now. No pressure,
but
Derek.
Also, I think you just have to brace these opportunities for both of them. Amazing opportunity for Stone to drive at this level on this circuit, but for Derek to have someone who's come in and deliver this performance shows the car can do it. Maybe they just needed to change the setup a little bit to make it work that bit better. I think there's a lot to be said for letting someone else drive the car sometimes, just to to maybe take it down a different avenue than you perhaps are doing yourself?
Yeah, people see and feel different things in a car, don't they? Of course, it is also a personal thing with regard to driving style and what you want from a car. But so you can go down a right rabbit hole, and someone else will come in and go, hang on a minute.
Especially with the process they've been through with that Fiesta, with
the number of different engines in it and layouts and all the rest of it.
It's now a unique gearbox and a 3.2 litre Volvo engine, so it's a long way from what it was a few years ago. And I think it's the best it's been in a very long time, that car. So pleased for I'm not going to say it. I'll say it at the end of the race.
I love that they totally bailed on that, didn't you? Who are you pleased for? Not going to say, are you? Victor. Come on, Victor. There's no such thing as a commentator's curse out. That's just literally a myth.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if Victor Hansen retires now, it's entirely your fault, Andrew. But I'm pleased that he's having some reliability today, because he had a tough season, a tough couple of seasons with engine failures, and there was some emotion there, wasn't there? There's a lot of smoke up front. Let's ignore that for a moment.
Yeah, I was just thinking, oh God, no. I was telling Tanner about the hybrid system in the car, and he's like, what? And I was like, yeah, there's a phone on the dashboard that he runs the hybrid out of a electric Mini from. And I said he finished a race with a broken engine on a 100 horsepower electric Mini. He's like, Tanner, I said it was going to have active roll bars. And Tanner was just like, oh, yes, this is brilliant.
Who wouldn't?
Yeah. I think the thing about him and Tiger's cars is they're so ludicrously not suitable for what they're doing. That's why I like them so much.
That's why they're suitable.
That's what's so good about it, isn't it? Look at that. Go on, lad. So he's been in the Joker. He's not been in the wall, which is key to getting the job done.
I think this is the final lap.
Here comes the checker flag, and he takes it. So Victor Johansson goes through, and is Brendan Stone going to go with him?
Yes, he is. The final on his debut.
On his debut, and I think this is. I don't think we've ever had 3 semi-finals with open two-wheel drive before.
No, yes.
You think?
That's a Vicar Dibley record.
Yes. No, yes. I think we haven't. Maybe once. Either way.
I think we have perhaps
Kuvula. Maybe Kuvula. Anyway, the point is, it's one of our biggest entries in open two-wheel drive
ever, yeah, and definitely the most diverse.
And Brandon Stone has made it to the final.
Because even when you go to Finland and stuff, the cars are all fairly similar from the Super National.
Rear-wheel drive, yeah.
This is epic, yeah.
Well, I'm nothing if not a bit sunburnt on the back.
Oh, Clara Anderson's in the comments. Hi, Clara.
Hi, Clara. How you doing? What's she saying? These two are awful.
Yeah. Well,
I hate Alan Andrew.
We know that.
Getting away with it for a decade plus. Hi, Clara. Yeah, I hope you're good, mate. Right. Where's Olofsson? Olofsson, he's there. Good. Okay.
Chill.
Okay, this is a banger, isn't it? On to our open four-wheel drive semi-finals. And it's Ulrich Linnemann, Tommy Howman on the front row, Elias Svensson, Fraser McConnell on row 2.
This is anyone's.
Tanner Fouts and Simon Olofsson on row 3. 5 FC2s and 1 supercar. The supercar is unbeaten so far today. Linnemann with the fastest time in all of the qualifiers. Howman looked like he was going to put him under some serious pressure in Q3. Yeah, it was Casper Janssen got closest.
Linnemann, Howman.
Come on, is that what your money
McConnell.
on? 2 of them going through. McConnell, you think? Yeah.
Is there 3 semis? Is there?
No, 2 semis. Yeah, 2 semis. So 3 go through. Yeah. This is for four-wheel drive open
Linnemann, Howman,
Pro,
McConnell.
which is the last race of the day. There's also an FC2 final, the 6 cars of which are already decided, and there will be a four-wheel drive AM final 2, and that final's already decided. So these are the places in the last final of today. Oh, it's a great launch from Tommy Howman on the front row. He's going to beat Linnemann down to turn 1. Fraser McConnell also alongside Frash. Surely going to go Joker from there. He does. Olofsson goes with him. Olofsson trying to go around the outside. Oh, Howman's been run a little bit deep. Spencer gets up the inside of him. Tanner Fouts slots into P4. So your leader is Ulrich Linnemann. Fraser McConnell has gone Joker. And he leads Simon Olafsson of those two cars.
Howman a victim of his own good start there because he was right alongside or in front of Linneman. Couldn't get the nose in, decided, had already committed earlier that he was going for the standard lap, and then obviously got forced out wide by Linneman, and that's what allowed Svensson to come through and puts my prediction in jeopardy that little bit. But Svensson doing a great job today in his first event in the FC2.
Yeah, he is. Now, how far back is Fraser McConnell in P4? Not that far. So Fraz is already onto the back of Tanner Faust. Who's that that's gone Joker? Is that Tommy Howman? Howman's gone Joker. Indeed. He's lost out. He's lost out. He's at the back of the pack. Olafsson shuts the door on him. Tommy Howman's had a shocker here, unfortunately. Fraser McConnell's in a great position. Tanner Faust is just in front of him. So Fraz could do with trying to find a way past Tanner if he can. Tanner's got the tricky job, Haller, driving an FC1 and an FC2 in the same day. Not easy.
No, but you do get more track time. So I think the pros probably outweigh the cons. Oh, Howman's got past Olafsson, clips at Bollard, just misses the second one. We missed what happened there. Maybe we can see it in the replays afterwards. Something went on between the two super experienced Supercar Lights drivers. To be honest, I've lost track a little bit of who has and hasn't drank it all. The timing screen's updated now.
So Linneman hasn't gone. No way. I don't think he has. Do you? No. From the lead to back to the lead. I think we are, sorry guys, we are having timing issues. We're doing our very best to keep up with it all. Fraz is the lead driver who has jokered, in my opinion. I think he's the lead driver who's jokered. We know Howman went as well afterwards and lost out, and Olafsson have gone on lap 1. I don't think anyone else in front of them has gone, so Linneman hasn't had enough of a gap.
Faust in no man's land on that basis, isn't he? And he's going to drop out of contention. This is all about what
Fraser's just got to sit there
to try and increase the margin, and luckily for him, Howman has lost a load of time in that battle with Olafsson.
I think Fraz could get P2 here, Hal.
Yeah, he will get P2 as long as he doesn't lose too much time behind Faust.
Yeah, well, and Svensson has to gap Faust, doesn't he? So Fraz has just got to sit tight. As frustrating as that is, trying to put a pass on Faust will probably lose more time to Svensson than it will just sitting there. Look at the Jamaican.
Faust, I think, also has to stay out now and just hope that it comes to him, because he's out of the window.
So into that final corner, look, Fraz with a wheel up the curve. He's all over the back of Tanner Faust, but he can't find a way through. Faust flicks the car back the other way.
And this is where the experience of his spotter, Eric Farren, will come in, because he'll manage the gaps, he'll keep...
They're going Joker now, Hal. They're all going Joker now. So in goes Linneman. Let's see where Fraser McConnell's going to come out. He should get out in front of Svensson. He does. So Fraser McConnell's done a brilliant job. He gets out in front of Svensson. Tommy Howman might even get out in front of Tanner Faust. In the background, he does. So Howman gets up a position. But Fraser McConnell up into P2, Ulrich Linneman leading, and he still hasn't been beaten in that supercar today.
You can hear it all the time in the background, can't you, on the LS on overrun.
Yeah, where is he? Is it checker flag lap? We've got 1 to go. Say timing's all over the place right now. His checkered is out, so Linneman goes through with a win in semi-final 1. Fraser McConnell gets P2, and P3 it goes to Elias Svensson. Svensson gets the 3rd place. So they're the top 3 drivers that go through. So 1 of the supercars and 2 FC2s through to the pro final later today.
Howman was driving livid at the end, wasn't he? You could hear it sat on the limiter through the last couple of corners.
Driving livid. What was it you said yesterday about? You said something about driving, didn't you? Like, I can't remember. Basically going off if you have like a livid drive, take you off to somebody's past you. He didn't go. He was ashamed.
A rage crash.
That was it. A rage crash. Talk us through Howman's situation, Hal here.
Well, yeah, that's what I said in the commentary. He's a victim of his own good start. He's got right alongside Linneman, but can't get the car turned in. This is him behind Olafsson. What goes on here? Tommy has a great run on Simon. They've gone side to side. Nothing untoward there as well. That's the trajectory of the corner. Tommy's gone again. I still don't think there's anything wrong with that. And then he's run wide and clipped to Bollard. I think
he might have clipped 2. But
that doesn't matter now anyway.
No,
I think
it was a brilliant pass.
There's nothing wrong with the overtake.
No,
and,
got on the throttle too early after the overtake.
Just unlucky. And also, you've stayed in the throttle to try and get the nose up the inside. Then you have that contact which does drag you that little bit forward.
Yeah.
You can't get the car rotated as you want because the rear is pushing against someone else's car rather than rotating around.
And how much would the anti-lag drag him on as well in that situation, even if he's fully off the throttle?
I don't know what it's like in an FC2, I must admit. But in a supercar...
It drags you on.
How you have the anti-lag set is very driver dependent, but in many situations, it really, some supercars I've driven, and you have the LS set to be quite aggressive. You come off the throttle, and to explain to someone at home who hasn't experienced that, it's like the throttle sticking on when you come off it. It's that aggressive. So in those situations, if you've got the ALS fairly aggressively set up and you can't get the car rotated, it will drag you on into understeer.
Thank you, Hal. That is why it's important to have someone of Hal's experience to explain things to us. Right, this is the last of our semi-finals. Okay, Casper Janssen versus Patrick O'Donovan on the front row. Row 2, Oliver Eriksson and Nathan Ottink. Then it's Oliveira and Jeannot on the back. It's a good start, though, from the outside of the front row from Patrick O'Donovan, who won the European Championship here. He gets across to the inside line. Casper Janssen is late on the brakes. Ottink, that's a big mistake, changes his mind at the last second. Eriksson up the inside of Janssen, can't quite get through. So it's O'Donovan, Janssen, Eriksson on the standard lap. And with the last-minute decision, Ottink was in that melee in turn 1. I get why he went Joker,
Got to commit.
But it's too late at that point.
Remember Petter careering over the gravel in Julius, but he changed his mind too late.
It would have been better just to pull the bar and just open the supercar up, trying around the outside of one of the FC2s. To go on the brake and come off it again, you've lost too much time.
Absolutely, and then the quite entertaining dynamic of Ollie Eriksson and Casper Janssen going side by side. Of course, Janssen, one of the prodigies of the OMC team, and
a very good customer.
Ollie, the elder statesman there. They don't want to fall over each other, do they? Because they both want to get on and get on the chase of Patrick O'Donovan. Ollie doesn't seem to be living with the lead 2 here. Just dropped a few temps in the latter part of that lap.
They're 3.4 off. What are they? 3.4 is the gap back to Jeannot, or it was at the start of that lap. I say timing is a bit laggy.
Ollie's tipped the ball on there, sent it in. Needs to be careful now. He's gone for the send again. Janssen's closing on O'Donovan through that long section, but just no way through if the car's at the same trajectory.
Look at Eriksson through that right-hander, Hal. That was perfect commitment against the nose with the arm coat.
Someone will joker this time around, I'm sure, because they've got the gap. Oh, no!
Oh,
Disaster for the OMC drivers that they've both gone together. Maria Eriksson's behind us. She's got her head in her hands because she knows that's not what you want to be doing. But at the moment, they've both come out in a position where they'll make it through to the final regardless.
They are now under pressure, though, aren't they? And if the one of them had gone, you might be feeling a little bit more comfortable, but there we go. So when does O'Donovan go, Hal? That's the question, really.
I think given the pace before, I don't know, it's so difficult, isn't it? Because the pace is so close, you don't want to risk him potentially having an issue.
In the background, that's going to help with the lead 3. That's guaranteed who's going through to the final without any technical issues.
Olivier has been in the thick of it today, hasn't he? Just harpooned.
He does respond.
Yeah,
sorry, Hal.
I think you've got to. I think you've got to respond in that situation.
Where's Janssen to O'Donovan? O'Donovan's done it. Lovely job. Lovely job.
I actually think being the later of the Joker takers gives you such an advantage on the exit, doesn't it? We're carrying that extra momentum. If it's going to be close, you want to be on the left-hand side to carry the speed out, even though in theory you don't necessarily have right of way.
David Mansfield is spotting for Patrick O'Donovan. If you're not familiar with David Mansfield, his nickname is Misery. That came from the Liam Doran days. But he's a great bloke, to be fair, who was the key chief strategist, wasn't he, at Hoonigan Racing Division, spotted for Baccarad. Waved yellows at the end where there's a car in the wall. Waved yellows on the outside. Still there a lap to go. That's not really an overtaking position lost there, is it?
I know, and
Patrick's got a problem. Patrick O'Donovan stalls up on the exit, but finds power again and gets away. Maybe one gear too high on the exit of the hairpin. Hard to tell. Sure, he'll tell us in a minute.
Perhaps very hard to miss a gear in these cars. So it's not like a normal stick sequential gearbox where you can miss engaging the gear itself. With the paddle shift, it's the hydraulics doing it for you. I think he's got a bigger issue here, O'Donovan.
Janssen tries to get through and does. Casper Janssen gets through, that pushes Ollie up over the bollards. Janssen's going to take it at the very last moment. He comes over the line to take the win from O'Donovan and Eriksson. And you think maybe an issue there,
Definitely an issue, yeah. And the car didn't look right as it crossed the line.
Jamaican flags and Pikachus up in the grandstand. What a great set of semi-finals. Just the finals to go on day 1 here in Portugal. Bit of carnage in the background. Right, we're going to take a very quick look at the results and some replays, and then we're going to disappear and try and sort out some of these timing things for you guys before the finals. So this was Ottink coming down to the end of the straight, and here, look, for me, turn in, get on the handbrake, and you might have had a chance, Ali. He was a half car in front on the outside, but couldn't get through. This was Ollie Eriksson. Beautifully done. Okay, a slight tap on the bollard, but through this next section, look at the rotation here. The car's never straight, and then he was so close to the Armco as he flicked it around, and just there, he didn't think Janssen was going to go. Janssen did go, and he followed him in. That's it then. Semi-finals are done and dusted. Casper Janssen takes from Patrick O'Donovan and Oliver Eriksson, Ottink, Jano and Oliveira. Some of those we might see again in the Pro-Am four-wheel drive final, but you won't see them again in the Pro category. So that's it from the semi-final. We've just got the finals to go. Now, the finals were scheduled originally, I've lost my piece of paper, I think for 10 past 5. No, 20 past 5. 20 past 5. But with some of the delays we've had and the timing issues, that might move a little bit. So stay with us. It won't be long, I promise, because we don't do anything slowly here. We're going to leave you guys to have a look at a bit of a tyre explainer that me and Hal did yesterday with the fantastic guys over at Nova Motorsport, the sole tyre supplier to the RallyX series. And then we're going to leave you some beautiful slow-mos. But hang around. As soon as we've got the issues sorted, we'll be going racing in the finals. Don't go anywhere. See you soon. So in RallyX we have a single tyre supplier. That's to make sure it's fair for everybody and the competition is super close. They are the best in the business as well. It's Nova Motorsport, and this is the ACB11. Gone very Hal Ridge on you there. He told me that a minute ago. That's the name of the tyre, and this is the one which we use the most in RallyX, isn't it, Hal? So this is what we would call a dry tyre. Would have been called a slick. We'll have a look at a proper slick in a minute, but this is a dry rallycross tyre. It's a super soft compound, and it's designed to work, well, from cold in lots of different conditions. It has to.
Rallycross is the ultimate compromise in motorsport, isn't it? You're on different surfaces all the time, different conditions, and this tyre, the slick as we call it, the dry tyre, is all about being the ultimate tyre to deal with all of those different compromises. Hence the grooves, the compound. It's very soft, like you say, much like a hill climb tyre, towards a drag tyre really, rather than a rally tyre, because they don't need to do the durations. They don't get all the heat in them that you would do doing a 15-kilometre rally stage, because rallycross races are so short and sharp. So yes, this is the ultimate compromise for the discipline that is ultimately compromised.
It's got to work from cold for a launch with 600 horsepower. It's got to work on the dirt. It's got to work on the tarmac. Because it's soft, it doesn't last very long, and we don't want the driver spending loads of money, so we actually limit them on how many tyres they can use on their car. So, if it's raining, we get this one out. Now, it's got to be raining quite a lot. Hal, I would say normally, if there's standing water, as in puddles, they'll move across from the slick to the wet tyre, wouldn't they? Is that about right?
Absolutely. Because of how soft the dry tyre is, and with the grooves, and how much heat you can generate into the tyre very, very quickly on a rallycross car, specifically a four-wheel drive car, you can actually use this tyre quite long into what a circuit car might deem as wet conditions. And it has to be really, really wet, as you say, to start using the extreme wet tyre.
And the idea of this, obviously, so what gives you grip on a tyre is the rubber which is touching the road. So the more rubber touching the road, the more grip you've got. When you get water in between, that tyre gets lifted up, then you start aquaplaning. So a wet tyre, like your road tyres in your car, because they have to work in all weather, pumps the water out from between the blocks, and the blocks still have contact with the road, so you still get a bit of grip. Now, we've got something special which we've wheeled out for those people who are nutty enough to have 10,000 horsepower, well, 600-700 horsepower in a two-wheel drive car. Hal, this is new. Why?
You need all of the contact with the road you can get, don't you, when you've got all of that ludicrous amount of power in open two-wheel drive. This is the 9.5-inch wide slick tyre. This is what a rallycross car would traditionally have run on a couple of decades ago. Then we moved to the grooved version of the dry tyre. But this is a full slick. This is like what you would see in a circuit racing environment. But again, it's really, really soft, and you can generate a lot of heat very, very quickly. You have to. Traditionally in rallycross, you would have had tyre warmers like you see on a Formula 1 car. That's not allowed anymore. So you have to be able to generate the performance from these very, very fast. You'll see a tyre clean before the start. It's not really a tyre warmer. I think that's a bit of a misnomer. Of course, you generate a little bit of heat into the tyre when you spin the wheels up, but really you're expecting the tyre to work when it's not at its optimum temperature away from the line, and then through the course of the lap as well. And this slick tyre is all about dealing with that massive amount of performance from the open two-wheel drive machines.
So we mentioned they're limited on the number of tyres they can use, but they are soft compound, as we said. We do get through quite a few. First weekend of the year, Nova Motorsport will bring 1,200 tyres with them. From then on, it's around 700 tyres a weekend to feed the appetite of the RallyX paddock. It's finals time. You're right there, mate. They're the most skew whiff I've ever seen them. He literally had his head in his laptop, and Kalle, our producer in Sweden, was going 3, 2. I was like, Hal, 3, 3. That's how it works. We have got a load of finals coming up for you. It's going to be great. We've got Crossguard Junior, then we've got four-wheel drive Pro Am, which should be four-wheel drive Am, just saying. Then we've got two-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, followed by Crosscar. After Crosscar, we've got Supercar Lights. Two-wheel drive Open is in there, which is all the big rear-wheel drive cars, followed by four-wheel drive Open, and somewhere in the midst of that, I've missed FC2. Yeah, FC2's after four-wheel drive Am. So if you like finals, stay with us. If you don't like finals, I mean, what on earth are you doing here, to be honest? Because I'd forgotten how hectic these days are. I'll be honest, I'd forgotten. But it's all good. We've got a tea, we've got some water.
One day,
we've got some snacks.
In the book we're going to write, I'll talk about the range of emotions we experienced through the day, or at least I experienced.
The range of emotions from me that Hal experienced. He says to me that I go from super stoked to, what is it?
Absolutely devastated.
Yeah, in the space. It's true. It's true. I mean, maybe it's because I'm a Gemini.
Usually based on tea consumption.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Oh, they have a lot of caffeine.
Got tea. Tell you what, we've got some new RallyX mugs for this year, and they keep the tea hot for an extraordinary. I think there's some sort of nuclear reactor in here.
So do I. I left mine in the sun earlier and nearly burnt my hand when I picked it up. Right, let's get down to the grid, stop all this chit-chat and go racing, shall we? It's time for Crosscar Junior. They should be lined up ready to go if they're being efficient on the grid. With any luck, our timing screen will work. Yes, look at that. The sun is setting down behind the mountain. Oh, they've watered the track horrendously. So that should make it nice and slippery for everybody. The finals, remember, are 5 laps, 1 joker lap, and we are good to go. Crosscar Junior final coming up for you. Carl Svedlund and Carl Schnack on the front row. On row 2, it's Joao Trailer and Oscar Fuertes Hernandez. On row 3, it is Iago Rodriguez Lopez and Alex Antila. So you can hear all the juniors are on the rev limiter already. Alex Antila doesn't get the best start. I was just about to say to Hal that he's further down the grid than I think he would have liked to be, but your pole man Carl Svedlund has done a nice job, moves out, look at that, covers everyone off on the braking zone and gets himself a bit of space to turn in. And this is what we keep saying around these guys, a couple of passes in the background, is for the age they are, the awareness is unbelievable.
And all that tyre squeal as they're backing it on the brakes, and
yeah, just brilliant.
Fantastic, isn't it?
Absolutely brilliant. So yeah, your leader is Carl Svedlund, and Carl has got away a little bit from, is it Trailer and Schnack, I think?
Schnack's leading, isn't it? And that's the place you want to be, just with that bit of margin behind Svedlund and your opposition right behind, because it is mucky on the loose down there.
It's it's Schnack and Lopez. Look, from the looks of things, out on track.
Carlson got some understeer. Sorry, Andrew. Carlson got some understeer there off the loose into the final corner. There'll be a moment of.
So it is, yes. It was Schnack who made the pass in turn 1 on Rodriguez Lopez, who's in P3 in the orange and white buggy. One of our Spanish drivers, and that is a LeBase SX01. That's a cross car I don't think we've seen before. LeBase SX1. In fact, looking at this, there's 2 speed car Wonders. There's an Edge, there's a Yakar, and there is a Kazmat as well as LeBase. So there's 4 or 5 different manufacturers in the final. Brilliant. And a couple of them using the 2-stroke engine, which we have mentioned several times today. Look at that. So interestingly, Hal, I noticed yesterday a few of the drivers, including I think Yulalami, are running the plastic discs which cover the whole of the rear wheel.
That just stops all the dirt getting stuck into them, stops you carrying that extra weight, but also stops that dirt getting pushed around onto the tarmac and causing you to lose traction when you're sliding sideways as well. It's useful for mechanics as well, because the wheel now stay nice and clean.
Yeah, oh, no problem. So the leader's got a problem. That must be a technical issue, because he's just been driven straight past. Svedlund has just been driven
what a
straight
shame
past.
For
That
Svedlund.
is a shocker.
Been dominant today, Carl Svedlund, and looks like through no fault of his own has lost track position.
So has he got a problem? Well, he must have a problem, because he's
very hard to hear the engine notes now because
with the 2 strokes.
The 2 strokes sounding like a misfire.
And that's putting the pack right there as well. So this has massively played into Schnack's hands out front. So this is Schnack coming onto the start-finish straight. Svedlin's got the pace back, Hal. So is it a small issue again? It's hard to miss a gear. Schnack goes in, Svedlin goes Joker, trying to cover off in the background, but Trailer has come through already. Where's Fuertes Hernandez and Antila? Nicely done. That's a good recovery, having had the mistake. Gone Joker on that lap and gets himself back out into a good position.
Very strange. I wonder if the car shut down or something momentarily and he lost that pace or missed a gear. It is possible to miss a gear.
Yeah, there was a big false neutral between the box. Look how wet it is on the inside. It really does pool up in there where the gravel's moved out of the way. I like the dirt here. You don't really get dust at Montalegre. It's a bit. I'm trying to explain it. It's like sand, isn't it? If you throw it up in the air, it just falls straight back down again. And in fact, Vigo this morning when I saw him, he got shot down in the very first session. And no, tell a lie. Broke the lens, round the outside. Schnack gone in. A Trailer comes through, and Svedlin too. Svedlin holds
so
the
close.
inside, but can't hold on.
And that's what you're talking about, the awareness, Andrew, where they just give each other just enough room.
Respect
because if
and
you
space.
don't, it's going to be a massive accident at that stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done. So it's a shame for Svedlin. You say that little issue has cost him big time. Understeer, look through there, you can't get it turned in. They're really knife edgy in the wet. So it's a great job by João Trailer, the Portuguese driver in the Yakar, coming through the final couple of corners. Is going to be a home win in front of the Portuguese crowd. Great job. João Trailer with the win. P2 goes to Schnack and P3 to Svedlin. And the Portuguese crowd loving a home win. Absolutely fantastic for that young driver. Brilliant. Little blip there on the limiter just to get things, the celebrations going. I'm amazed by the size of the crowd. It's absolutely fantastic.
They love it here, don't they?
Yeah, really do. Really, we knew that, but we weren't sure, you know, how much of a crowd would turn up. They really did. So this was a great start, look, from the front row. Carl Svedlin got away nicely. And this was the thing I loved. Pushed everybody out wide and basically made himself a bit of space. João Trailer, immediately having lost the start, decided to go straight to the Joker. Good decision. Put him in a great place. I suppose the question mark really is what happened here with Svedlin, and if he hadn't had that issue, and it was momentary looking at it, I thought he'd had a problem through the whole of the next section. Would he have won? I think he would have. I think he'd have been in front still.
Agree, yeah.
So he'll be looking for a bit of revenge tomorrow, but as it goes, great to see a Portuguese winner at home. Look at that, long stops over the line, fist pumping already, bah, bah, on the limiter. Thank you very much.
That's what you go to bed dreaming about in the week before, isn't it, when you're doing a big event at home?
Especially when you're a kid. This is Cross Guard Junior. We don't know the ages of these guys. They can be anything from 11 to 16, 15, I think. Do they have to move up at 16? They do, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, we don't know how old João is, but we do know that home win means a lot.
So in the UK, for example, you can race into your 17th year, but you can't continue after that.
Open four-wheel drive AM is the race that you're about to see. So these are the guys who are not of the same experience, let's say, of the likes of Ulrich Linnemann and all our drivers who are in the FC2s. And we do have a driver missing from the front, and that is Oliveira in the Peugeot 208, which is a shame. Anyway, on the grid, Nathan Ottink in the Ford Focus RX-1, Oliveira missing in the Peugeot 208. On row 2, Alex Jano in the Peugeot 208, Nicolas Buchel in the Mercedes-Benz C45 AMG. That's the space frame car, which we'll have to get Hal to tell us a bit about in a moment. And then we have Tom van den Heuvel from the Netherlands in the VW Polo, and Pascal Lambeck in the Peugeot 208. Anti-lag on for these guys. You can see the dust flying up from underneath the exhausts. Ottink gets away well. Jano slots in behind. Jano looking to the inside line. Ottink, though, will go, I think, early on the brakes and defend that position. Or runs a little bit wide. Doesn't lose out on the exit, though. Two drivers through the Joker as well. It is Buchel and Lambeck have gone into the Joker. Look at that drone shot, how brilliant. That shows the elevation. Look at the dip, you can really see it.
Stunning as well, especially in this late light. There was free practice yesterday afternoon at about this time, and it's absolutely stunning, isn't it? Van der Heuvel is all over the back of you're not going to find a way through there, but they're getting a bit tucked up with each other, and this is working right into the hands of 18-year-old Otting driving really tidily up front in the Ford Focus. That was driven by former multiple Belgian and Dutch champion Jochen Koeks a few weeks ago, Max Mechlin, and competing against his Dutch rival in Van der Heuvel, who is enjoying driving that Polo, even if it's not going as quick as it might do otherwise.
I don't care. They should be given extra points for enjoying driving like that. I want to see cars go. It was mega, wasn't it? Yeah, great pictures, Hal. You know the score. Lap times are irrelevant. You just want good photos. There's
been a real upsurge in the supercar category in Belgium and Holland over the winter months, and that's absolutely fantastic. We're seeing the benefits of that here this weekend as well, and then we certainly will later in the year in Valkenswaard too.
Should get a strong entry, I think. So let's see what the gap is this time round. It was 2.0 last time, and Otting, I think, at 3.1 is driving away. So you could argue, I think, with the performances of Otting, that if he comes back, maybe he should be stuck up into the pro category. But on the other hand, nice for him to take a win at this level too.
I disagree. I think you have to have proved your worth to be in the pro category. I mean, it's a bit ambiguous how that works, but you've got to have won at a high level in terms of a championship or come from another discipline. He's reigning junior European autocross champion, so obviously very, very experienced, but racing a supercar is a totally different ball game. So I think the AM division is where he ought to be just at the moment.
There is some sideways business going on out here, and I'm here for it. I like it a lot. Here goes Otting onto the start finish straight again.
The AM final always has great potential, doesn't it? Because you just don't really know what's going to happen.
It is, yeah. Joker lap on this. Is it? Yeah, it is this time round.
Feeling the grip there, back in the car and moving the wheel around. Just you wouldn't see a more experienced driver do that, but he's just feeling for the grip, and it's all about learning.
Looks really good, I think. You say 18?
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. We've seen a bunch of kids in supercars, haven't we, in recent years? Oliver Solberg was how old was Ollie when he won the championship? 15 or 16?
Yeah, he was 15 when he first drove the supercar. Did he win in his first year? Yes, I think he did. So yeah,
which is insane.
He was 15. I remember writing about it. Yeah.
That is unlikely to be beaten, isn't it? So incredible stuff.
Yeah, I think it's unlikely to be beaten, but definitely not unachievable for someone to do that.
No.
Lots of car smoking, aren't they, out of the final corner? I wonder if it's just the way that the breather system works on the oil side.
So Otting from Van den Heuvel and Jeannot. Jeannot is still trying to find a way past Van den Heuvel. Decent battle for P2 out on the track.
Buchler behind in the Mercedes-Benz has set the fastest lap of the race on a 41.9 out of our shot because he's down in fourth at the moment.
You're going to have to tell us about that one tomorrow, I think, Hal, in the end, as it goes. We're on the final lap, we're in the final corners. And coming through is Nathan Otting from the Netherlands. The 18-year-old in the Focus RX1 comes through to take the win here in Montalegre in four-wheel drive Pro-Am. P2 goes to Van den Heuvel under immense pressure from Jeannot, and Buchel there in that very special Mercedes as well.
A Dutch one too, absolutely fantastic for these new drivers to the championship.
Brilliant. You can hear the cars being tyre warmed in the background. Can't you ever look back to the back of the grid? You can see what's coming up next. This was the start and away down to turn one. Otting got a great start. Ran a tiny bit deep in turn one, but got away with it. Tell us about the Mercedes now quickly, and we'll talk about it again tomorrow.
Space frame chassis, four-wheel drive, V6 naturally aspirated engine, Nissan engine in the back, sequential gearbox.
Mega. I want to hear it tomorrow. Let's arrange for it to go out on its own.
It sounds absolutely epic.
We could probably do that. Seeing as, just tell Ericsson we want to see it on its own for a bit.
It's a Division 3 car from France, and fantastic that some of those cars are here. Hopefully we see more in the future.
Nathan Otting takes it from Tom Van den Heuvel and Alex Jeannot. So this is the first time that we've done this. This is an all FC2 final. Obviously, we only had the two cars last year where the Ericssons were developing them. One of the Ericssons is in this, along with, on the pole, Casper Janssen, Tommy Howman alongside him. They were doing battle in these cars in Nitrocross at the end of last year. Patrick O'Donovan, the European Rallycross champion. Alongside him, Elias Svensson, the cross car champion. On the back row, Oliver Eriksson, who is undoubtedly an incredibly experienced, probably, I think he's the most experienced driver on that grid. Yes, he is. And next to him, Fraser McConnell. Now, Fraz had a brilliant result from the back of the grid in his semi-finals earlier on in the four-wheel drive pro class, but he's going to need to do something special here because these guys are all very, very good. I think anyone can win this, so place your bets now, please. Janssen and Howman on that front row. Watch for Svensson in the background too. Oh, Howman got a brilliant start. Reaction time was absolutely epic. Svensson moves across in behind Janssen. Janssen on the inside line. Ericsson moves across into P4. Deep on the brakes. Howman goes in, trying to go around the outside. Fraser McConnell, they're 3 wide in the Joker. And McConnell makes the cut back to the inside line and can't quite get there. Svensson's gone in as well.
O'Donovan contact with Casper Janssen up front. Just got 2 sideways as Janssen ran wide. Had a bit of contact. O'Donovan lost ground to Ollie Eriksson, now 3rd in this train. Tommy Hellman, though, having been in the Joker, is right on the back of this leading trio.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. He's just got to stay there, hasn't he? But he's got to hope as well that Eriksson doesn't hold up the car behind. If they get in a fight and allow out front Casper Janssen to get away, Janssen and Hellman have been brilliant how to watch. You know, whenever they've come across each other, it's always a great fight.
Absolutely. Hellman has been a bit of a machine in these types of cars, hasn't he? Whether they're supercar lights or FC2s in the various different championships he's competed in. O'Donovan coming under pressure from Hellman now. O'Donovan's car skipped sideways on the curb. Did he just take too much curb, or has it got something going on with the rear of it?
What was the issue with his car? We saw a problem for it in the semi-finals earlier on.
The car shut down, I think, coming out of the first corner. Hellman's having a look to the inside. O'Donovan sends it sideways.
Oh, can't quite get it done, can he? Who did he put on the curbs earlier? It was Eriksson, wasn't it? Hellman now looks to the outside and then the inside again.
Hellman lost a lot of time there in the battle, but also was very fair. Sent the car hardways. More sideways, harder to avoid contact with O'Donovan. O'Donovan defends to the inside. This is working into the hands of Casper Janssen up front.
He needs 4 seconds though, Hallen. At the minute, the difference to the leader is only 2 for Hellman. But yeah, if they continue to go backwards, something flies off a car.
Another
there.
bollard.
Yeah, bollard.
Sacrificial bollard.
There's a stack of them in a warehouse somewhere here. That they need to order more based on today's performances. Casper Janssen flings the car into the right-hander. He's under pressure from one of his mentors, Ollie Eriksson. Looking inside, Eriksson climbs the curbs. O'Donovan's got a tiny bit of breathing space from Hellman. They're all monster in that curb where all the bollards are gone on the left-hand side. Maybe they've run out already. Over the line again. One of these front 3 has got to Joker now, really, if they want to mix up the tactics. Will Eriksson go and see if he can cover off behind? No, none of them have got the window to do it. They're not going to go.
I'm surprised that they didn't mix it up at the front, but they can't really afford to because they're going to drop into this pack behind. O'Donovan in a bit of no man's land. Looks like he didn't have the pace on the exit of the first corner again.
Hellman was trying to make a pass there. How wasn't he in the background? Is there a problem maybe for...
Oh, Eriksson hits the wall.
Barrier. Clipped it on the way in. Look at Hellman sideways in the background. Fraser McConnell's looking for a way through. Hellman up the inside. Gets it done on Patrick O'Donovan. So Hellman makes the pass on O'Donovan. But how much time have they lost with that carnage in the background? So let's see what the gap is as they come over. Janssen, Eriksson over the start-finish line. We need to see what the gap is back to Hellman. Is he within 3 seconds or not? It's 3.6. They might have enough. I think they might have enough. On the inside line, Hellman going deep on the brake, protecting from Fraser McConnell. It's too late. They've lost too much time in the battling. And Janssen and Eriksson get through.
O'Donovan's got a problem there. Slow into the Joker lap. We missed the battle in the background, but McConnell was well in there as well. Hellman's had the pace here. He just couldn't quite get it done in the fight in the pack.
I don't know whether, the thing is, if he waited, would he have lost too much time? If O'Donovan had a problem, did that hold him up? But either way, been a great fight, and it will be great again tomorrow. The first ever FC2 final is coming to a close, and it's one of our regular supercar lights drivers who's going to take it. He's been a Nitrocross champion in that category, and he takes the win here. Casper Janssen gets the FC2 victory in front of Oliver Eriksson and Tommy Hellman, who I think could have taken that if he hadn't ended up in the traffic, but a great race.
Absolutely fantastic, wasn't it? You're seeing some of the best rallycross drivers that there possibly can drive these cars, and yeah, they delivered.
You think about it, we see these guys on the way up in things like supercar lights, yeah, as a one-make category, and then they move on to supercar, and at that point they're in different machines and there's different stories to tell. To get all the top guys and put them back in a one-make championship is great fun, isn't it?
Look at the first corner here. So Janssen makes a bit of a mistake. O'Donovan goes to the inside as we're looking at the Joker lap.
Franz managed to get past. So look at
this is where Hellman opened it up and didn't make the contact. That was
good effort.
Whatever I got tripped over on my words with,
hard
but
ways.
hard ways.
It's a new word, Helen. I like it. I think Solberg would approve. He went hard ways.
I think O'Donovan had something going on because look how much momentum he lost there. Got clouted by Hellman. We know Hellman's not a fighter in that way, is he?
No. I'll tell you what, Hellman's thrown the kitchen sink at that, hasn't he, to try and get through. And there,
We saw Johan Kristoffersen do that in the World Championship race a couple of years ago, just brush that barrier.
It's like Davy Genet at the Estering. Do you remember with the Peugeot when he won all the qualifying sessions, whatever it was, and then this was the merge, and you just knew, didn't you? When they came onto the straight, you knew the gap was too big.
Genet 2015 in the final corner, wasn't it? Just the marks across the wall.
It. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. What a great race. Brilliant to see some of Rallycross's up-and-coming stars against some of the established stars, and it is one of the up-and-comers, Casper Janssen, who takes the win over Oliver Eriksson. Then it's Howman, McConnell, Svensson and Patrick O'Donovan. So we have a two-wheel drive, front-wheel drive final here. And if you're a regular viewer, you'll know that me and Hal like front-wheel drive cars. We've both competed in front-wheel drive cars. We like things like Super 1600s and F2 cars. And we've got all of those in here. So it's going to be good fun. On the front row, Andre Souza in the Audi A1, who we think could have taken the overall two-wheel drive victory with the right conditions. Tiago Ferreira in the Ford Fiesta. And it's Monteiro, Snoyes, De Feria and Barbele Forget on the back row, and we've got a jump start on the front row. That's Tiago Ferreira, who's going to have to do two jokers.
As an update, Nick Snoyes, who we saw retire with a fire in the previous race, Dave Smeets, journalist and photographer from Belgium, has been in touch saying that it was a fuel rail issue, but they are trying to fix the car, so best of luck to Nick's team. Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow. Fantastic to have them here for the first time. And of course he'll be back for his home round. Was as good as a home round, at least, in Valkenswaard in just a few weeks' time.
Okay, so take two on the start. Is that the slippery surface flag, Hal? Black and white?
They show it every time there's been a jump
watered.
start.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Why? I don't know. They've just
in case they've forgotten.
That's what they've been doing.
Just a few moments ago. I like it, covering it off. So take two on the start for the front-wheel drive final after a jump start on the front row for Ferreira. And I'll tell you what, that was a good start for a second start for Ferreira. That was ballsy to give that a go. Not such a good start for Souza. Ferreira moves across to block the inside line. Monteiro in the Saxo kit car. Oh, changes his mind. No. Either go with it or don't. You have to change your mind earlier than that. You've lost the start. Look in your mirrors. There's two cars in a train. I'd have gone joker earlier, but fair play. He's in a Saxo kit car. I'll live with it.
Do what you want.
Yeah, do what you want, mate. You got a free pass as far as we're concerned. Wide arch front wheel drive cars for the win. And in fact, with somebody in a wide arch front wheel drive car who's going to win this final. Happy days. So you'll note the difference in the driving style. If you're new to motorsport or rallycross, obviously on a spin, he goes off. Ferreira goes off.
What a shame.
Jump the start, and after getting a brilliant start the second time round, just gets two sideways and ends up spinning the car round. I was just about to talk, Hal, about the difference in driving style. Obviously, these cars front wheel driving. If you're a complete motorsport novice, the front wheels are driven, and honestly, the vast majority of road cars, certainly in Europe, are front wheel drive.
Absolutely. The rear wheel drive style is very, very different, and it's quite hard to explain unless you've experienced it. But basically, when you get into a moment in a front wheel drive car, the normal solution is to bury the throttle and point the wheels where you want them to go, and the front wheels to sort of drag you out of trouble. You've also got to carry a lot of momentum because you don't necessarily have the amount of traction and power that you do in a rear wheel drive car, so it's all about carrying corner speed. Compare that with Simon Tiger, for example, in the most powerful rear wheel drive car here. It's all about managing the throttle, not being on the throttle too much and trying to keep the rear in check, but also getting nice and straight and then burying the throttle and using all the torque and power. So they're two very, very different styles. It's amazing how close the lap times can be when you're using two totally different concepts.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Now, I was just looking to try and see, side by side, the Saxo goes around the outside. That is brave on the dirty part of the track.
Oh, run deep.
Oh, no, hold on, come on, hold on. Get it done. That was brave.
It was brave, and that's where the local knowledge comes in so much, isn't it? That you know where the grip is, you know what you've tried before, and what perhaps hasn't worked.
It's a bit dirty, I'll give it a go. I mean, yeah, fantastic.
Just seen your mum in the crowd or whatever and thought, I'm going
to... come on. Yeah, they're all here, the family's here, let's have a reason to party. Brilliant. Yeah, we've got three Portuguese drivers in this, currently running P1, P3 and P5. So the Citroën Saxo kit car has jokered, and now Arnaud de Feria in the Citroën C2 goes in as we see a pass there. So that's Barbeau Forget in the Peugeot 208 up the inside of the Saxo on the brakes into turn one.
De Ferrier in the Citroen T2, sharing the drive this weekend with the car's owner, Jimmy Turperu, who will be very familiar to anyone that watches French Rallycross, has done European Championship before. Jimmy's driving it tomorrow, or Jimmy, as you were saying in French.
These two are having a brilliant fight. It goes back the other way. Monteiro up the inside of Barbeau Forget. They'll want to get into it again tomorrow, won't they? Are properly getting stuck into each other.
They lost a bit of ground there between them, didn't they? Otherwise, I think it could have carried on and been a little bit messy into the final corner. They're probably better off, as the crabbing sack to it has been all day down the start-finish straight. If it's a bent rib, even you don't have a spare, there's not a huge amount you can do about it. So just crack on.
Yeah. They might have a go tonight. We've seen things straightened out using all sorts of things in rallycross. Excavators. Oh, where was it? Hansen straightened out the Peugeot. Obviously, Hell was one where they had an enormous crash. Utah was the one, wasn't it, where they used a Manitou, didn't they, and tied into a building or something and basically just stretched the car back out again.
Yeah, I've seen many such things in my time. Gate posts of the paddock is normally a favourite.
Souza takes the win. P2 goes to De Ferrier in the Citroen C2. P3 is going to be Monteiro in the Saxo kit car after an almighty battle with a very sideways Barbeau Forget over the line. Great stuff from front-wheel drive. I'd like to see a few more front-wheel drive finals. We need the entries for that. Obviously, the front-wheel drive scene is a bit stronger down here in Southern Europe than it is further north. This was the run down to the first corner. So Ferreira with a really brave start. If you had a jump start, we've already seen somebody disqualified today. I think it was in a front wheel drive actually for 2 jump starts. And then watch this, look, is it too much curb? Yeah, maybe.
Very strange accident that. I want that front left wheel looks very far forward in the arch. I wonder if it's something broken because
I was thinking that.
Having driven here,
it's weird. Yeah, you can use the curb like that, can't you? As long as you're still in the throttle a bit to pull the car forward, it should be fine.
Driving at this level, you presumably will know that.
Look at this, all 3 overtakes very quickly between them. But great stuff. Look at that, up and over the outside of the curbs and look into the inside line again. Amazing stuff, absolutely incredible. Side by side the whole way through. The win, though, deservingly to Andre Souza, the Portuguese driver, racing at home, and could still be on for a front-wheel drive win in open two-wheel drive tomorrow, though with Jimmy Turperos here as well. That's going to be a decent fight. Andre Souza takes from Arnaud De Ferrier, Andre Monteiro, Barbeau Forget, DNFs for Ferreira and Snoyes. Hal, you've just spoken to Patrick O'Donovan. What was the issue?
Car got stuck in 6th gear.
Oh, mate, he did well then, didn't he?
5th gear, so not a lot he could do.
He did well to bring that home. That's a shame. But there we go. Haven't they changed the gearbox once already to this weekend?
Yeah, it is front suspension damage, sorry, Andrew, that's
okay.
That.
So it's collapsed as he's gone up the curb. Yeah, they've changed the box already.
No, Patrick. They were shimming the clutch last night.
That's it,
so what you have to do on a supercar or supercar lights is they're a triple plate carbon clutch. At least that's the norm in those cars. I don't actually know what it is in the FC2, but I'm pretty sure it'll be a triple plate carbon clutch. And you have to shim them to make the, usually on a supercar between every double header, I would say, is done as a precaution.
So of an evening.
But the team will know what the lifespan is on the clutch, and the driver will also be able to feel the clutch as well. So yeah, it's a procedural thing. What Sam Clonell Motorsport and Team RallyX Racing had to do last night was not something they've done before, so it took them a little bit more time than they would do if they're working on their own supercar that they run.
Sure. It's fascinating once you get into the lifing of parts. So it's companies like ProDrive who were first responsible for that kind of attitude in the WRC of going, right, okay, this drive shaft will do 350 kilometres, and it will probably do 600 kilometres. But if you want to not break down in a rally, that's the service interval.
Then that's the difference between a works team and
is how long you want to run it for. I would run my drive shafts until they broke, because I didn't have any other drive. You buy a drive shaft when you break a drive shaft, don't you? I mean, as you get further up the ladder, you carry things. Drive shafts was one of the first things we carried as a spare, partly because it was one of the only things I could change on my own. I mean, we never had a gearbox, so I wouldn't have been able to change it in 15 minutes. It didn't matter. And it's levels, isn't it? It's levels. But yeah, shimming clutches. Anyone who's taken the clutch out of a car will know it's not a quick job, and they're just doing it as a routine thing of an evening.
I mean, on a transverse supercar, or especially on a longitudinal supercar, good team probably do it in 15-20 minutes.
It's crazy, isn't it?
But every car differs, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But longitudinal cars are generally easy to work on because
get more space.
The gearbox is down the transmission tunnels. You just need to
drop it a bit,
get the exhaust out of the way, take the prop off, take the mounts out, take the bolts out around the bellows.
Pull the bolts out the back, yeah.
But if it's as heavy as the Quaif is in my my Fiesta supercar,
well,
my
back hurts already thinking about
G,
it.
who's been a massive part of that project with me, he's also a data engineer for many supercars, and he's told me that if the gearbox needs changing at an event, he'll be busy on the laptop.
You do it yourself, Rich. That's a final you won't be doing. Okay, here we go. Cross-car final coming up. This will be a banger. Some of the fastest cross-car drivers in Europe lining up on the grid to do battle here at Montalegre in RallyX. Alex Lindqvist and Gustavo Enrique on the front row. Enrique racing at home in Portugal. Row 2, Thomas Eekmerstad and Martin Ugar. Eekmerstad always a front runner in this series. And then Kalle Gotherson, who said he's getting the horns out for the semi-finals, so I'm guessing it's double hornage for the final, and Passy Penton alongside him. Running out of the same tent, so they'll want to be a little bit careful with what they do when they get down to turn 1. Lindqvist was the top qualifier. Can he convert that into a win? Long old hold for the cross cars at high RPM. Brilliant start for Eekmerstad on row 2, but it's a great start from pole as well for Lindqvist. Lindqvist down on the inside line. Enrique put the squeeze on Eekmerstad. Eekmerstad dives out, crosses it up the inside. Eekmerstad with the most sideways entrance into the joke that we've seen all day. Came from about 100 metres back. That's how you get it done. That was brilliant decision made on going in hot.
Under massive pressure though from Ugar on the exit, and then Ugar was under massive pressure there from the car behind as well. This is a great battle already for those that have been in the Joker Lap section.
That was brilliant, wasn't it? All locked up. It's one of those things where it's a wing and a prayer. You've got to get off the brake to get the wheels rolling if you want the car to turn in. He came off the brake just at the right moment. He needs that gap to Lindqvist to be under 4. I might send Lindqvist now if I was his spotter just to cover them off. They've got clear air. You could have done.
They haven't. And that's what that sort of moment in the first corner is where you're your own manual ABS, aren't you? So none of these cars have an automatic braking system. So you hold on the brakes, the wheels are all locked up. Counterintuitively, you've got to come off the brake pedal
to get it, yeah,
and let the wheels free up to help you turn. And then quite often you'll just be modulating the pedal to not try and lock the wheels again.
It's a mad feeling. It's a mad. The top drivers, I remember Johan and Petter looking at their shoes for the very first year with the Volkswagen Polo, and they got delivered to the team launch. They were like, the soles are a bit thick. I want better feel on the brakes. So they wanted thinner shoes to feel the pedal more, and that's how you feel it, isn't it, in a competition car? You feel that before you hear it. Look at this, Eekmerstad closing down on Gotherson. Gotherson goes Joker, that releases the train behind. The gap was 3.6 from Eekmerstad to Lindqvist. It needs to be a bit less than that, I reckon. Otherwise, I think Lindqvist will hold on. Kind of deserves to hold on after the day's had held, but Eekmerstad's coming for him.
It was ever thus, wasn't it? Eekmerstad always comes good towards the end of the day. He's at his best under this big pressure in the final. As the sun starts to set here in Montalegre, the temperature's dropping rapidly, isn't it? But the temperature on track is absolutely wild. Merstad's on a flyer, 2.7 the gap. This is going to be really close.
So over the line and away, what is it now as they cross the start-finish line? Gotherson's dropped back, it's 3.6 still. Lindqvist still got enough at the minute. Howley's just managing to hold on to enough of a gap.
That margin increased massively on the timing screen, didn't it? I don't know if it took a little while to update from what I looked down at.
I think Gotherson hadn't moved from P2
right,
on the
okay,
timing
I was just
screen.
looking at the gap, yeah, sorry.
All good, all good. So here is Eekmerstad
3.6 is plenty with the lap time he's doing. So last time around, Lindqvist did a 41.5, matched exactly by Eekmerstad, and a 10th behind Ugar behind. So unless he makes a mistake, this is in the bag.
Oh, Eekmerstad is chucking it everywhere. Look at this. It'd be hard on the throttle now, on the gears, banging it up through the box into the Joker lap goes Lindqvist. Backs it in. You heard the throttle, lifts it off the brake on the throttle, pokes the nose down sideways. Eekmerstad up the inside line. Lindqvist gets it though over into the merge. He comes out with a nice clear gap behind him. Brilliantly done.
The momentum out of the Joker is so powerful, isn't it, on the merge?
Weapon,
and it actually looks quite close when the car inside on the standard lap is there, but you carry that momentum around the outside, and it was easily job done.
So Lindqvist, Alex Lindqvist, amazing performance today. Won one of the sessions, was P2 in the others to take a clear TQ over Martin Ugar. But it is Alex Lindqvist who's going to take the win here in Montalegre. Eekmerstad with an unbelievable start. getting P2 and Ugar gets P3. Enriquez, unfortunately, the Portuguese driver, just off the podium. He tries for the donuts, but it's just a half donut instead. Come on, let's get it lit. Come on, get it lit. Yeah, that's what you want, unless you're the team, in which case they're going, thanks, we've got to rebuild the diff tonight. That's not what we needed. Those tyres could have done another day. How dare you? All you team things, not driver things, though. Great to see a driver celebrate. You won't be getting fined for that here. Yeah, it's a good point, Hal. No diff. So you don't actually, that means you can do whatever donuts you want, doesn't it? It's supercars, isn't it? They get very cross if you do that in a supercar. Watch this from Eek Merstad, yeah? He's on the inside line, he jinks out from behind, locks it all up the inside line.
Look how early the tyre smoke stopped from the lock-up. A less experienced driver would have carried that lock-up into the corner, but he was
into the
off the brakes
into the cars outside
long
him.
before the apex.
Yeah, amazing stuff. Eek Merstad did everything he possibly could there to get it done. The thing is, how row 2 was not enough. It was not enough to get level with Lindqvist. So I think if Eek Merstad wants to do it tomorrow, he's got to get onto that front row alongside him, assuming Lindqvist has another strong day.
But who knows, because it's cross car and literally anything can happen in 3 qualifiers and semi-finals ahead of the final tomorrow.
Alex Lindqvist takes the win from Thomas Eek Merstad and Martin Ugar. Then it's Enrique Gotherson, Pasi Penttinen are your top 6. Brilliant from Alex Lindqvist. Supercar Lights final. 5 cars here this weekend for this, so a number of drivers moving up to FC2, and I think also fair to say that some drivers just not making the journey down to Portugal. Shame when we've had such brilliant track conditions, but we do understand. It's Julian Meunier on the pole, his first TQ in the category alongside Tobias Darbach, Lucas Anderson on the second row, Belo Alonso, and then Kevin Darbach at the back. Brilliant start from Darbach on the front row. Tobias might be able to edge Meunier down to the first corner. Will he just go straight to the Joker? The Skoda's gone round the outside, but not going to get away with this time. Tobias Darbach locks the wheels twice. Now the Skoda goes back underneath him. That's a disaster. He had that almost done, and then it didn't work out. Moved out, didn't he, Darbach, to try and let Alonso know that I'm here, I'm not going to back out, you better stay outside of me. But to be fair to Alonso, got the undercut done, bit of a kerfuffle in the Joker, and as they come out on top, Kevin Darbach made a brilliant start from the back row and then lost momentum as he came through to the front row. Big journey over the curbs there as well for Darbach as he came round. Kevin, that is, in P3 with the white bumper across the front. So Kevin Darbach goes Joker now. This is to cover off the drivers behind. I think that's a good move. If he can get out there in front of the Skoda, which I reckon he will, he's on the throttle there. Yeah, brilliant. So that's what we mean about reacting to what happened. You've seen there's a bit of trouble in turn 1. Of course, it involved his brother, so the team are well informed with that. Joker him early, cover them off. So much less experienced Kevin Darbach than his older brother Tobias, who was raced a supercar. I can't remember what his ludicrous number of cross-car titles in Denmark. I mean, 7 cross-car titles to Tobias's name, but Kevin has really come on strong the last couple of years. Lucas Anderson, though, up front is coming on strong to the back of Julian Meunier. The fight for the lead here, there is nothing to choose between them. He's got to go Joker. Anderson needs to Joker now, but it's going to be a problem because they're going to break early in front of him. I knew that would happen. So Meunier stayed on the wide line. Anderson had to go to cover off Darbach. Still the right thing to do. Absolutely the right thing to do. So now I think they'll respond with Meunier. They have to. No, because Anderson has wildly good pace. Yeah. And it has cost. Remember, Janssen lost a little bit of time there because Meunier stayed out wide. He had to check up slightly early than he wanted to. We're talking tenths. I think Casper Janssen might be able to close this down, but Anderson might be able to close this down. I think I've seen Janssen about 3 times there. Sorry, there's a lot of cars in a lot of categories. I know what you meant. Yeah. Here we go. Is Meunier going to go Joker to cover off Anderson? He should. He has to. Yes, he does. So he goes into the Joker to watch in the background for Lucas Anderson. Meunier's got to get on the throttle early. Anderson's going to be there. Meunier might have enough pace here on the exit. He is going to have enough. Meunier holds on. Brilliantly done. Great tactics from the team. Now Anderson's got to put him under pressure. Brilliant spotting from his brother, Damien Meunier, French Championship contender.
recently announced that he's bought a ex-Matthias Ekstrom Audi S1 for the French Championship this year. Chassis 4, actually, the one Ekstrom drove to the World Championship title in 2016. Brilliant spotting as well as driving.
Oh, mistake from Mounier. Mounier gets sideways. Anderson will have good pace through him, but there's nowhere to go until he gets to the straight, and the advantage is gone by then.
Actually gapped Anderson, hasn't he, Mounier, since the Joker merge, and it's by a few centimetres, but it's just enough not to be under that enormous pressure of someone leaning on your rear bumper into every corner. I don't think Anderson has got an answer here for Mounier. Not close enough unless he can close up into the left-hander at the top of the hill, because you need to be right tucked up behind the car into the right-hander to get the nose up the inside. If you're going to get early rotation done, not going to happen.
Julian Mounier's got to keep it tight on this final apex. It's a lovely job by the Frenchman in the supercar light. Again gets sideways. Anderson closes up again. He was on the podium multiple times last year, but he hasn't taken a win until now. Julian Mounier wins in Montalegre with Anderson right behind, and it's Kevin Darbach who gets P3.
And I know the field might not be its biggest ever in supercar lights, but he's just beaten
Anderson,
one of the star names of the category, in a straight fight, and that's the sort of thing you want to do to take your first win. I always feel disappointed for a driver when they take their first win and it's been a bun fight in the final, and you're together with two new drivers as well. When you've beaten the established order, that gives you an amazing sense of accomplishment.
I think as well how the fact that Lucas Anderson finished P3 in the standings 2 years ago, P2 in the standings last year, he comes here as the title favourite.
100%.
And now Mounier's come in and gone, okay, sunshine, let's see about that. So it's big confidence boost for Mounier. For Anderson, it really, there's somebody really good still here.
Anderson has to
got to win it this year.
Think the long game this year, and you don't achieve the long game by getting wrapped up in battles like that. Johan Kristoffersson would have settled for second that day if he couldn't get the move done, because it's bigger picture, isn't it? Don't write the car off ahead of tomorrow. Don't cause yourself more damage when the budget's already tight or whatever. Yeah. So driving with that maturity is what will take you far as well.
Yeah. Yeah, tidily done. Couple of sideways moments. This was the merge, to be fair to Anderson, left him space. Yeah, Anderson's got just a bit more pace to those last couple of corners, but Mounier takes the win. Confirmation of the result. Julian Mounier with his first win in supercar lights, 3:34.8, 0.2 of a second ahead of Lucas Anderson. Brothers Kevin and Tobias Darbach P3 and P4, and Sergio Bello Alonso, the local driver in the Skoda Fabia. Spanish driver, in fact, local enough, but in P5. Well, not gonna lie, we're cutting it a bit fine with the old sunset thing, Hal. Going down behind the mountains, it's getting. There's no headlights, remember, on rallycross cars. I mean, we're lucky we don't need them. Are there floodlights here?
No.
I could do a bit of floodlight actually. I bet it'd be cold though, wouldn't it?
Well, quite cold already.
Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, I know what you mean. Okay, here we go then. Simon Tiger versus Victor Johansson on the front row. Tiger, 3 times an Open two-wheel drive champion. Victor Johansson with 1 title to his name. Jason Bleasdale and Andre Souza on row 2. Souza has already won the two-wheel drive final earlier on today. Tiago Vieira is missing, but Brendan Stone is there in Derek Tohill's car at the back of the grid on his debut here. Good start from that back row. The front-wheel drive car goes backwards. Look, but it's a fantastic start for Brendan Stone. Oh, Bleasdale moves out with him. They're going to go. Oh, Tiger hits the back of Johansson. Problems for both of them. Johansson's over the gravel. Souza on the inside. Might this be the front-wheel drive victory after carnage from the rear-wheel drive cars down at turn 1?
What a shame from the two title protagonists of the last few years. Also, what a shame for Brendan Stone, who's followed the 2 into the Joker. But as you say, Andrew, this could be the card that Souza needed, and we've talked all day. I predict pre-event this could be a two-wheel drive day. That was always going to be a difficult one if you had to fight in traffic, and they have basically gifted him the clear air he needed.
So he is going to stay out, Hal, isn't he, and smash in the laps and see if he can gap Simon Tiger, and that is not going to be easy, but that's what he's got to try and do here. Imagine if he wins front-wheel drive and then open two-wheel drive here in Portugal. Look, Simon Tiger's car, could there be damage to the front right? It didn't look great on the brakes there, just moving around a little bit. Johansson goes into the Joker in the background. Let's keep an eye on the gap. It was 1.6 at the start of this lap.
And a bit closer to home for me and my experience in the British and Irish Championship. Jason Bleasdale is currently sitting in a podium position on his RallyX debut with the Volkswagen VX220, and Brendan Stone on his Rallycross debut full stop is 4th.
It's amazing, isn't it?
My goodness.
Really? Absolutely brilliant. Okay, what's the gap? Was 1.6, it's gone up, it's definitely gone up. What's it going to be as he crosses the line? Come on, it's 2.5, he's taken 0.9 out of him, so with another 2 laps, he could take the win.
Gotta keep your head, and this is when the value in a really good spotter comes through, because you need someone that's going to push you on enough, but keep your head clear. You're leading at home in front of your home crowd in the unfancy car, I think it's fair to say, against these monsters from the far north, and you can't get much further north in rallycross terms than Alvesbury, where these guys come from.
In geography terms, you can't get much further north, can you?
2,600 miles it is to get to the top of Sweden, where Tiger comes from.
2.5 was the gap. What is it this time? Has it gone up again or not? It was 2.5. It's too early. No.
Should have gone again.
To the last lap, it's 2.6. He didn't gap Tiger on that lap, and that's exactly what we said.
Took a 10th, but wasn't enough, and now.
And look at the pace. So he had a not great lap. He would have just stayed out if he'd taken another 9/10 of him on lap 4.
I can see a lunge coming on here, Andrew, because.
Go on, lad. Oh, he's up the inside already. Oh, he pushes alongside Tiger. He runs Tiger wide. They're over the curve. They nail the bollards down. Tiger's on the handbrake to get the car turned in. Sousa's looking for a way through. 2 laps to go. We're on to the final lap now. If he's going to make a move, it's got to be at the end of the straight. And I think he might have cooked his chances.
No, I think it's got to be on the loose, Andrew, because you're never going to keep up with Tiger in a straight line. But they were Bollardsville then, weren't they? So it depends who hit them.
What the penalty might be.
There's a 3-second penalty for multiple offences, and
then if you're side by side, you can't avoid them. Oh, what a shame. Well, look, that's the way it goes. Simon Tiger has showed the experience here of not the best start. Contact with his title rival Victor Johansson. Of course, that's got to probably be looked into by the stewards as well. Tiger comes through the long right-hander. He is a 3-time champion. He's the reigning champion. Sousa goes out wide and looks to the inside, but Tiger will surely
get it done.
Sousa alongside the Portuguese driver passes Tiger in the second to last corner. The crowd go absolutely mad. He won two-wheel drive. He makes a pass on the champion to win in open two-wheel drive as well. Simon Tiger P2. Bleasdale gets P3 on his RallyX debut. Stone gets P4, and the Portuguese crowd love that.
What a move, and that was really, really well thought out. He set that up, went wide, went for the undercut, got the job done. There's a question mark over the previous lap and how many bollards got taken out.
I know,
Forget it.
I agree, but still should have stayed out on that fourth
totally,
lap and got the gap, and then you wouldn't have had any of that with Tiger at the end. It's a brilliant pass, and it's a win, but it's under investigation.
On that lap before he went in, so if you'd only taken another 10th, it wouldn't have been enough, but you'd have been that bit closer to try and
one bad lap. He was actually a little bit wide on the curbs, and when you were talking about the spotter, I saw him through the tarmac dip. Look at this, absolutely blown away. Now, I think Tiger makes a last-minute decision to dive for the Joker. Johansson's in, he misjudges it. Wasn't as bad the context as I thought.
A centimetre, and that's torn the bodywork off the cars, and that's just unsettled Johansson enough.
Well, he's on the limit of the brakes.
Look at it here.
Oh, he's so close. If Johansson had braked a 100th of a second later, Tiger would have had time to get past him.
Or later.
Later, yeah. Oh, gutted for Victor. So, Hal, Simon Tiger versus Johansson, probably there'll be a little investigation. I think that'll be a racing incident personally. Then it will be... This was the Joker that was slightly too early. We didn't see the previous lap. He was.
So, if I was the race director or the steward, I would look at those and think that Johansson lost out badly there, didn't he, from that contact? Although it was definitely not intentional.
Is this the bollards, Hal? Is this the bollards?
It's hard in the door, Tiger.
But Tiger's
1, 2, 3.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's got the full set.
There's three there, but you're in a fight.
Tiger's closing
and you didn't gain. And I would argue all day long. 1, 2.
I think,
I would argue all day long that I've not gained anything from that. Yes, I've hit the bollards.
But I also think, how can he get out of it? He can't turn Tiger around. Do you see what I mean? So he's trying to turn in, Tiger's turning him in. He can't get out of it, can he?
But I'd argue that Tiger would argue that he didn't have the room to be there and I shut the door. So
yeah.
It's 50-50, isn't it, I think?
Good luck in the steward's office.
But that was job done second time around.
Brilliant.
I actually
Look at that.
I actually think that was a great rallycross race and the result will stand.
I hope it does. I actually hope it does. If it does, it's the first ever front-wheel drive win in the open two-wheel drive category, and it's for Andre Sousa at home in front of a jubilant Portuguese crowd. Simon Tiger, the reigning champion, P2. Jason Bleasdale and Brendan Stone with brilliant debuts in this particular championship, but also in rallycross overall for Brendan Stone. Victor Johansson, the unlucky victim of a turn 1 incident. Wow, great race. All right, let's go then. One final dance here on the first day of RallyX 2025 from Montalegre in Portugal. Ulrich Linnemann is on the pole in the Volkswagen Polo, and he's the only supercar to have made the final of open four-wheel drive. Everybody else is in an FC2. O'Donovan is on the front row from Janssen and McConnell. Hal, I've got a different grid, so has there been a penalty potentially for Casper Janssen? Because O'Donovan's on the front row and Janssen's on row 2. Either way, McConnell on the outside of row 2, and then Elias Svensson and Oliver Eriksson. Jump start. So that's a shocker. So Casper Janssen has made a jump start straight away. I can see why I got confused between Anderson and Janssen, Hal, with the livery situation. Hal's just having a look at the results of the semi. 3-second penalty, was it?
36 is Janssen's, a 1-second penalty for pushing and overtaking.
And does that hand the result back?
Yeah.
Yes.
There's 1 second difference over the line.
So that put Patrick O'Donovan as the winner of it, and now unfortunately Casper's had another issue and has ended up on row 2. So a reset then for the grid for open four-wheel drive. Casper Janssen now with 2 joker laps to do. Can the European Rallycross champion Patrick O'Donovan take the fight to Ulrich Linnemann in the Volkswagen Polo? We've already seen that anything can happen down at turn 1. Fraser McConnell had a great run in his semi-final to get up to the second row, but behind him he got a couple of brilliant drivers in Elias Svensson, the reigning cross-car champion, and Oliver Eriksson, who of course has been a previous champion of RallyX overall. So this should be a fantastic fight. Just waiting for the Portuguese marshals to release the cars down towards turn 1. So a bit of a hold up out on track. So we're talking to race control now to try and find out what the hold-up is, apart from the fact that 18 bollards were knocked down over the last couple of corner races. Okay, here we go. Linnemann and O'Donovan on the front row. Janssen with a penalty for the semis, demoted to row 2 with McConnell. On the back, Svensson and Eriksson, champions galore in this one. It's a brilliant start by Eriksson, a bad start by McConnell. Goes backwards, Casper Janssen looks all the way through. Linnemann holds on, Janssen goes deep on the brakes. Gets in front of Eriksson, Eriksson runs into the back of Janssen. Janssen goes round. Oliver Eriksson up the inside line. I think Svensson's gone with them, it is, and it's Patrick O'Donovan, the European Rallycross champion, chasing Ulrich Linnemann, and I think Fraser McConnell in P3.
I think Eriksson's got a puncture, and Jansen's also got issues in the background. Eriksson's all over the shop. He was sideways coming out the joker, but what an amazing start Casper Janssen had. He had it absolutely hooked up in the round. Turn 1. O'Donovan looks to the inside of Linnemann, no way through, got a problem.
Oh, he stalls it up, checks up in the middle of the corner, and that's caught up behind him, Fraser McConnell. McConnell had a terrible start, but thanks to all the carnage that went on in the joker on the outside line, is now in the mix. Ollie Eriksson's there, McConnell up the inside of O'Donovan. O'Donovan's got a problem, I reckon, but it's a great pass by Fraz. But Alfred gets nudged out wide by O'Donovan. They're side by side as they go into the left-hander. Oh, O'Donovan rides the curve from McConnell. McConnell braves it out around the outside. That's great stuff from the Jamaican as well.
They're still at it as well. Last of the late breakers from McConnell down the start-finish straight here. O'Donovan is not going to give this position up easily.
Ericsson's with him, Hal, and he's choking already. So Ollie Ericsson maybe not a puncher. Surely at this pace he can't have a puncher.
He's looking to the inside of O'Donovan, gets side by side going up the hill, gets the job done. Oh, skips off the curb towards the barrier. They make contact. O'Donovan in the wall on the outside.
And O'Donovan loses a position as well.
Oh, Janssen's in the wall.
Janssen clips it. O'Donovan back up the inside, and through goes Elias Svensson as well. Absolute carnage in this final, and that surely handed the win to Linneman. He's out front. In the background, Janssen goes in for his second joker lap. O'Donovan and Svensson battling out towards the back. We wonder if there's a problem for O'Donovan. Svensson, of course, has choked already, but that leaves a battle out front there between Linneman and Fraser McConnell. So McConnell in P2. Ericsson had that moment. We need to see what the gap is, Hal, when they come around this next time between McConnell and Ericsson.
It's intermittent if O'Donovan does have a problem, doesn't it? Because the pace is fine now, but it definitely wasn't fine a little bit earlier on.
Ulrich Linneman with the best lap on his last lap, as Svensson monsters the curbs in the background. 2 laps to go through the chicane now and onto the straight. Let's see what's going on with the leaders. Linneman and McConnell, the gap is 2.9 seconds, and they've both got a joker. So at the minute, Linneman and McConnell, what is it back to Ericsson, sorry, 1.3. So Ericsson can still take this from McConnell.
But he's not going to be close enough to Ulrich Linneman, is he, who has driven a blinder this weekend so far. Ulrich Linneman, he has had, runs the nose deep. Sorry, Ulrich, maybe I should shut up a little bit. Over the curve, going up the hill.
Got a couple of laps, so on to the last lap over the curves this time. Linneman, then the Danish driver, has travelled a long way south for this one. If you're looking in his mirrors, comes down into the joker lap on the final lap. Fraser McConnell's got to go too. Watch out in the background for Ollie Ericsson versus Fraser McConnell. McConnell goes in, Ericsson gets the inside line, but I don't think he's going to get McConnell. McConnell doesn't get it. Ericsson manages to sneak through, carrying the damage from turn 1.
Linneman has had such a nightmare week. Engine failure in the car earlier this week. Went to Sweden, had to stay up all night to get the car fixed. Picked up engine bits from Stockholm. Absolute disaster. Went back to Denmark, got the car fixed, got here super late. What a performance from the Dane.
Yeah, he's been unbeaten all day long. He won all 3 qualifying sessions to take the TQ. He won his semi-final, and now he wins open four-wheel drive as well. Ulrich Linneman, Ollie Ericsson battles back to P2, and Fraser McConnell, after a bad start, gets third. What a race. Is that O'Donovan or is it Svensson? Svensson gets P4, I think, and O'Donovan ends up in 5th. Kasper Janssen in P6 with a double joker.
That was wild.
That's it. I'm empty. We're done. Like that was. Look at that. There we go. Look at Vigo down there with the drone. Absolutely fantastic. Ulrich, that is a wonderful shot and brilliant work from both our drone, our director, and from this man, Ulrich Linneman, with a win after a hell of a week.
What a few years he's had. He's had massive crashes, massive lows, massive highs on comebacks.
Look at that.
What a venue to deliver such a performance.
Never give up. Definitely not this week, mate. Wow. Brilliant racing though. The FC2 thing's been fun, hasn't it? Like both the FC2 final and this one, with those top drivers in the same cars. There's so little in it that you've got to fully commit. So watch for Ericsson here. Ericsson's on the out. Oh, we missed Winston anything in the first corner. It's a bit of a shame. Never mind. It was a great race anyway. So Ericsson, look, this was
This
Ericsson
is where
O'Donovan.
Ericsson gets up alongside O'Donovan, then pops off the curve. The car dives to the right,
and now,
clips the barrier. Patrick clips the back of Ollie.
Nowhere to go.
Into the wall. This is the start.
Okay, mega. So this is another.
Look at the start from Janssen. Absolutely nailed it. Was always going joker.
He
gets
stayed in
clipped
the
by his compatriot and teammate Ollie Ericsson.
And then does he get? He doesn't. I don't even think Ollie straightens him out. I think Kasper just lights the throttle up so hard and smokes all the tyres.
You will not pass.
Yeah. Oh, unfortunately. Filthy. That's just. There we go. That's another camera broken.
That made me lean backwards.
Yeah.
No to Donovan in the wall, and then did well there not to have further contact.
This was Janssen. Look, Janssen just glanced it, and then he snuck back up the inside. I mean, everything happened in that one. It really did. Yeah, fair play, Ulrich. Fair play.
One of the old school Ulrich Linneman, does it his own way, family team, does it from the workshop at home, and fantastic result.
Ulrich Linneman takes the win here in Portugal, 324.0. Ollie Ericsson gets P2, fighting back after the carnage in turn 1. Fraser McConnell, fair play, say, after a not great start. Svensson, O'Donovan and Janssen involved in all sorts of carnage further back. Yeah. That's the way to start a year, isn't it?
What a final. What a series of finals. None of them were boring.
Epic stuff. Just epic stuff. Track cleaners are out already.
They need to be.
Well, I guess they need to send a man out, don't they, to see how much of the arm code's broken. The entire collection of bollards
Jason Bleasdale.
Well done, mate. Brilliant stuff. The entire collection of bollards is gone. So somebody get the truck to the warehouse. I mean, they were getting nailed like bowling pins, weren't they?
Well, let's have a look at see
what you're looking for.
Open two-wheel drive.
Oh, Hal's going to look see if there's any result. Yeah, we need the
This
finish
is the misery job, isn't it? Just to
up, from Ulu. What we got, Hal?
Open.
Is there an amended result or not? It could still be under investigation.
No,
to be
confirmed.
Fair. Okay.
No penalties.
Yeah. Hey, Stephanie's here. Big up. They'll be cold now. What was it Fraz said earlier? No, this is nice, didn't he? This is nice was what he said. Look at Hal trawling the results. You excited? For a bit of a data trawl. I'm done now, to be honest.
I'm a bit done, to be honest. But I have established that Sosa's held on to his win, so that's
mega.
I don't have to deliver any misery.
Double wins for the Portuguese driver at home. First ever front.
You wouldn't have predicted that coming here, would you? To be fair,
no, I wouldn't have predicted it before the final. Just based on and then even I wouldn't have predicted it 150 metres down the start straight, and then when we got to turn one. What was it? The old hand grenade in the room, and it all went mad. So with some brilliant finals, what a fantastic first day. Had fun, mate?
Yeah, it's been great. It's been the semis and finals really lived up to expectation, didn't they?
Yeah.
This is a great track. The racing was super clean and super respectful in qualifying, as I believe it should be. But then I love a proper rallycross bun fight in the semi and final, and that crescendo ended with the open four-wheel drive final, and brilliant racing. Brilliant racing.
Absolutely amazing. And what was it that was said earlier? Get the horns out for the semi-finals and the final. We don't mean air horns either. It's horns out, elbows out, and down to turn one and get stuck in. Great first day of RallyX 2025 from Montalegre in Portugal. We've got a whole nother day to do again tomorrow. I think the stream starts at around 12:30 local time. Remember, Portuguese time is the same as UK time.
Clocks are changing.
Clocks are changing. Oh, we're losing an hour's sleep.
But we get more daylight. Bring it on. Best day of the year.
Yeah, okay, sweet. Well done, mate. Nice one.
Cheers.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for all your lovely comments. We really appreciate your interactions, and we'll see you tomorrow. Take care, guys.